Mu Yuan, the Wuling sword master, is congratulated on his wedding. To the divine lady Jiexia, the newlyweds are wished to be together and be happy always. Mu Yuan said as he was reborn. The young man didn't expect divine lady Jiexia to suddenly attack him on his first wedding night. The young man thought that all the rumors were true about her marrying him being a conspiracy. The young man knew that his brother Wu Rentian and the emperor always wanted to get rid of him. The young man was offended by this, for he treated his brother and sister as close relatives. He had never doubted them. And then, suddenly it was over. God has given the young man a new birth. He will return to the city of the celestial emperor and avenge their destruction of him. The young man coughed continuously. This body is too weak for him, and his breathing is now impaired. The guy thought in order to cultivate and become strong, one must not be afraid of difficulties to do so. Someone called out to the young man. He heard that he was addressed by someone calling him master. The boy was surprised. The young man thought it was a body with the same name as his. He is now the head of a small family. A young man approached the young man and called him master. He said something bad had happened. Mu Yuan asked Murray, "What happened?" Fortunately, the memory of the original body had merged with this body. Therefore, he remembered the names. The young man said to look at Jin immediately. Jin Qinshen is a member of one of the 4 major families. The boys think it's Jin who's mocking them. How dare he come to their house? He has always been against their Mu family. Because of this Jin, their young master had an accident. Their master is still young and has no talent for cultivation, but the Mu family is afraid of change. The young men wonder how Mu's family will react to this visit. The elder said that this is the second son of their family. Today they came to propose marriage. The servant asked his master if he remembered Jin Qinji, the second son of the Jin family. The young man said he remembered. This guy was born with a mental disability, and he seems to be sick in the head. The servant said that this time, the Jin family came to their house to propose marriage with his family. The guests want their young man to marry Miss Wu Mei. The boy remembered this girl, although she wasn't born in their house, but her cultivation talent, the highest in their generation. The servant said that the girl replied with a refusal, but the Jin family saw something in her, so they came with such an offer. The young man said that as long as he was here, whether it was the Jin family or any other family, no one would dare to mistreat his Mu family. The servant bowed to the steps. The elder turned to Brother Mu. Does he want the Mu family's affairs to become his affairs? The man replied that the elder was talking too complicated. He is the elder of his family, but he is only a temporary landlord. The man thought that the young man Mu Yuan was too incompetent. His father is already dead. Therefore, he should be the master of this house. Guests said that in such a case, Mu's brother should decide on a prenuptial agreement. If Brother Mu resolves this issue, the Jin and Mu families will be reunited. The man thought that the whole problem was the strength of the Jin family. It's hard for her to refuse. Mr. Mu had never imagined that out of all 4 families in the city, it would be the Jin family that his family would come face to face with. The young lady told her uncle that she did not want to marry this unhealthy young man. The elder was surprised. Did Miss Mu Wumei really despise their second master? Otherwise, how else could the refusal be understood? Elder Jin was indignant. Do they really look down on the Jin family? Mr. Mu called the girl a minx. How could she come into the meeting room and interfere with adult conversations? The girl tearfully said that she would not marry this young man even if death awaited her. One of the guests was outraged. Why doesn't this girl want to marry their young man? Is his brother, the second son of the Jin family, not worthy of this girl? The young man asked the guest, was Jin Chung Xuan sure that he could talk to their family like this? All the people present and the servants were startled and looked at the young man. No one expected him to give such a response. This was the young master of the Mu family. Shouldn't he still be healing from his illness? The guests wondered why the young man was behaving like this. After all, he is not the master of the Mu family. The guest said he had heard that the young man had not left the house for a long time. How is he feeling now? And why did he come to these talks? The guest thought, why is Mr. Mu looking at him with such a stern look? He wasn't like that before. What had happened to him? Elder Jin said, even though Mu Yuan, the young master, he has limited decision-making power. The elder turned to the young man's uncle and said that Mu Jingchun was now in charge of the family affairs, by right of seniority. The man replied that this was correct, and he wondered why the young gentleman had come here now for these negotiations. The young man asked if the temporary host was surprised that he showed up here. The man asked why the young man was asking these questions. After all, he was still sick and should be resting. He had come here for nothing. The young man said he knows what he's doing. Now he's going to take care of his family and make his own decisions. The man shouted, Mu Yuan should not do this. It's against all the rules. Mu Yuan was indignant. Was his uncle really suggesting that he lie idle and wait for guests to threaten his family while on his doorstep? The young man moved closer to his uncle. Was he sure he had earned his place as landlord in their family? The man was angry and got up from his chair. He shouted for Mu Yuan not to look down on him. After all, he was talking to his uncle like that. The young man said he couldn't be polite to his uncle because he is against the interests of his family. The man stared absent-mindedly into Mu Yuan's eyes. He wondered what the words to him meant. Was it really a challenge? The man said, I guess I'll have to teach the young man some manners and teach him to respect his elders. The man said in anger that the young man should stay where he was, and he would now make him pay for his words. Mr. Mu said that his strength was enough to deal with the rascal boy. The man said he was about to crush this ungrateful young man like an ant, and that would be a lesson to him. The young man did not stand still and calmly dodge his uncle's blow. The boy did it very easily and quickly. The man was surprised. How could the young man do that? He was not capable of it before. The young man was surprised himself. He didn't expect that he and this body would be able to use the circular evasion technique. Mr. Mu thought that even a person who was at the spiritual stage wouldn't be able to dodge this. How was this young Mu Yuan able to dodge such a blow? The young man looked at his hands. In an emergency, his body began to fill with mystical energy. The boy thought the feeling was familiar. He had felt it before he was reborn. The young groom candidate laughed himself silly and said that it could have been a great fight. He yelled for the man to keep hitting the young man. One of the guests thought, was Mu Yuan really able to dodge such a serious blow? He had never seen this before. Mr. Mu thought that he had been humiliated. Now he should definitely deal with the young man. The man thought he wouldn't back down a step. His honor and dignity were affected. The man thought that this young man must be dead. Suddenly, he heard someone tell Mu Jingchun to stop immediately. Everyone was surprised and looked in the direction where the voice came from. It was Elder Mu Zhang. The elder asked, how dare he attack the master of the house? And to do so while the elders weren't here. Mu Jingchun lowered his eyes. He said that he would never dare to ever do such a thing. And there was a misunderstanding. The man thought, why did this old woman appear here? Before, in front of the Jin family, she wouldn't have dared to say a single word. But now, apparently, she would say anything. The old woman thought that Mu Yuan had indeed surprised everyone with his behavior. Maybe Jingchun was so lacking in power that the young man suddenly felt like a master. After all, it had only been a week. The elder said that now that the true master is here, Mu Jingchun should leave his business and return to business. The young man thought that this house now belonged to him, and he was rightfully its rightful owner. The young man looked at his sister. The girl thought that her brother would protect her interests in this situation. The guest said they were pleased to realize that young Mu Yuan had returned and was now a full-fledged master. The elder held out the marriage contract and said that the new master, Mr. Mu, could read it and sign it. Mrs. Mu thought that this old man was hiding his true face and smiling while talking to the new master of the Mu family. How dare he behave like this when the previous head, his uncle, is around? The elderly woman said that the situation is very serious. There are some disagreements. The girl tearfully shouted for Mu Yuan not to sign this marriage contract and thought of her. The young man put his hand on his sister's head and said in a calm voice that the girl should calm down. He promises her that he will not sign this contract without her consent. Mu Yuan looked at the guests and said, he understands that it is time for them to leave. The matter they came here with is closed. The guest replied that Mu Yuan had forgotten what situation he was in. In this situation, he should not do that. The young man added that if Mu Yuan signs this marriage contract, he can continue to live peacefully with his family in this city. Mu Yuan replied that he did not need such patrons as his interlocutor, and he intends to handle his family's affairs on his own. The young man added that his guests shouldn't even think that they could cause trouble for the Mu family. These are different times now. The interlocutor said that Mu Yuan's family might break up, and it will be difficult for him to find support in this city. If he misses the opportunity now to unite with the Jin family, the Mu family will disappear within the next 6 months. Mu Yuan closed his eyes. He didn't understand why he was standing here talking to a bunch of these ungrateful underdogs. Mr. Jin thought that his opponent was scared. so he decided that he would try to scare him even more. The young man condescendingly said that on behalf of the Jin family, he was giving Mu Yuan one last chance to change his life for the better. As soon as Mu Yuan signed the marriage contract, his family would immediately be under the protection of the Jin family. Mu Yuan was furious. He shouted for his opponent to shut up immediately and didn't try to pressure him. He didn't need any conditions. Everyone present fell silent. Mu Yuan walked over to his companion and slapped him hard. The young man fell down. Everyone present exclaimed in surprise, and only the young groom said that a great fight was coming. Mr. Jin grabbed his cheek and thought, how did Mu Yuan do that? He didn't even have time to notice that punch. It had happened so quickly. The young man's uncle thought, how did Mu Yuan dare to hit Jin Xuan? What does he allow himself to do? The young man rose to his feet and shouted, how dare Mu Yuan hit him? This is unacceptable. Mu Yuan said that if this continued, he would beat his opponent like a stray dog. The young man grabbed Jin Xuan's chest and said that he would regret coming here. The old man shouted for Mu Yuan to immediately let his master go. The young man turned to the old man and told him that he had no right to interfere in their conversation. In order to prevent the old man from interfering, the young man pointed his fingers at the elder and sent a charge of internal energy at him. The old man shrieked and was thrown far back. He realized that this young man was not to be trifled with. The young groom put his hands up in the air and clapped. He shouted that it turned out to be a great fight. The old man, getting up, thought that he shouldn't have brought the second gentleman here today. It was a bad idea. The young man thought that he only needed to apply the fingers of 1,000 blades, and the old man became calm and docile. His body was very weak to withstand such an attack. With the next blow, the young man sent both guests out of the house. The Jin family flew out into the street with a crash. The old man stood up and lifted his master under his arms. Jin Chen said that he vowed to take revenge for treating his family this way. The young man shouted that he would avenge Mu Yuan's shame today 1,000 times stronger. From now on, Mu Yuan would be considered his enemy. The young man said that the Jin family can just leave. Jin Chen should go home and get some sleep. Maybe then he'll wise up. Jin Chen, standing on the doorstep of the Mu family's house, vowed to take revenge within a month. The young man said he vows that the Mu family will disappear from this earth forever. The uncle told his nephew that Mu Yuan shouldn't show his leadership like that. He had wronged the Jin family in vain. Now how will the Mu family be able to exist in the future? The man continued, even if no one wanted to sign the marriage contract, there was no need to insult Mr. Jin. It was quite a reckless act. The young man asked Elder Mujang what she thought about it. Did he do the right thing? The old woman said that the young man had done the right thing. The Jin family is always deceiving people. If you let it slip, it will only get worse. Mrs. Mujang thought that the young man had taught Jin Shunyu a good lesson and warned the Jin family to stay away from their family. The woman thought that there were still brave men left in the family. The younger generation will be able to stand up for themselves in the future. Mrs. Mujang said that today, the young man showed that the Mu family had pride. It was a good opportunity to tell them what they thought of them. The young man said that the Mu family is discouraged right now, but it won't last long. Now that he has power, they need to prepare for war with the Jin family. The young man addressed the members of his family. It was like a council of elders. The young man said, it doesn't matter what this family's past was. It's best not to touch it now. The guy said that now that he's back, he promises that no one will ever dare touch the members of this family again. The young man boldly added that whoever dared to challenge this proud family would face a harsh fate. He would personally see to it that all enemies were killed. Mu Yen decided to take a rest. He thought that he had finally gotten rid of those uninvited guests. The boy thought that then, in the hallway, he felt a strange force in his body. He, using the inner look method, tried to understand what was happening to him. The young man closed his eyes and began to meditate. He tried to reunite everything into a whole. In the process of meditation, the young man realized that the sword, Red Solitude, had somehow ended up in his spiritual sea. Why did this happen? The young man received it from a magical warrior when he broke into the Red Palace of Solitude. Perhaps he had turned into a sword whose energy could be stored in his body. That was something that was yet to be dealt with. The young man did not expect that this sword could revive with him. The young man continued to meditate. It looked like the Red Solitude sword was badly damaged. Muen imagined standing in front of the destroyed sword. The many shards showed that this sword had been through a lot of trouble. The boy thought he was now inside his spiritual sea. He had a chance to examine this sword very closely, and it was incredibly large. The sword is broken. Mu Yuan felt a faint flow of chaos energy around him. Guy suggested that it was like the spiritual sea of his past life. The young man tried to rebuild this sword. He tried to fit each piece into the right place. It was harder than putting together a jigsaw puzzle. Keeping his cool and recovering piece by piece, the young man had almost reached his goal. There was only a little bit left. The boy could control these fragments with his consciousness. The fragments falling into place merged with this sword, and it was whole again. The young man looked away for a moment and coughed. It was as if someone had walked right through him. It was a tremendous force. Any action had the opposite effect. Suddenly, there was an incredibly strong explosion. It was accompanied by a bright flash. This force began to destroy everything. After a while, the young man woke up. He could not regain consciousness for some time. Then it was all over. The guy didn't expect to be able to repair even a part of the sword. He almost lost his spirit. Even the recovery of a single piece exhausted all of its energy. That recovery could take many years. The young man was quite frustrated. Mu Yuan realized that there was no other way to repair this sword. Mu Jingcheng was very angry. He felt that the young man had publicly humiliated him. This could not be left unchallenged. The young man thought that Mu Yuan didn't realize what he was doing. If he continues like this, the family will face a sad future. The man felt that he should not give up so quickly. He had served this family for many years, and such offenses are not forgiven. The man thought that Mu Yuan's behavior had forced him to take extreme measures. The families of several outlying towns call themselves the Four Big Families. The young man going into the house decided to see what good things could be found in this family. The young man walked closer. There were servants standing in front of the entrance. The guards bowed to the young man. The young man told them to open the doors for him. The young man stepped inside. In front of him were 2 shelves of gold beads, calligraphy, and painted dishes. Mu Yuan noticed a beautiful vase standing alone on the shelf. It caught his attention. The young man came closer to see that this vase depicted the head of a wild beast. The guy grabbed hold of this head and tried to turn it on its axis. He did it. Mu Yuan noticed that after that, a secret passage opened up in the floor. There were steps leading down. The young man walked down the steps and entered a large room. The young man saw a huge wall on which many battle swords were placed. They were of all tastes. There were weak magic swords among these weapons, and they were of little practical use. They were more like jewelry. The previous owner of this weapon was the young man's father. He was the one who amassed this collection. The young man's father used the clan's elite fighting force to destroy the family's enemies, but he was ambushed and the entire army was destroyed. The weapons of those warriors were the best, but now after that defeat, they could no longer be found. The young man was saddened. The young man felt that there was someone in the room. He turned around. How did she get in here? The girl asked, maybe Mu Yuan wanted to take a magic weapon? The guy didn't know that Wumi was allowed to enter this treasure trove due to her talent. However, unfortunately, Mu Jingchun had forbidden everything to her. The girl said she came here to return the martial arts books. The young person added she had borrowed these books before, but they were very difficult for her, and she didn't understand anything. The guy asked to see the books, asked the girl not to move. He decided to look at her spirit. To do so, he concentrated. People in this world cultivate by relying on the awakening of their own spirit. The spirit is condensed with the breath, and everyone has only one. Spirit can take many forms, such as the shape of a weapon or even a person. To understand what form a person's spirit is, one must concentrate and try to visualize that spirit before one's eyes. The girl dipped her hands into the vessel of water and concentrated. Her spirit began to appear in front of her. Mu Yuan, watching this, realized that the girl's spirit had the shape of a sword. Now it was no wonder that she decided to choose Qinglu martial arts books. The girl said her spirit hasn't changed since it appeared. She doesn't know when it will take human form. The young man invited the girl to follow him. He promised to help her find the right training technique to get to the next level. The young man flipped through many books, but there were only low-level exercises. They were good for learning the basics, but if you wanted to learn more, they were of little use. The guy thought that he had studied many martial arts techniques before, so he could teach it to Wu Mei. Mai Wen gave the girl some entry-level books. He said they should come in handy. The guy said that Wu Mei should read these 2 books. Then he would teach her higher-level techniques. The girl flipped through the books superficially and said that they didn't look like strong swordsmanship techniques at all. The young man said that sister could take it easy. She should just train this particular cultivation method. The guy smiled and added that in a month, his sister would see a result worthy of respect, and the family would be proud of her. This city is located in a remote place. Its cultivation methods are far behind. The young man still doesn't understand the interactions between martial arts techniques. For Wumi's spirit, the young man chose sword techniques and techniques that would correct her flaws. The young man thought that due to his rebirth, he still didn't know how to recover his spirit. The guy decided that either way, another strong man could be useful in the future. The girl rejoiced and clutched the book tightly to her chest. She thanked the young man. She had dreamed of it for a long time. Now Mu Yuan suggested that the girl follow him to the finance hall and find some elixir to cultivate there. The girl told the young man that she received the elixir every month. The guy said that she would need the elixir for further practice. If it wasn't enough, the cultivation process would take longer. The young people walked to the Mu family's finance hall. In front of them was the elder Mu Haichun. The girls served this man. The elder told them to try harder. Are they not being fed well enough? Mu Yuan walked into the room and asked from the doorstep, "Is anyone here?" The elder was indignant. "Who is this shouting?" Mu Haichun asked, "What did the elder of the house need? What matter did he come here for?" The young man thought that Mu Haichun, Jingchen's nephew, so he took responsibility for the Mu family's property. But none of them had earned their position. It would have to be dealt with. The young man said that he needed an elixir for cultivation, so he came for it. The elder said that this house is very difficult to maintain. The elixir used for cultivation is extremely expensive. Other than a fixed monthly income, they didn't have any extra money left. Mu Yuan looked at his interlocutor with disbelief. The girl thought that the man was lying. The elder asked, "Did he really suspect him of something?" Mu Yuan walked closer to him. The man asked, "What is he doing?" The young man said that from this day forward, he no longer owns the finance hall, and he can get the hell out of here. The man said that according to the rules of the Mu family, all hall owners can be appointed and dismissed by the landlord with the consent of all the elders. The landlord cannot fire him on his own. Mu Yuan was unwilling to negotiate with his opponent. He resolved the matter radically. The young man punched his opponent in the jaw with his right hand. The man shouted, "How dare he hit him? After all, his uncle is one of the elders of this family. He will complain." The girls who served the man giggled. They thought he had gotten what he deserved. This round of negotiation ended with Mu Yuan throwing this person out of his house. The man began to sob. He said that Mu Yuan shouldn't just beat people up like this. The elders would not support him in this matter. The young man said that if any of the elders in that family disagreed with his actions, they could come to him to negotiate. It's been 5 days. The man told the owner of this house to take Mu Yuan's destruction more seriously this time. The master thought, Mu's family again? Now it was the son's turn. He said, "Can his elders handle this boy?" The visitor stated that there was actually a minor accident, but it would be inconvenient for the elders to deal with the problem themselves, so they are asking for help. The man said he would take the case even though the road now lies west. The visitor thanked the man for taking the order and said it was time for him to bow out. The man called out to Shui. The man entered the room and said that he was always at his master's service. Shui appeared in a mask. This man hid his face so that he would not be recognized when they met. The man gave Shui the sword and said that it was Mu Yuan's father's sword. He took it away after he had dealt with the sword's former owner. It would be funny if a son was killed by his father's sword. The young man was in thought, Mu Yuan thought. After spending so many days here, he had managed to repair 6 or 7 parts of the sword. The young man realized that his spirit was still weak. Very little time had passed. The guy thought that at this rate, it would take 9 or 10 years to rebuild the sword. That's no good. The young man, finishing his tea, thought it was a problem. Behind the young man, something was dripping from the ceiling. The young man didn't notice it. Mu Yuan looked around and saw liquid dripping from the ceiling. He wondered if the roof was leaking here. The boy moved closer and looked up. It looked like something had happened on the roof. The liquid was of a strange type. The young man assumed that he was being tried to attack it. Perhaps an enemy on the roof? Mu Yuan decided to run out of the house and see what happened. He headed towards the exit. Streams of liquid were already everywhere. The young man had to maneuver to avoid being hit by these streams. The guy thought that these blobs were definitely being controlled by someone. We need to find out who it is and figure out who it is. At this time, there was an enemy on the roof of the young man's house. It was Shui, the masked man. Shisei noticed that the powerful energy release had formed a hole on the roof. There was a reason for that. Mu Yuan appeared on the rooftop opposite the enemy and said he had finally found him. The young man was ready to fight back against the enemy. Shishay, using his internal energy, decided to strike Mu Yuan using this liquid. Our hero tried to block this attack. The impact was so strong that Mu Yuan was unable to stay on the roof and was thrown straight to the ground. Mu Yuan flew off the roof and fell to the ground. Shishay ran up to him and said that he didn't expect the young man to have even a little bit of strength in him. Shishui took up his sword and said, "Still his opponent will die now." Mu Yuan saw the sword and asked, "Where did his opponent get this weapon?" The attacker said, "Did the young man really recognize it? It is indeed his father's sword." The boy thought that he really wasn't wrong. The owner of this sword was his father. The enemy said he had massacred the young man's father, Shisui, and added that Mu Yuan would also be destroyed with this sword today. The young man said that the man could try, but he had no chance. Shisui thrust his sword forward and rushed forward to attack his opponent. Mu Yuan grabbed the sword by the blade and gripped it tightly with his hand. Blood appeared on his fingers. The blow was so strong that the tip of the sword touched Mu Yuan's body. The young man was slightly injured. Shisui laughed. He said that his opponent was using his body against the blade. It wouldn't be enough for him for long. Mu Yuan thought that the moon hand grip allowed him to unexpectedly grab the opponent's blade. Shisui said that there was no point in the young man resisting. He would defeat him anyway. Mu Yuan thought that this body couldn't use such a technique. He never thought that he would die after reincarnating by an unknown assassin. Shisui noticed that his sword was now defying him. Something had happened. Mu Yuan's eyes were presented with the sword that he had collected in his spatial sea. He thought that everything looked very strange. After all, he had just stepped on the sword, yet he felt no pain at all. Shisui felt that something was tightening his sword, and there was nothing he could do about it. Control is lost. Mu Yuan stood in front of his opponent with his arms and legs spread out. The opponent's sword had entered him to the hilt. The young man felt no pain at all. The boy closed his eyes and saw his father's sword moving through space towards the destroyed sword. Everything looked as if it were real. Shisui didn't lose hope and said whatever happened now, his opponent would still die. There was a burst of energy between the young men. The enemy saw a girl appear in front of him. The girl asked Shisui who he was. The child was holding a huge sword. The enemy didn't respond, but threw a powerful bolt of energy at the girl. He was counting on it to hit her. The girl was not confused and blocked the attack with her huge sword. Despite her young age, she was skillful with this weapon. Shisui thought that this little girl was at a certain spiritual stage. That's why she's acting like this. Mu Yuan was getting closer to his opponent with a fierce expression. Our hero threw his left arm forward and dealt a devastating blow to his opponent. Shisui couldn't stay on his feet and flew backwards. Mu Yuan told the girl that he was grateful for her taking on her opponent. It helped him gather his strength. The girl lowered her sword and asked if Mu Yuan was all right. The guy replied that he was fine now and asked how Wumi had gotten here. The young lady said she came to say that she cultivated, thanks to the young man's method, and reached the spiritual stage right today. And she came to thank him. And there's this. The guy said that the girl was able to reach a spiritual stage in her 9 years. She has a great future ahead of her. Now the Mu family has become even stronger, and they definitely can't be underestimated. Mu Yuan noticed people running into the courtyard and shouting, "Was their master all right?" An elder with armed servants appeared in front of the young man and asked what had happened here. The young man said a killer came for him. I had to deal with him. The guy thought that the Mu family already had a lot of enemies, so there's nothing surprising. The servants searched the whole house but could not find Mu Jingchun. The young man's uncle had apparently run away. Mu Yuan gathered the family council. The young man inquired whether the whole house had been checked well. Had Mu Jingchun really escaped? It turned out that there was a traitor among them. The woman said that Mu Jingchun sent his wife and children away in the morning, saying he would return to the province to see his mother. It seems that he had planned to escape in advance. The young man pumped that the armed attack was organized by Mu Jingchun. He was the only one who knew the location of the house well. The young man said the assassin told him something. It might shed some light on some events. Mu Yuan said that his father, the elite of this family, was killed by the same assassin who came today. Everyone in the room froze. It turns out to be a conspiracy. Mu Jingchun is conspiring with their enemies. He wants to seize power. We must catch him and get even with him. The young man said that he wasn't too worried about Mu Jingchun's fate, But since he had harmed his family, he would not leave the man alone. The young man asked that Mu Jung stay behind to continue the negotiations. He has something he wants to tell her. When the people were alone, the elderly woman asked what the young master wanted to discuss with her. The young man said that the old master died unexpectedly, and the loss of magic weapons was a serious problem. Now that he's practicing, he wants to keep a few blades on hand. Does Mu Jung know where to find them? The young man felt that suddenly his spiritual sea absorbed the damage and restored part of the sword. It seemed to be the fastest way to repair it. The older woman said if the young man needed a blade, there was one place. That place is the bazaar in the south of the city. There he will find many good gunsmiths. The boy went to this bazaar. He talked to many armorers. He asked one of them, "What kind of sword is this?" The armorer said he had swords in different shapes, and they're all magical. You can find a sword to suit your taste here. The guy looked at this sword and thought that it was no better than the pile of broken copper and iron in the Mu family's warehouse. The gunsmith said that in this market, his weapons are the best. If none of these are suitable, then he should go to another market, east of the city. A guy came to the Oriental market. There was a palace of a big family there, and there are hundreds of stores there. In that market are many rare goods for sale. The young man decided that this market would be the place to look for the blade he needed. The young man looked around and thought that the stores in this market looked quite stylish. There must be some good goods here. A young man approached Mu Yuan and asked if there was anything he could do to help. The boy said he needed a sword. If the young man is competent, they can come to an agreement. The young man said that Mu Yuan had come to the right place, and he can go inside the pavilion. There were many different weapons in this pavilion. The number of swords was huge. They could be chosen for every taste and purse. The young man thought that these swords were much better than the ones he had seen before, but they are not as good as his old sword. The young man asked the salesman if they had any other swords. Nothing in this assortment fit. The salesman began to praise his goods and said that there was definitely something to be found here, and you shouldn't get upset right away. The salesman asked the young man to wait for a minute. He said he would be right back. The young man said he had time to wait a little while. He hoped to see something else here. A conversation could be heard from the other room. The seller did not understand how he could do it. The interlocutor said that the young man should do it anyway. You don't have to think, you have to do it. The young man went back to the buyer and said he had the sword he was thinking of. Mu Yuan took out a blade from the case and looked at it. It was indeed an unusual weapon. The boy thought it was a good weapon, but it still wasn't enough for him. Suddenly he heard the stranger tell him that this sword, forged by his family's best blacksmiths, is it really not suitable? The young man looked at the stranger. It turned out to be a pretty girl. She said that in that case, this customer didn't know anything about swords at all. Mu Yuan asked, "Who is she? And why is she interfering in a man's conversation?" The seller said the girl is their master, and this is her sword in the hands of a young man. The girl is worthy of respect. The girl said, "It's a sword, Ms. Saber. It's a real magical weapon." Is the young man claiming that this weapon is not good enough for him? The boy said that indeed this sword was not suitable for him. He's used to telling the truth. The girl grabbed the sword and wanted to show what it could do. She rushed forward and swung the weapon. Everyone paid attention as there was a powerful release of energy from the weapon house. It was unexpected and powerful. The girl stood in front of the young man. The furniture and walls around her were mutilated by that sword. The guy thought that there was too much strength in this girl. Are all girls like this nowadays? The pavilion owner looked at the young man and asked, "Is he surprised?" The young man smiled and said that the monster in front of him was just a giant monster with immense strength. There was nothing special about it. The girl was frankly surprised at what the young man had called her. She saw absolutely no associations with the monster. The young woman once again showed her mastery of the blade, performing several techniques in front of the young man. The guy thought that this woman was simply insane. She had reached at least the 3rd level of the tempered body stage. Even if he recovered his spirit, he wouldn't risk fighting her. However, she makes mistakes as well. The young man picked up his sword and showed a few weapon techniques as well. The girl thought, how is this possible? How could he dodge her attack and disarm her at the same time? Mu Yuan said that he used the most common technique, and it worked on the girl. The guy put the sword down on the table and said that they would probably end it there. He'd already figured it out. The young man turned around and headed for the exit. He said goodbye to the girl and said that he was very glad to meet her. She made a good impression on him. The girl yelled for the young man to stop and give his name. He made a good impression on her, too. The guy stopped, turned around and said his name is Mu Yuan. He is the new head of the Mu family. It's been a few days, the Mu family home, an ordinary day. The girl was conducting cultivation sessions. Progress was being made. The young man praised Wumi and said that her cultivation had improved again. She's doing well. The girl thanked the young man for buying her the elixir. It's much better than the one they give in the finance hall. The guy thought that the day he went to the market, he didn't find a magical weapon that would suit him. But he had bought an elixir for the mind. He had spent almost all of his money on it. The young man said that one day, the girl's cultivation would reach the 4th level of the QE stage. Then she would be able to manifest her martial spirit and would become much stronger. The girl replied that she would work well and hard. A servant came to the young man and told him that the heads of the 3 great families and the lord of the city had come to them to discuss something important. The young man became alarmed. Why had they come to him? Something must have happened. One of the guests shouted, "How dare Mu Yuan make them wait so long for themselves? This is a great disrespect." Another guest said that he did not understand this young man's actions at all. Why does the owner of this house behave like this? The man concluded that the Mu family had now become not as submissive as before. It was the head of one of the 3 families, Feng Yuncheng. The man said he'd have to show this kid where he belonged. He was determined. The young master of the Min family, Min Gongshan, sat silently and listened to his interlocutors. The mayor of the city addressed all those present. He said that it was necessary to remain calm. The man urged everyone to calm down. A family member told the city's mayor that it might be worth starting without Mu Yuan present. The master of the house appeared on the doorstep and asked, "Why was Mr. Jin dissatisfied? Did he really keep everyone waiting?" The young man reminded Mr. Jing that the Mu family had been quite hospitable to him. Could he have forgotten that? Mr. Jin began to feel nervous. The mayor once again urged him to calm down. They didn't come here to settle things. Mu Yuan thought that although the lord of this city was appointed by the government, he couldn't only rely on the big families and whisper to them like a dog. The young man sat down in the seat of the owner of the house and asked why the guests had come to see him. They had no prior arrangement for this meeting. The lord of the city said he would now try to explain everything. The lord said that there is a young miss from a capital family who wants to hunt near Union Mountain. The man hopes that the 4 big families will get together to provide her protection. Mu Yuan said that he does not agree. The young man said that the lord came here with 3 big families who already knew about it. The guy continued. However, Mu's family didn't know anything until now, so they were not taken into consideration. The mayor took a pause and didn't know what to answer. The young man said, "It seems he was right." The guy added that everyone had stopped taking Mu's family into consideration. Then why did they come here in the first place? The reception for the guests was over. The young man waved his hand to everyone. The city lord wanted to object. He decided to address 7 Mu's master again. The lord of the city was interrupted by Mr. Zin. He said, "Could Mu Yuan really refuse? This young man is not friendly with his head. After all, this is one of the great families of the capital." The young man thought that this one family didn't agree. After all, it was all in their hands. A girl entered the room and said, "It seems that the Mu family's master has no intention of protecting her." Mu Yuan was surprised to see his morning interlocutor. The city lord asked, "Why did Ms. Gong come here in person?" The girl said, if she hadn't come here in person, most likely the men wouldn't have been able to negotiate with Mr. Mu. The girl turned to the owner of the house. She doesn't know why the other families chose to ignore him, but she personally chose the Mu family as her protector. Jin thought this is not surprising. The city lord had insisted on inviting the Mu family. He was most likely asked by this lady, when could Mu Yuan have found out about Miss Gong? The girl turned to the master of the house again and asked if Mu Yuan could help the lady. Ms. Gong told the men not to say anything more. They couldn't settle the matter before she came. She will speak now. The young man said that recently the Mu family had a problem. They can't afford to lose people again. The girl turned around and headed towards the exit. She said that in that case, she would not force Mr. Mu. And that was the end of the negotiation. The young man saw the sword in the girl's hands. He thought that the red loneliness was reacting to that sword. It was obvious that she had prepared herself. I wonder what she has in mind. The young man stood up and stopped the girl. He asked if he was the only guard from the Mu family, would she agree? Ms. Gong turned around, smiled, and said she agreed. The negotiation was successful. Mr. Zun was very upset. He didn't understand what was in Lady Gong's mind. She valued this Yuan too much. The man said that Mu Yuan is very handsome. That's why the girl wants to make him her pet. After all, it's obvious. Mr. Zin said that the Mu family and the Gong family should not enter into any relationship because it could end badly for their three families. We should do something about it. Zin said that Mu Yuan will defend Miss Gong tomorrow, so they will be together. We have to think of and make sure the young man doesn't come back tomorrow. The young man turned to the most silent brother Minyu. He said he was the wisest of the three. What would he advise? Min said that the young man will be the only guard from his family. They have nothing to worry about. Now he would outline his plan and they would get rid of Mu Yuan quietly. The three men spent the late afternoon considering Mr. Min's plan. The next day came, Yunyun Mountain. Miss Gong went out to hunt. Mu Yuan guarded her. The heads of the three families watched them. The young man said that he had a question for Lady Gang. The girl replied that she would listen to him with interest. The young man asked, "What is special about the Yun Mountain? Is it really worth it to gather such a group and move here directly from the capital?" The girl replied that the mountain was home to a thunderwind dragon. Yunyan Mountain, a separate place. It is home to rare monsters. The thunder wind dragon's core makes her spirit stronger. Mr. Zin walked up to Xiaoming and called him by name. There was something he wanted to discuss. Min got upset and said not to be called that anymore. Zun wondered if his plan would definitely work. Min said not to let anyone worry. There are different kinds of monsters around the city. It's all marked on the map. Due to the presence of monsters, the growth of the city is significantly limited. While the young man was studying the map of the area, Mr. Zin approached Miss Gong. The girl asked him what was wrong. Zun said that this mountain is very big, and the thunder wind dragon can successfully hide. It's worth splitting up, and then they will have a better chance of finding it. The girl said that was a good idea. The three conspirators decided that the place they had chosen was prepared. The man said that after all, they also had to protect Miss Gong. If something happens to her, they won't be able to escape. Min said that with the strength that Madame Gong possesses, her rescue would not be a problem. In the meantime, Mu Yuan is in charge of protecting her, but his skills are not good enough. The young man asked his companion why she had chosen him to be her guard. The girl replied that then in the pavilion, she saw the strength of the young man and realized that he was the best. The girl turned around and asked, "Does the young man really think she wants revenge on him? Does he really think she is vindictive?" The boy waved his hands and said that he couldn't even think that. Ms. Gong continued on her way and said that the last time a young man came to her store, she was alarmed. The girl showed the young man the sword and said that she had brought it from the store, and she asked him to appreciate the sword. The guy stated that it is a very nice sword. He likes it. The handle fits well in his hand and the blade is very sharp. The girl declared that if the young man could handle her defense, this sword would belong to the young man as a token of gratitude. Muan rejoiced. He thought that with this sword, he would be able to restore the red loneliness. The young men saw a dead animal. It was a bull on which many crows were sitting. The birds were pecking at the dead body. The young man inquired what kind of birds were they? The girl explained that they were blood crows. They are very dangerous monsters. Their strength lies in their numbers. The boy thought that he had never heard of these monsters. The girl stated that these monsters lived in the north. How could they be here? The young men stopped in front of the carcass of the fallen animal. The crows froze and looked in the direction of the hunters. Suddenly the birds took off, started screaming and circling over the youngsters. Miss Gong instantly snatched the sword from its sheath and made a sharp movement with her hand. One of the crows, struck dead, fell at the feet of the young men. It happened with lightning speed. The young men noticed that the other birds had hidden themselves. They were sitting in the forest in the trees, and only their glowing eyes gave away their presence. The young man said he didn't see anything good in it. It could be an obstacle to the continuation of their journey. The young men stood with their backs to each other, and Miss Gong put her sword forward. They prepared to defend themselves. The hunters realized that they were surrounded. A flock of dangerous raven monsters circled around them. The young man said that these monsters came from all over the mountain. They are not to be envied right now. The girl thought that she had never seen so many bloody crows, not even in the north. Where did they come from? Miss Gong held her sword with both hands and said, basically, it doesn't matter how many of these monsters are piled up here. When the crows flew closer, the girl would cut them in two with a sharp movement of her hand, and after a while there were many bird corpses lying around her. The young man shouted that there was danger behind the girl, and she should be more careful. The boy thought that Miss Gong wouldn't have time to fend off the crow attacking her from behind. The young man himself jumped up and caught the monster with his bare hands. The girl thanked the young man for his help. The boy said it was all right. Then at the pavilion, he found a weakness in the girl's technique, and now he understands how to help her. The young men heard a terrifying roar somewhere up ahead. Even the bloody crows were flying away from there. A huge dragon appeared out of the forest. It was a terrible beast. This dragon was accompanied by a thunderstorm. There was heavy rain and wind, and thick storm clouds. The young man said a thunderwind dragon appeared. Ms. Gong said the blood crows are too aggressive, and they provoked him. The young men thought they were ambushed. They need to hide from the storm in the trees, so they ran into the forest. Ms. Gong saw a man asking for help. He fell to the ground and there were bloody crows on top of him, pecking him in the back. Ms. Gong and her companion decided to go see what happened. The young man said he could smell something strange, and he asked the girl how blood crows find their prey. The girl stated that these monsters search for their prey mainly by smell. The stronger the odor, the greater the chance of being eaten. The young man said that the man was near them, but was not attacked by the crows. It seems that he was previously covered with a scented liquid. Just after it rained, the scent was washed away and the crows attacked him. The girl said that blood crows were not from these parts, but he was prepared to meet them. The young man added that the man had somehow learned that there were crows on the mountain, and most likely he is related to their appearance. The young man asked if Mrs. Gong had any enemies. The girl replied that she had come here secretly, so her enemies must not know that she was here. The guy thought that if it wasn't the girl's enemies, then it was his enemies who had set up the blood crow situation. The rain passed, the clouds cleared, and the dragon continued its flight. The problem with the crows seemed to be solved. The young man said that these birds helped them find out where the dragon was now. The girl warned that this should be reported to the others. The young man said that he was here to help Ms. Gong obtain the dragon core. The conspirators were drying their clothes after the rain. The rain soaked their clothes and washed away the odor. Their plan failed, but provoked the dragon. Mr. Min said for everyone to leave their clothes and get ready to go to the mountains. The men wondered, wouldn't they stay here? Min said the plan has now changed, and they will act according to circumstances. Miss Gong and her companion noticed that there were no living blood crows nearby. They assumed that the dragon was somewhere nearby. The girl said that this dragon lives in trees. Because of its size and the constant rain, the trees it lives in are very big and thick. One inquired how this dragon could live here with such a huge size. The girl replied that the dragon can change its size. It has that property. The young man drew his companion's attention to the fact that the trees were growing thinner in the neighborhood. The tree where the dragon lives will be very thick and big compared to the surrounding trees. This meant that the tree had to absorb most of the surrounding nutrients and suppress the growth of other trees. The young man said, if this is true, then the trees are getting thinner and thinner in the direction they are traveling. The young man stopped and asked if Ms. Gong could make a hole in the ground now. The girl said she would try. Ms. Gong kneeled down, swung around, and thrust her sword to the hilt into the ground. The young man looked into the hole and said that there were large, strong roots in front of them. So the tree they were looking for was somewhere nearby. The girl was surprised. She had heard that the young man had lived in the city since he was a child. How does he know how to hunt monsters in the mountains? The boy thought he was close to failure. The main thing was to make sure she didn't suspect anything. The young man got out of it and said that he had read about it in popular science literature. He had a library card. He could not tell anyone about his past. The girl looked at her companion with admiration. She thought she had chosen the right person. Ms. Gong told the young man that the dragon would defend its home as best it could. The boy replied that there was no doubt about it. The girl suggested damaging this tree and the dragon would show itself immediately. That was her plan. The young men jumped up and did as much damage as they could to the root system of this tree. Just then, there was a loud roar from somewhere. The boy said he had to be as careful as possible now. The girl suggested that this dragon was very strong. The young man confirmed and said that he had already noticed it. Ms. Gong said they would have to work very hard to get the nucleus they were looking for. Suddenly, a terrible and horrible dragon appeared in front of the girl. It opened its mouth and roared loudly. The girl saw the terrible and deadly fangs in front of her. Ms. Gong said she was going to distract that dragon, so she distracted him. The young man used an attack, the fingers of 1,000 blades. The dragon didn't like it. The monster roared, turned around, and headed for the young man. It was ready to bite him in half. The young men spread out, and from different directions, they continued to charge at that dragon. The young man used his internal energy and martial arts skills. The girl used her sword, which she wielded skillfully. After another attack, Mrs. Gong wounded this dragon with her sword. Blood started oozing out of its neck. The dragon decided to retreat. It turned around and flew off in another direction, shrinking in size along the way. The girl said that there was more to it. He wasn't going to give up and shouldn't relax. The dragon flew farther away, landed and hid in the grass. He shrank in size beforehand. The young men approached a huge tree. They had never seen such a tree before in their lives. The girl assumed that the tree was the lair of this dragon. The boy said he couldn't see it. The dragon must have escaped. Ms. Gong said that this dragon wouldn't abandon his home. It's probably hiding somewhere nearby, licking his wound. Suddenly, a snake wrapped around the young woman's arm. The girl looked closely and realized that it was not a snake, but a dragon that had shrunk in size. The girl cried out in fright. The young man reacted quickly and directed his energy beam at the dragon to hit the monster and keep the girl safe. The dragon let go of the girl and fell to the ground. He tried to hide in the grass again. Ms. Gong said that this dragon changed size specifically to stealthily attack. The girl tried to attack the dragon that had shrunk in size, but it managed to get away. The young man once again said that there was definitely something wrong with Mrs. Gong's technique. The girl was upset. The young man said, because her technique has always been very powerful. Ms. Gong remarked that it was all because of her martial art. The guy assumed that judging from the fact that the girl uses the dragon core to cultivate her technique, dragon technique, she believes that the dragon is powerful and dominant. But it's not just about power. Dragons can be powerful, but they change shape and hide. Like this dragon. Not only does it summon thunderclouds, but it also attacks stealthily. The young man continued. He said that the girl's attacks are powerful, but she doesn't pay attention to the other details. Therefore, she couldn't attack the dragon productively. The young people noticed that someone was approaching them. They thought, who could it be? Mr. Min and his servants approached the young men. The young man asked what he was doing here. Mr. Min said that he had seen the dragon from the foot of the mountain, so he came here with his guards. The girl said Mr. Min should be more careful, because the dragon is hiding somewhere nearby. The dragon suddenly jumped out and grabbed one of Mr. Min's guards. The young man said, this is what they just warned about. Mu Yen suggested that his companion climb a tree and watch from there. It would be an advantageous position. The girl agreed, and they began to climb the tree. Halfway up, the young woman asked why they were doing this. The boy smiled and said that he wanted to watch from up high. Mr. Min stood frightened. His servants shouted to protect their master, but everyone was frightened. The young people successfully climbed the tree. The young man said that he would teach Miss Gong a technique that would suit her very well. This technique is called the snake sword technique. The young man briefly explained how to learn how to apply this technique. With the help of internal energy and 2 fingers, the dragon continued to massacre Mr. Min's servants. It came to the second syllable. The man screamed in fear. The dragon opened its huge maw, roared, and began to approach its new victim. Mr. Lin said he couldn't move. He was hypnotized by the monster. Mrs. Gong, sitting in a tree, tried out her new technique. She pierced the dragon's head with a powerful stream of internal energy. The dragon, struck by this charge, fell at Mr. Min's feet. He couldn't stay on his feet out of fear. He shouted that this dragon was dead. The dragon lay defeated at the foot of the tree. Ms. Gong continued to meditate effectively. Mr. Min thanked the young men for saving him. If it wasn't for that saving energy shot, he probably would have died. Yen said that he shouldn't be grateful. Min came just in time. If it wasn't for him, they wouldn't have been able to detect him until now. Min thought, how did Yuan have such tremendous strength? He hadn't distinguished himself in any outstanding way before. The young man said that he had a question for Mr. Minyu. Yuan asked while he was getting here, did any strange black birds attack him? Blood crows. Min said they encountered a few blood crows along the way, but handled them effectively. Yin asked how Mint knew about the blood crows. The interlocutor replied that his mother was from the north, and he had often been there as a child. Min thought that the blood crows he brought were somehow unable to destroy Mu Yuan. But his plan still works. The opponent won't find any evidence. Yen asked Miss Gong if she had taken what she wanted. The dragon had been in her possession for a while, after all. The girl offered to go back, and upon their return and explore everything. They would have plenty of time. Min asked what Mu Yuan was talking about. The young man said that he was talking about the liquid that was smeared on the man chasing them. He concealed his odor. Mr. Min's accomplices came out of the forest. They thought they were acting according to a plan. Min thought, why did these people come now? After all, they had other arrangements. Yuan said that when Ms. Gong was in danger, none of them were around. Now that the problem was solved, they immediately appeared. Min told his accomplices that they shouldn't have left any evidence behind. Mu Yuan has the evidence. It will be hard for them to get away with it now. Ms. Gong said it was time to go back. There's nothing more to do here. The men were surprised when they saw that Mu Yuan was still alive. They realized that something had gone wrong. Min said that their plan had failed. This is no place to talk. When they get home, they'll discuss the details. Late at night, an infiltrator appeared in the Mu family's yard. The man stealthily climbed over the fence, trying not to draw attention to himself. Mu Yuan discovered that a stranger had snuck into the house. The young man faced the stranger and drew his sword. He placed the weapon on his opponent's shoulder. The young man said he expected that. They have evidence. That's why some people don't sit still. The night guest asked to be spared. He said he was a common thief. He just wanted to steal something from this house. Wen said the man is cheating. There is no faith in him. The young man pierced the villain's arm with his energy beam. The man screamed in pain and fell to the floor. He screamed for mercy. Mu Yuan crouched close to the thief and said that he did not want to destroy him, but he could make the man himself ask the young man to die. The young man asked the stranger what he would choose, life or death. Min Gongshin was very surprised. Why did Yuan appear here? The young man brought the night guest to Minya's feet and said that his man had confessed everything. The boy felt his victory. Min thought he had some proof, so he sent the night thief to do it. By doing so, he gave himself away. Ms. Gong asked if Min would speak on his own, or would she have to make him open his mouth? The young man tried to justify himself. He said that his family has been trading monsters and beasts for a long time. Blood crows only eat meat. They use them to hunt monsters. The girl asked, in that case, why didn't they take the blood crows away from there, knowing that she was going hunting? The young man said that Min had sent Miss Gong and him into the jaws of the birds, and sent a man to them to watch it all. Min said he sent his subordinate there to see to the safety of the young people. Min said that he had no bad thoughts. On behalf of his entire family, he swears to the heavens that he didn't mean to hurt her. He is not stupid enough to cross Ms. Gong's family. The girl told that rascal to kneel down immediately. Min refused to comply. Yeni used his energy beam again and injured his opponent's knee. The young man fell to his knees, the girl continued. She said she believed him, but he put her and Mu's family in danger. For that, he will be punished. The girl said that her punishment would be determined after she returned to the capital. The punishment from the Mu family will be determined by her master. Mu Yen walked up to his opponent and delivered a powerful punch to his jaw with his right hand. Min Gongshan flew backwards from this blow. The servants rushed to pick up their master. Yen turned around and got ready to leave. In parting, he said if Min wanted to plot against him, let him remember his face now. Min thought that he would definitely remember it. The Xin family discussed Mu Yuan. They came to the conclusion that this young man is too arrogant. Now that he is with Miss Gong, he has completely forgotten his place. Min said, with a bandaged jaw, that this Yuan didn't care about what they were saying about him here. Min stated that his punishment has not yet been determined. Ms. Gong said she would decide how to punish him after returning to the capital. The man stated that if Ms. Gong's family decided to execute him, they would not allow it. The man continued, before Ms. Gong returns to the capital, she has an accident. The interlocutors were terribly surprised. One of the interlocutors asked, does Min really want to attack Ms. Gong? Zin said he was crazy. This will finally make the Gong family angry. Min continued, they can also get rid of Mu Yuan. In this way, they would kill two birds with one stone. The conspirators decided to devise another plan and try to put it into action. The young man stated that he had spies, and they brought important information to him. Spies reported that Miss Gong is now at the Mu family home. She's learning new techniques there. The young man thought it had been 2 hours already. Why is she still not finished yet? The girl continued the meditation process. She expected to break through to another level. She had to try harder for that. The girl declared that it was her fighting spirit. She finally absorbed the dragon core and moved to the next level. That's great. The guy thought that it was the fighting spirit of the Thunder Wind Dragon. Now, no wonder why it was so powerful. It was able to reach a unique level. After the meditation, the girl gave the young man the sword and said that it was the reward she had promised. The boy grabbed that sword and rejoiced. The girl said that the young man fought with his bare hands in that battle. Why did he have such demands on the quality of the sword? The boy said that he did not need the sword as a weapon, but to develop his spirit. Ms. Gong was surprised and said it was the first time she had heard of such a thing. The young man said he was ready to show his interlocutor the method when he had the chance. Someone called out to him. The boy looked around and saw that Wu Mei was calling him. The girl was peering around the corner. Ms. Gong asked if it was the young man's sister. The young man said it was his sister and her name was Mu Wumi. The guy asked his sister how she was doing. The girl said that her mom wanted to meet a young man. The young man followed his sister. The girl ran up to her mother and hugged her. The woman hugged her daughter, holding her tightly to her chest. The young man thought that this woman was Wumi's mother. The woman walked towards the young man and called him master. The young man told Auntie Wen not to worry. A man entered the room and said that his sister should not welcome this young man. After all, she had been kicked out of the Mu family. The woman said it was her brother Wenxing. He sometimes shows concern for her. The young man asked if Auntie Wen and her brother had come to see the girl. The man said that was not so. They had come here to take Wu Mei with them. The young man and his sister were terribly surprised at what they heard. The man said that the previous master of the Mu family kicked out all the servants, including his sister. Furthermore, he had heard that the Mu family did not allow Wu Mei to cultivate. The Mu family was recently going to marry her off, against her will. The young man thought that his uncle Mu Jinshin had left behind a mess. A woman took her daughter's hand and did not want to let her go. It was an awkward situation. The man continued. He said that the Mu family cheated the girl and he will not tolerate it. Therefore, they are taking Wu Mei with them to the Wen family. The young man said to his interlocutor, "It seems that Mr. Wen is very worried about his niece." But when he entered the room, he didn't even say a word to her. Mu Yun asked Auntie Wen, why didn't she let her daughter finish? The young man asked his sister what she wanted to say. The girl told everyone that Mu Yun treats her very well, and she doesn't want to leave this house. He spent his own money on an elixir for her and gave her martial arts techniques to help with her cultivation. The young man said, he doesn't deny that the past master of the Mu family treated her badly, but he's the head of the family now, and if the woman wants to, she can go back, but he won't let them take Wu Mei with them. Brother and sister Wen stood on the doorstep of the house. An uncomfortable situation had developed. The woman asked her brother, Wu Mei doesn't want to leave. Why doesn't she live the life she wants? The man said he couldn't allow it. The girl must not stay with the Mu family. The man thought Wu Mei be their last hope. A servant reported to his master Ming that Mr. Wen was coming to see him. Ming wondered why his interlocutor couldn't take the girl from the Mu family. Wen asked his interlocutor if it was true that the Mu family was taking advantage of the girl. Min said that he has been following this family for a long time, and there's no reason for him to cheat. Isn't he trustworthy? The man said that Wu Mei had decided to stay with Mr. Mu. She rejected him and her mother in doing so. Min said, his interlocutor discouraged, but Wu Mei is just a child. Everyone knows in this city that Mu Yuan is using this girl. Min continued, Yuan wants to control this child like a puppy. That's why he won't just give her away. Min continued, Wu Mei has a rare talent in martial arts. Wen said that Mr. Min is right as always. He will come back again and try again. The young man sat in his room in the lotus posture, holding his sword in his hands and meditated. The young man, using his inner gaze, decided to repair the sword. The young man thought that he had recovered the Shaoyin hands, and Xiao Yang Sanjiao's hand recovered as he opened 2 meridians. Mu Yan thought that he would need more swords from Miss Gong. He heard someone calling his name. It was his sister, and she asked him if he was awake. The young man invited his sister to come in and have a cup of tea with him. Yun asked, why did Wu Mei come so late? Could it be that she wanted to ask something about cultivation? The girl replied that her mom had come again. The young man thought that these people had decided to take the girl back to their place again. The girl said that this time her mom wanted her to go to the Wen family for a while. Wu Mei continued, her mother had recently opened a big business and established herself in Beijing. Ever since she was a little girl, she grew up in the Mu family. Her grandparents had never even seen their granddaughter once. The girl said the old people hoped to meet her. The young man said nothing in reply. The girl looked at her brother and waited for him to make a decision. Yuan asked his sister if she wanted this trip herself. The girl nodded in response. The boy said that in that case, he would let her go. Wu Mei rejoiced, and the young man could see that his sister genuinely wanted this. She was glad that she had found her brother's understanding. Yen said, seeing the look his sister was looking at him with, he couldn't refuse her. The girl hugged her brother and said that her Mu Yuan was the best in the world. My sister shouted that she was going to get ready and ran off to her room. She was excited about the upcoming trip. The gate before entering the city. The young man led his sister to the agreed place, and she met her mother. The woman stretched her arms forward towards the child. The man thought, she has finally arrived. As long as they have the girl, Yuan won't be able to force her back to Mu's house. Mr. Wen asked who was the girl who came to the meeting. Mu Yuan said that she would go with them. That's his girlfriend. The young man introduced his acquaintance. He said that she was Miss Gong from Beijing. Wen thought that once in the Gong family's house, one wouldn't have to worry about business. The man said, of course, he doesn't mind if Miss Gong accompanies them. After all, they are all one family. Wen told the girl that it would now be up to her. Miss Gong notices that the young man is using her family's power to pressure these people. She thinks it's cheating. The boy said that he saw no other way out. Otherwise, Mr. Wen will not allow Wu Mei to return home. The girl agreed and said that in that case, the young man would owe her a debt. She would remind him of this when she had the chance. The guy said if she needed help, she knew where to find him. He'd stay in touch. Miss Gong said they had a deal. He gave the man's word. The travelers took 2 wagons to Beijing. The road passed through a gorge. Wumi asked her mom how long it would take them to get to the capital. Ms. Gong, without waiting for the woman's reply, said that for approximately 3 days they would be on the road. The girl was surprised that it would be so fast. She had expected a longer journey. Ms. Gong explained that the town they left from was quite close to the capital. The woman remembered her brother telling her that Ms. Gong came from a very noble family. He had advised her to get close to this girl. Mrs. Wen said she had heard that Miss Gong was training. Perhaps her daughter could ask the girl for some tips. The girl said that in teaching people, Mu Yuan is much better than her. Therefore, the girl will be able to learn a lot from Mr. Mu's family. Suddenly, the wagon stopped. The passengers became alarmed. What could have happened? Mrs. Wumi asked the coachman why he slowed down the carriage. The man said there was trouble ahead. Some of the travelers got out of the wagons and saw that a huge stone blocked their way. There was no way to go any further. Mr. Wen approached the huge rock with the intention of figuring out how this could have happened. Suddenly, the man was mortally wounded by an arrow from a bow. The arrow hit him right in the heart. Wen, falling to the ground, saw the brigands appear from their hiding place. Their leader shouted for them to massacre all the travelers. The bandits surrounded the wagon and with weapons in their hands began to approach it. The girls inside could not understand what was happening. Miss Gong was the first to realize that they were surrounded by bandits. She told everyone present to keep their heads down. The girl drew her sword. Ms. Gong looked outside. Bandits were killing the coachman. She thought they weren't bandits. They're just destroying everyone. Ms. Gong bared her sword and said, "We have to be careful. They are not just dealing with brigands." The villain saw a girl emerge from the wagon with a sword in her hands. They moved towards her. The girl engaged in a deadly confrontation with her opponents. She was swift and fierce. She seemed to her enemies to be engulfed in flames. Ms. Gong acted in cold blood. Her deadly weapon left no chance for any bandit to escape. The villains got scared and thought this girl had a condensed level. She's dangerous to deal with. Miss Gong heard a woman scream and looked around. One of the villains looked into the wagon where Wu Mei and her mother were. The next moment, Miss Gong saw an interesting picture. The villain flew out of the wagon as if someone had given him great acceleration. Wu Mei said with sword in hand that she was determined to help Sister Gong. The girl was determined. Ms. Gong was satisfied. She told the girl to protect her mom and noted that she had a good school. Ms. Gong and Wu Mei were fighting the enemy with swords in their hands. The villains didn't expect the young girls to fight back. The young ladies cleared the road of those outlaws who were surrounding the wagons. A new batch of bandits arrived. They were armed and also wanted to destroy all the travelers. Ms. Gong told the girl to be careful and activated the protective field with her internal energy to avoid the attack of arrows fired by the bandits. Ms. Gong thought that these attackers were very well prepared. It would be better for their safety to retreat now. Suddenly, there was an explosion. A huge assassin spirit appeared in front of the young people. The spirit attacked the girls. Wu Mei cried out in fear. She was just a child, and it was hard for her to control her emotions. Ms. Gong didn't think murderers could be so bloodthirsty, so she decided that she would have to deal with the culprit herself. The girl thought that a battle spirit transformation was taking place. In front of her stood a huge stranger with his battle spirit towering over him. The man stood beside the wagon he had destroyed. Blood was oozing from under the wreckage. The girl with tears in her eyes thought that her mom was hurt, and she couldn't save her. The villain told the girls not to resist, and then he would give them a quick death. Ms. Gong thought that the spirit form in front of her was human. His cultivation level was much higher than hers. The spirit of a martial art can be used in combat at the condensed stage level. But for it to take human form, you need at least the Juyuan stage level. Gong thought that they have a huge difference in strength. Her chances are extremely slim, unless she resorted to trickery. The girl put her sword forward and decided to use her spirit weapon some more. The mercenary smirked. Are these girls really trying to resist him? It's utterly ridiculous. And ridiculous. The mercenary declared to the girl that she wouldn't be able to handle his hammer spirit. A fearsome weapon appeared in the hands of the battle spirit. Suddenly, Ms. Gong's weapon appeared from the ground. It was her spirit beam, which instantly wrapped around the assassin's leg. It was blocked. The girl thought that although his enemy arts are stronger than hers, they are not inorganic. His spirits have a time limit and cannot be used all the time. The girl decided that as long as she could restrain the enemy in this way, they could make a quick escape from here. The girl took Wumi in her arms and they started running. The enemy could not pursue them. There was nothing the assassin and his minions could do. The girl climbed up the slope of the ravine and left the area with the baby in her arms. The mercenary couldn't get free and shouted for his minions to stop the fugitives. They must not escape. Enemy arrows could not reach them. The girl was moving away quickly. Arrows flew past and Miss Gong, maneuvering between them, continued her movement away from the place. At some point, the girl noticed that a single arrow could hit the baby in her arms. She made a lightning-fast decision. Ms. Gong covered the child with her body and was wounded by an arrow in her left shoulder. Wumi was scared. The girl said she was fine and they should keep running away from here. Miss Gong, thanks to Mu Yuan, began to think of other uses for her martial arts. Otherwise, they might have died. The assassin thought he was dealing with useless garbage instead of helpers this time. So many people, and they couldn't handle two girls. The girls thought they had evaded the chase, and they reached the shore of the mountain lake. Miss Gong asked the girl how she was feeling. Wumi replied that she was fine, but she can hardly fight now. She's very worried. The girl said that Wu Mei wouldn't have to fight anymore. She told her to run in that direction and not to look back. Wu Mei asked, "What about her companion?" Ms. Gong said she would run in the other direction. That way the villains wouldn't be able to catch them. The girl broke the arrow that was sticking out of her back with a decisive movement of her hand. Wu Mei told Ms. Gong to be careful and take care of herself. The girls parted. Gong stayed where she was and looked at the girl. She was running away without looking back. She had to hide in the forest. The girl crouched down on the bank of the lake. She assumed the lotus posture. The forest remained behind her. A mercenary ran out of the woods and said he'd finally found her. Now he's going to take care of her. Ms. Gong got to her feet, turned around, and said that she had no thought of running away. She was at his service. The mercenary unleashed his battle spirit armed with deadly hammers on the girl. He asked her if she would resist until she died. Miss Gong didn't answer anything, but only showed a movement with her deadly sword. She made it clear that she wasn't going to give up without a fight. The girl drew a line on the ground with her sword, and a deep hole was formed on that spot. The assassin saw the girl hiding in this recess. The man and his spirit were surprised by their rival's behavior. The villain noted that the young lady was hiding in a hole like a mouse. He didn't see it as a trick. The villain waited for the girl to come out of her hiding place. She used a system of underground passages to get directly under the assassin, and from under the ground, through a small opening, watched him. Miss Gong recalled her conversations with Mu Yuan. He told her that dragons could show and hide, could be medium-sized and huge, short and long. The spring equinox reaches the sky. The fall equinox hides underground. The young man taught the girl not to focus only on the dragon's power. The assassin kept a close eye on the place where his rival was hiding. The girl suddenly jumped out of the ground in a completely different place. She was behind her rival. It was a complete surprise to him. Miss Ganga was unable to attack her opponent unexpectedly. She was resisted by the assassin's fighting spirit. The man asked, did she really think that such a weak stealth attack could work on him? Miss Gong said that's not what she had in mind, and that's not all she had prepared. The mercenary took a few steps to the side and stood where the ground was loosened. There was a hidden undercroft in that spot. The man fell under the ground and fell into a deep hole. The girl thought she had succeeded. The mercenary shouted, and at this time, his fighting spirit struck a powerful blow at Miss Gong. The girl let go of her sword and flew backwards. The girl was lying on the shore of the lake. The opponent's blow was very strong. The opponent's morale was preparing for the next attack. The mercenary, climbing out of the pit, thought that this obnoxious girl had dared to hit him. It rarely happened to him. The man shouted that another stunt like that would not work on him. His fighting spirit swung to strike with its dangerous hammers. The spirit struck the ground with those hammers with all its might. The ground shook. It was like a localized earthquake. Ms. Gong flew off to the side and began falling down the steep bank straight into the lake. The girl was conscious and thought she would continue this battle a little later. It's been 5 days. The Mu family house. The lord of the city can't find a place to stay while waiting. He wonders what to do. Mu En walked up to the man and asked, "What's wrong?" The lord of the city was looking for this meeting for some reason. The lord of the city sadly said that the Wen family was attacked. Their entire convoy had been destroyed. The young man was furious. He shouted, "What happened to his sister and Miss Gong?" The interlocutor said that their corpses had not been found. Therefore, their fate is unknown. Mu Yan asked, "Who dared to do this? Who should he destroy?" A man entered the room and said that not many people would dare to attack the Mu family. Maybe one of them is here. The young man looked over and saw that Mu Jingchan had entered the house. It was his uncle. The boy asked, "How dare he come back?" The man said that Mu Yuan actually kidnapped Ms. Gong, and he's declaring it to the public. The mayor asked if the man had proof, or is it just an unsubstantiated hunch? The man said that he knew everything about this family. Mu Yuan was born wasteful and foolish. He was always afraid that his title of landlord would be stolen, so he gets rid of everyone who is more talented than him. For example, Mu Wumei. Mu Jingchan said that this time, the Wen family came to take the girl away. Yuan didn't want the girl to get out of his control. Mu Yuan said that his uncle had set up this plot and escaped. The man said he had to leave the house to stay alive, because his nephew set him up. He added that he didn't expect such bravery from Mu Yuan. The young man even implicated Ms. Gong. The young man shouted for his uncle to shut up immediately and directed a stream of his inner energy at him. The man screamed in fear and tried to defend himself. Another man came into the house. He said that Mr. Yuan is trying to kill the elder. Is it really true? Mu Jingshan bowed and thanked Mr. Gong Yunqi for the support he had provided. The young man thought that Miss Gong's father and the head of their household were in front of him. The lord of the city said he was happy to see the honorable gentleman here. Mr. Gong said his daughter's safety comes first and asked why the city lord allowed a suspect to injure an important witness. Yin wondered, is he really a suspect? Mr. Gong suspects him without evidence. Mr. Gong said he had proof and told his servants to provide it. Mr. Gong said he had searched the Mu family's house. Mu Yuan wondered if the man had done so without his permission. The man said it was a special case, and who knows what the young man would have done if he had known about it beforehand. The servant brought his master the scabbard from the sword that Miss Gong had given the young man, and said that this was the proof. Mr. Gong said it was the scabbard of the magic sword his daughter had asked him for, before leaving, and asked where Mu Yuan got this item from. The young man said that his daughter herself had given the sword to him. Mr. Gong didn't believe it, and said that the young man was making him laugh. The man added that the girl knew the value of the sword. She could not give it to anyone but her family. Mr. Gong shouted in anger that Yuan was cheating him, and he couldn't put up with it. The young man thought that his opponent is too strong right now. He has tremendous strength and the young man is no match for him now. Elder Gong told the city lord that the young man should be put on trial. The city lord replied that he would act impartially and according to all the rules. The young man told Mr. Gong that just by finding a scabbard, you can't judge people based on that. There are no such rules. Elder Mu said that the young man had no right to speak to Mr. Gong like that. Mr. Gong ordered his servants to arrest the young man. He was determined. The servants went to carry out the orders. The young man made a dash and slipped past Mr. Gong's guards who were attacking him. It was lightning fast. The man watching his action thought, "What is this? An interesting technique?" He had never seen anything like this before. Mr. Gong decided to resist the young man and thought that he was at the spiritual stage. But how could he have such skills? The young man managed to dodge Mr. Gong's energy attack. A powerful beam directed towards the young man passed by. The young man looked back and saw that a huge hole had formed in the wall behind him. Mr. Gong asked if the young man is not going to run away, is he? The boy said he was not guilty, so he was not going to run away. Elder Mu and the city lord watched this confrontation in silence. They had nothing to add. Mr. Gong said he would give him 3 days to look into it. If the boy is found to be innocent, the Gong family will pay him. The boy replied that his sister was also missing, so he would take care of the case anyway. Mr. Gong said goodbye to the young man and left his house. Elder Mu thought, how could this have happened? How was the young man able to dodge Gong Yunqi's attack? The lord of the city said that he should probably leave too, and said goodbye to the Mu masters. The young man thought that now he would have to repair the damage caused by Gongsun's visit on his own. The guy wasn't upset and thought that he would have to meet the head of the Gong family again in 3 days. The city lord thought that everyone was afraid that Mu Jinshun might run away again. Therefore, they asked him to watch this man. The Zin family is having a meeting of the 3 families again. They think Min has done a good job, and now Mu Yuan will die. Min said that if Zin hadn't brought Mu Jingchun, this wouldn't have happened. Therefore, everyone tried their best. The young man said that Elder Mu would give his nephew a lot of trouble. That was his trump card. Min said that there was still danger for them. After all, Ms. Gong and the girl had managed to escape. The man said that sooner or later the mercenaries would find these fugitives and there would be no more problems. The young man added that these mercenaries do their work cheaply and well. Now all the city's forces are involved in the search for them. The man warned that he had booked these people several times, and they never let him down. This time too, he is confident of success. Mu Yan arrived at the place where they had been attacked in search of the girls. He saw the aftermath of the battle. The young man assumed that professionals had worked here. All signs pointed that way. The guy thought that the masked man who attacked him on the roof of the house was from the same group. The young man thought that if the girls were able to escape, he would be able to find them. We should keep looking. The young man determined the direction in which the girls might have fled and proceeded there. On the shore of the lake, the boy thought that there had been a battle here too. While looking around the area, Mu Yan heard a rustling in the bushes. He became wary and looked around. Who could it be? A tired-looking Wumi came out of the forest. She was happy to see her brother. The young man rejoiced and asked how the girl was feeling. He didn't expect to find her here. The girl threw herself on her brother's chest and cried. She said that her mother and the others had died. The young man tried to calm the girl down and said he saw the aftermath of the collision near the rock. The sister told the brother that Ms. Gong was still alive. They escaped from the criminals together. The young man asked where the girl was. Wumi said they were separated. The girl said she ran away into the forest and they did not see each other after that. Muyin said he didn't have much time. He will take his sister home and come back here for Ms. Gong. The girl was against it. She said that they should find Mrs. Gong together and then return home. Wumei said that Sister Gong was hit by several arrows and she was wounded. She has lost a lot of blood and there's no time to waste. The young man agreed and said that they would then search for the girl together. But if the sister became ill, they would return home at once. The young man looked at this reservoir and said, "There is a dead end." The girl said she couldn't see Sister Gong. Maybe she is in trouble. The young man looked into the water and saw something unusual at the bottom. He thought, what could it be? The guy reached out his hand and pulled out a sword from under the water. This sword belonged to Lady Gong. The girl recognized it as the sword Sister Gong used to fight criminals with. She recognized it too. The guy assumed the girl had fallen into the lake and left the sword as a marker. The young man said he would look under the water and told the sister to hide and pay attention. The young man activated the water defense before jumping underwater. He possessed this structural function. The young man dived under the water and began to sink to the bottom. He thought that this lake was not very big. It wouldn't be hard to find the girl if she was here. Muyun sank to the bottom and looked around. There was no sign of her. The young man assumed that Miss Gong was probably not here. There was a double bottom beneath the young man's feet. He fell through and fell even lower. The guy found himself in a room that had no water, but air. There was no way back. There had to be another way out. He wondered, what was this place? The young man thought that Ms. Gong was here and she was trapped. She needs his help. Suddenly, a stranger with an umbrella came out to meet the young man. Who could it be? The stranger drew her sword and tried to attack the young man. The young man took a step into the shadows and evaded this attack. The guy thought that this woman was very fast. Even if he was as fast as possible, he would barely be able to dodge her blow later on. The girl tried to strike the young man with her sword. The young man was able to dodge effectively, but he thought it was very difficult to do so. It would be difficult for him to perform it for a long time. The young man looked around and thought she might be here. His search was not in vain. It was Ms. Gong who fought with the stranger. She suddenly appeared here. The young man was surprised. The girl used her spiritual weapon in defense, but she said she couldn't do it on her own. She needed help. The young man activated a punch, the fingers of 1,000 blades, and directed a powerful energy stream towards the stranger. The moment her opponent dodged the blow, Miss Gong grabbed the young man's hand and said that they should run away from here faster. Ms. Gong noticed that there was no chase after them. Apparently, the young man had succeeded in blocking her. The girl said that she had been here for a few days and had discovered that if one was behind the stone pillar, the opponent would not attack. The young man wondered what that strange figure was. Gong said she didn't know anything about it. The young man took a breath and asked, how did the girl get here? The girl said that after she ran away, she fell into the water and then ended up here. Ms. Gong added that she managed to stick her sword into the ground underwater. However, in the end, she could not hold on and was washed to the bottom of the lake. In the end, the girl didn't expect that there would be a cave at the bottom of the lake that would save her life. Gong said that she couldn't determine the level of the black shadow that was attacking them. It seems to be used to guard the place. The young man said they can only hope for luck. It was their only way out. A black shadow guarded their escape route. The boy suggested the following plan. He would distract the shadow and Gong would attack from behind. The girl said she could try it, but she would be the bait. Muin said that it was very dangerous. Gong stated that she has spent more time here and therefore knows how to attack this shadow. In addition, she has more strength than the young man. Therefore, she will be able to last longer. The young men did as agreed. Ms. Gong took the shadow and diverted it away from the young man. The young man chose a convenient time to attack. The guy made an aimed shot, activating the 1,000-finger strike, and sent a powerful beam of concentrated energy at his opponent. It went straight into the target. The young man's energy strike made no impression on the shadow. It continued to fight and at one point prepared to strike with its blade at Ms. Gong, who was distracted at that moment. The young man shouted for her to be more careful. The girl noticed her opponent's attack, but it was too late. The opponent's sword went through Ms. Gong's neck. The girl fell to her knees near the stone column. The young man sprang toward her. They were out of reach of the shadows in this place. The girl coughed and clutched her hands to her throat. Ms. Gong was terrified. She thought her rival's sword would slit her throat. The young man was surprised. That sword had touched her, but it didn't even leave a scratch. How could that be? The girl continued to hold her throat and yelled to the young man to stop looking at her so intently. She was embarrassed. The boy apologized. The young men sat in the shelter for some time in silence. They thought about the situation. The girl said she thought she knew where that shadow came from. When she attacked her, the girl noticed the handle of the Ling Feng. The young man thought that this name was also a memory from his body. Everyone in the country knew about General Li. The name of her sword, Ling Feng. Legends tell that her martial spirit was called Moon Shadow. This general was invincible on the battlefield. She was also called the General Without Wounds. Gong assumed that their rival was Moon Shadow. She was probably the one they were dealing with right now. The young man said her state was founded hundreds of years ago. How could her spirit have appeared here? Gong asked if the boy knew how General Li died. General Li conquered the country for the leader of the founding emperor, Chang Yunwu. It was a great success for her. The emperor wanted to get rid of his rivals and marry General Li. However, the general refused and decided to return to her hometown. Not many people knew about her decision, but the emperor was afraid that others might take advantage of it. So he sent his men to kill General Li. Rumor has it, that's when General Li finally disappeared. It was near Mount Lian. The young man remembered one name, Gonggao Zhengzhu. He banged his fist on the ground with fury. The girl asked what happened. The boy said it was nothing. The girl added that she had heard about General Li and thought she was a great hero. Ms. Gong thought maybe the fighting spirit had become possessed after General Li's death. The young man said that in that case, they should destroy that spirit. The guy said he was very puzzled. Why does the shadow stay away from the fire and not using her weapon? When she attacked them, she used a sword in her right hand, so it's not her real weapon. The girl asked what in that case it was. The guy stated that it was just a shadow. The young man assumed that if the woman, thanks to the umbrella, is always in the shade, then without it, this spirit cannot exist. That's why she's called Moon Shadow. As long as she's in the shadows, she can't be attacked. Ms. Gong said it was unbelievable and asked why the young man thought so. The boy said because they were now hiding from her behind a stone pillar, in the shadow of which she could not reach them. The young man noticed that when the shadow attacked Gong, her upper body was in the shadow of the pillar. Therefore, she remained unharmed. The young man showed a scratch on his face and said it was because he was in the light from the fire. Gong asked, "So if they hide in the shadows, then the rival won't be able to harm them?" The young man confirmed, "Because she wouldn't be able to damage the other shadows." Yuan added that they would have to light it with fire before they had a chance to defeat it. The young man tried to attack Miss Shadow, but he failed. He said that as soon as he aimed at the umbrella, she immediately hid. The young men, using the effect of surprise, attempted to attack their rival at the same time. The girl launched her spiritual weapon at her rival. She hoped that the surprise factor would play into her hands. Miss Shadow immediately reacted and blocked Miss Gong's strike with her sword. All of this happened in a split second. While the girls were figuring out their relationship on swords, the young man tried to sneak up on his rival from behind. The boy came at arm's length and wanted to attack Miss Shadow. The girl, fighting her rival, kicked the young man at the same time. The young man flew aside. He thought that it was not so easy to attack her. Mu Yuan shouted for Ms. Gong to be more careful. Gong, fending off the attack, thought that this spirit was really strong, although the one in front of her is actually a simple shell. Ms. Gong continued to attack with her spiritual weapon. She thought that there was no way they could lose. The shadow struck a powerful blow with his sword at Ms. Gong. The girl blocked the blow, but it was so strong that the young lady flew far backward and struck her back against the column. The heavy impact caused the firebowl on the pillar to stagger, and the shadow moved to the side. The young man shouted for Gong to be more careful. The girl thanked and shifted to the side to stay in the shadows. She made it just in time. Miss Gong damaged the column and the bowl of fire fell to the ground. The embers were scattered and the fire went out. To direct the light in the right direction to organize the attack, the young man used the internal energy emanating from his fingers. With his directed beam of energy, the young man was able to partially damage the shadow. Mu Yuan told Gong not to go near her opponent again. She had already accomplished her task. The young man, using his internal energy as his main weapon of attack, continued to fight the shadow. Gong thought that the young man's cultivation was not as good as her cultivation. However, he could still compete with Moon's shadow. The boy was effectively dodging the attacks that Miss Shadow was organizing against him. The young man was looking for her weaknesses. The young man landed a crushing blow using his internal energy. The shadow took even more damage. The umbrella was also destroyed. The young men congratulated each other. They had finally made it. All that was left of Miss Shadow was the blade that lay on the floor. Ms. Gong said that they actually defeated the Moon Shadow. It was unbelievable. The young man raised the sword that belonged to their rival. The boy took the weapon in his hands and thought that he could restore his fighting spirit with this sword. The girl wondered, did he really want to use Ling Feng for his cultivation? The young man confirmed her assumption and said it wouldn't be now. The guy showed his interviewer and said he was pretty challenging. The young man asked what the tip of this sword looked like. The girl stated that it was probably some kind of key. Mu Yuan said that he thought exactly the same thing. The guy said the road is closed. They'd have to go inland to find a new route. The young man assumed that this sword should help open a way out of here for them. Gong showed the young man the huge closed doors. She assumed General Li lived here. The young man looked at the lock and thought that they could try to open it. For this, they have a sword in the form of a key. This sword fit into the keyhole. The door opened and a secret room appeared before the young men. It was probably the room where General Li lived. The young man saw a woman's dress that was in this room. Gong said, obviously, General Li's spirit was attached to this uniform. Ms. Gong said the general's bones have decomposed over hundreds of years. This is where she died. The girl asked why the young man is looking at her so intently. She feels very embarrassed. Mu Wen said that this suit should fit Ms. Gong. Her clothes are dirty and torn. Maybe we should try it on. The girl wondered, should she really do it right now? The guy said she shouldn't put it off. Ms. Gong said she can't do that while the young man is here. The young man stated that he was on his way out and would not be peeking. The young woman said she wasn't worried. The young man walked out the door. Ms. Gong couldn't understand why she was so tense. After all, nothing was happening. The young man thought it was unclear what was happening outside. He decided to keep this sword with him for protection, and after he returned, he would use this sword to cultivate. The boy saw some kind of scroll on the floor. He became interested in the thing. The young man leisurely took the scroll and unrolled it. Looking at its contents, he said, "It looks like he has found a treasure." Ms. Gong asked, How does she look? The young man turned around and said, the girl looks great. This uniform really suits her eye color. The guy said that Gong with her talent could reach General Li's level. It's not bad if she keeps the clothes. The girl replied that no one in this country could surpass General Li. Yen said that of course clothes alone were not enough. He showed the girl a scroll and said that with this, her chances would increase. The young man said that this scroll contained General Li's secret cultivation method. He found it here by accident. If Ms. Gong trains with this method, her strength will increase by leaps and bounds. The girl said she couldn't take the scroll. After all, they fought here together. She took her clothes so the young man can have the rest. Ms. Gong insisted that the young man keep the scroll. She thought it would be fair. The young man put the scroll to his pocket and thought that Miss Gong was very strong and had no need for secret techniques. The young man thought that on the other hand, the Mu family is very small. They lack a few secret techniques. The young men, after checking the whole room, realized that there was nothing else here. So they decided that they could leave. The girl said there are no more exits, and she doesn't know where to go next. The guy suggested using General Li's sword to find a way out. The guy suggested the girl look at the floor. He noticed it as they entered the room. He assumed that was the way out. There was a slit in the floor that looked like a keyhole. The young man inserted the sword into the keyhole in the floor and told the girl to get ready. The young man turned his sword and a hole formed in the floor. The young men fell through the hole with a scream. Yuan and Gong found themselves back in the water. The sun was shining overhead. They realized that they could be saved. They should surface immediately. The girl noticed that the young man had dropped his sword from his hands. He could not be left here. He had to be saved at any cost. Miss Gong reached over and grabbed the blade. This sword will not go to waste. The young man pointed his finger upward at the girl, and they began to surface. There was still a little way to the surface. The young men surfaced and made their way to dry land. Mu Yuan said, "Here they are on the surface." The young man said the girl's father is waiting for her in town. His sister Wumi is nearby. He will go get her and they will all go to town. The young men heard a rustling in the forest and looked around. A gang of armed robbers ran out of the forest and surrounded them. There was nowhere to retreat. A hired assassin and his gang of thugs appeared before the young men. Wu Mei was in the hands of the criminals. The young man shouted for those rascals to let the little girl go immediately. Otherwise, he would show them. The mercenary said if the young man wanted to save his sister, he should keep quiet and listen to him. Gong wanted to intervene in the conversation, but Yuan told her to stop. He said the girl was too exhausted, so let her stand aside. The young man said softly for the girl to regain her strength, and he would deal with this mercenary himself. The girl agreed, but warned that the mercenary's morale was very strong. He would have to be very careful. Mu Yen moved straight at the mercenary and told the girl not to worry about him. The mercenary stood there without moving, but his armed fighting spirit appeared above him. He was ready to engage in battle with the Yuan. The mercenary's fighting spirit struck the young man. The young man dodged the blow and changed his location in a flash. He found himself behind the assassin. The guy thought that the speed of the battle spirit was much slower than the speed of the moon shadow he had fought recently. Ms. Gong, armed with General Li's sword, took on the assassin's assistance. She was ready to fight them. The girl dodged the enemy's attack frantically and told them to clear the way. After a brief battle, both criminals were deactivated and lay on earth. The girl did not suffer any injuries. Without stopping, the young man approached the criminal who was holding his sister. He used a 1,000-finger attack and delivered a staggering energy strike to the villain. The man screamed and let go of the girl. Mu Yin grabbed his sister in his arms and told her to get ready. The girl said she was ready. The young man tossed his sister up and forward and shouted for Miss Gong to catch her. Gong caught the girl. The young man shouted for them to return to the city immediately and not even look back. He would restore order here himself. Miss Gong realized there was no point in arguing. She grabbed the baby tightly and rushed towards the city. The assassin smirked and asked, "Did the naive young man think he could do it alone? He doesn't even have a gun." The young man asked, "Did his opponent really think that all these people could handle him?" The mercenary said that the young man survived Shi Shui's attack, and he realizes that his men won't be able to handle the young man alone. The boy asked, "Who is Shi Shui?" It was the first time he had heard that name. The mercenary told the young man not to pretend. He knows exactly who he's talking about. The fighting spirit was waiting for the command to attack. The boy said that he must be the assassin who tried to attack him on the roof of the house. The boy assumed that Shi Shui was the man's subordinate. The man laughed and said that the young man was right. He added that his father had also been destroyed by his gang. The brigands laughed and said that the young man, now having received this information, might go mad. Muyen said that now he wouldn't let these rascals go anyway. He would deal with each and every one of them. The young man was very angry. He said that old and new hatreds would unite today, and justice would prevail. The mercenary assumed that the young man was very frightened. He is very weak right now, and all he has are strange and cunning tricks. He can't resist this powerful fighting spirit. The martial spirit struck another devastating blow with his weapon at the young man. The young man dodged the blow very effectively and did a somersault to his feet. The boy declared that his opponent did not have the strength to fight him. The young man thought that he was going to have a hard time. He hadn't finished restoring his spirit yet, and with such an opponent, he had little chance of winning. The mercenary shouted for the young man to be stopped immediately. It was impossible to do so. The young man was very fast, and it was impossible to get a hold of him. The guy was delivering penetrating blows with his energy weapon. The young man disappeared into the forest. The gang leader shouted for the young man to be shot with arrows from a bow and to shoot to kill. The mercenary ordered that the whole forest be covered with arrows. The mercenary held a broken, bloody arrow in his hand. He said that the young man was wounded and hiding somewhere in the forest. The guy thought he still hadn't recovered. Therefore, injuries were inevitable. The young man found himself wounded in the left shoulder. The young man was hiding from the robbers in a tree. The mercenary looked around, trying to locate his opponent. He knew the wounded man had not gotten far. The fighting spirit found the young man, and with a mighty blow broke the tree on which the young man was sitting. Muyen managed to jump down from the tree and hide somewhere else. He crept up behind the bandit leader. The young man swung around and was about to find a powerful striking blow with his inner energy to the assassin. A powerful energy beam pierced through the assassin. The man cried out and staggered. Falling to the ground, the mercenary thought that his opponent had deliberately planted the bloody arrow to confuse him. He was hiding elsewhere, waiting for the right moment. The mercenary saw the commander lying on the ground and shouted loudly. They all rushed to his aid. The young man let the rays beam at the remaining bandits. All were struck in the heart. The young man sat down on the ground to rest. He coughed. He realized that he was severely exhausted. If there were still opponents left, he would definitely fail. The young man had to cope. The fighting spirit of his main rival tried to make another striking blow. The boy managed to dodge at the last moment. The mercenary, wounded in the chest, rose up and, bleeding, shouted that he now intended to massacre his opponent. Muyen was surprised that the man was still not dead. He said that was a problem after all. He didn't have much strength left. The villain shouted that he was about to destroy the young man. The boy thought he was exhausted and had no strength to resist. The young man thought that the difference in strength between them was too great. This mercenary could not be defeated by cunning alone. Suddenly, some people appeared and stood up to defend the young man. The young man looked closely and saw that Mr. Gong and his warriors were in front of him. One of Gongsun's warriors moved with his sword towards the assassin who was already bleeding. The girls were also there. They rushed to the boy and asked him how he was feeling. The boy said he was fine. They don't have to worry. Muyen said that he had found his daughter, as he had promised Mr. Gong. The guy is used to keeping his word. The man said to the young man that the Gong family falsely accused him, and so he apologized. The young man said there is no need to apologize. The man, a loving father, the most important thing is that his daughter is perfectly fine. The girl pointed her finger at the mercenary and told her father that the man had attacked them. The mercenary thought he had no other choice. He decided to bite the vial of poison that was in his mouth. The mercenary fell down and gave no signs of life. The girl said the man killed himself. In the house of the Xin family, they were celebrating the victory. The heads of the families thought that they had won the victory, and Mr. Gong would definitely deal with Muyen. Zun thought, what if the mercenaries couldn't dispose of the girls and Ms. Gong discovered them? Then everyone might find out that they were at fault. The man said that the mercenaries can't be captured. As soon as their business goes bad, they immediately take poison to protect their employer's secrets. Suddenly, someone outside shouted that the house was surrounded and everyone should get out. Zun was frightened. He asked, what's going on? Muyen was outside. He brought a captive mercenary with him. The young man said that Mr. Zin and the masters of the other families had teamed up. They hired mercenaries to kill Ms. Gong and his sister. The men were frightened. Had the mercenary not taken the poison? Why was he in captivity and still alive? Muyen told Mr. Gong that the faces of the accused had changed. They must have recognized the mercenary. Mr. Gong shouted for his warriors to immediately capture these conspirators. The warriors took all the accused prisoners. Mr. Min shouted that this was unfair. A few hours before, in the woods by the lake, Mr. Gong was worried that he wouldn't be able to find out who had hired this mercenary. The Lord Mayor had said that the man was now dead. They wouldn't find out the truth. Mu Yuan said that it was a small problem, and he has one idea. The young man pulled out a rod and pulled down the assassin's pants. The guy said it's a poison called roll off the hook. If you take it, you can pretend to be dead for a few hours. Mr. Gong said it was the first time he had heard of such a poison. The young man said that this poison is not deadly, but it can only be found in the Emperor's spiritual domain. The guy stated that the only way to get this poison out was to insert the rhizome into the poisoned man. The mercenary was clearly opposed to such manipulation, but his hands were tied and he could not interfere. Mr. Gong said that the Emperor's spiritual domain was not a place that an ordinary criminal could enter. The man asked the mercenary who he was and why he attacked his daughter. The mercenary replied that he was doing his job for others for money. The man told the whole truth. He said his name was Shutong. A few days ago, the masters of the three families came to see him. They hired him to kill everyone in the convoy on their way to the capital. The mercenary fell to his knees and said he didn't even know who was in the convoy. He asked to be spared. The girl told her father that the Min family was already a danger to her and the Mu family, while she was out hunting. It seems they were afraid of being punished when she returned home, so they decided to take her down. Mr. Gong asked the Lord Mayor, did he not know about the murderous gang? After all, he had been in this city for 5 years. The Lord said it was his mistake and apologized. The Lord said at the trial that a gun attack on the convoy of the Mu family and Ms. Gong was established. Shutong's killer was ordered by the young masters of the three big families. All four will now go to prison where they will wait to be interrogated. The Lord added that it had been proven Mu Jinshun had received orders from the Jin family. He had to intentionally frame the Mu family. Yin said that he would like to deal with his uncle himself. The Lord said that he would leave this person to Mu Yuan's discretion. The young man said that he also had a question for the mercenary leader. The young man asked if it was true that Shutong had sent Shi Shui, who had destroyed his father, to him 5 years ago. The mercenary said that was the case. The young man continued his questioning. He said that he had been ordered by his own uncle, and after that he disappeared for a few days. The mercenary said that this was what had happened. The uncle protested and said that it wasn't true. The young man said he had no more questions. He understood everything. He would talk to his uncle later. The lord of the city said to take all criminals to jail. At the Mu family house, a beaten Mu Jinshin shouted that he shouldn't be touched anymore, and he would now try to explain everything. The young man said that we could take a break and listen to what the accused had to say. The old woman said that this man has harmed the master. He deserves to die. The man said that 5 years ago, the family's spies reported a band of brigands that had appeared in the town. The man continued, the landlord decided to deal with these brigands. Unexpectedly, a group of robbers attacked them that night. The robbers attacked them and forced them to confess where the owner was. The young man thought that it turns out another elder was to blame. The man started to make excuses and shouted that Mu Jinshun was the only one to blame. He had nothing to do with it. The young man said that he wanted to know the whole truth to the end and to understand who was deceiving him. So he wants to hear the story of the robbers to the end. Mu Jingchun pointed his finger at the man and said that he was the first to know about Shutong's mercenary group. And this man, the person in charge of running the Mu family. Mu Chenghan pounced on his opponent and said that he was a real liar. The men started to get into an argument. Shanhan said he wanted to warn the owner, but the owner stopped him. They even got into a fight. The young man and his grandmother looked at these men and thought it was time to be done with them both. They have no business being in this family. The elderly woman said, the shame of the Mu family is that these two became its elders. The young man said he had heard enough of this nonsense. Now he had to prepare for the family court. The servants dragged the two men outside. They struggled and pointed fingers at each other. Each tried to defend himself. The old woman asked the young man for permission to execute the two men. After 5 years, the soul of the past master will finally rest in peace. The young man said it's not that simple. There are some problems. The young man said that Mu Jinshun's words were mostly trustworthy, except for when he was self-reproving himself. Shutong's group deliberately let the spies find out everything about them and then took advantage to find out where the master was. The conspiracy was set up from the beginning. The woman said that Shutong just kills people for money. Why would he plot against the Mu family? The elder asked, who else could be behind this? The young man said he's trying to figure it out. He's also confused about the poison, which he can't get that easily. A guard at the prison heard someone knocking on the door. He decided to check who it was. On the doorstep was Mu Yuan. The young man was asked why he decided to come here so late. The boy said that he had doubts and wanted to investigate personally. The guard said that the city lord and the Mu family's master could come tomorrow. It's late now, and almost all the guards are asleep. Wen said that tomorrow might be too late. He needs to investigate immediately. The young man approached the mercenary Shutong and asked, since he had already decided how to escape from here, the lord of the city inquired, why did Mr. Mu start with this particular question? This prison is very well guarded. It is impossible to escape from here. The young man said that there are 2 half-sleeping guards here now. That can't be called good security. The mayor of the city said that if the head of the Mu family wishes, he will send more guards here. Shutong said that he wouldn't be able to escape. His powers are now blocked by the poison. The young man moved closer to the assassin and, looking him in the eye, said that he had one question of principle. The guy asked, where did Shutong get that poison from? And told his opponent to look him in the eye. Shutong replied that he bought from the black market. That's where people like him shop. He paid in cash to avoid being traced. The young man slapped the criminal in custody. He said he had absolutely no confidence in him. Mu Yuan said that this poison is extracted from the plants growing in the imperial spiritual field, and it cannot be stored for a long time. This poison is in high demand, but there are few people who can sell it. In addition, the price of this poison is too high. This poison is hard to buy even on the black market. It's not available in the nearest black market. The young man said that the criminal's strength was definitely blocked by this poison. The mayor of the city said that sometimes being too smart is harmful. A young man said that the lord of the city was in league with the criminal. The lord of the city admitted that he had been appointed to the position 5 years ago, and he had arrived in the city, but the city was controlled by 4 families. Because of that, he couldn't get all the power. The strongest among the families was the Mu family, and its master was the young man's father. The lord of the city said that he had solved this problem. The boy said that the lord had hired assassins to get rid of his father. The lord replied that whoever stands in his way must die. As in the case of the old master Mu, so it was with the young man. Shitong said that he was actually planning how to destroy the family master again. He didn't even know that the young man himself would be caught in the net. This would save him a lot of time right now. The villain rubbed his hands together. The mercenary released his fighting spirit and pounced on the young man with words that he was about to die. The guy was ready for this attack and counterattacked the mercenary, releasing a charge of his internal energy into him. The mayor of the city was very surprised. How could such a thing be possible? The young man said that he was very grateful for Mr. Gong's help. Mr. Gong and his servants entered the prison premises. He said that his efforts were not enough. Mr. Mu had found a connection between the lord of the city and Shutong, and he was amazed. The young man said he was doubtful at first, but the lord of the city gave himself away. And that saved them a lot of time, as Shutong just said. The young man said that he was very grateful to Mr. Gong, because on his own, he wouldn't have been able to deal with Shutong. The man replied that Mr. Mu helped his daughter cultivate and saved her life. From now on, Gong would always help the Mu family. Everyone was satisfied with this cooperation. Mr. Gong said the mayor of the city conspired with criminals. There's no excuse for that. The lord of the city tried to say something in his defense, but no one listened to him because it didn't matter. Mr. Gong said to take the prisoners away. Tomorrow they are to be taken to the capital and handed over to the emperor. A young man was sitting in lotus posture and meditating effectively. He had a luminous object in his right palm. Across from the young man sat Ms. Gong. She was still wearing General Li's uniform. The girl, silent and focused, watched the boy. The young man, in the process of meditating, activated the merger and connection. A partially destroyed sword of enormous size appeared in front of the young man. The young man was engulfed in cold flames. He could not burn. The girl jumped up and exclaimed. The girl wondered, what kind of cultivation method was this? He has such a powerful martial spirit. The young man decided that enough was enough. It was too heavy. After recovering the 3 sword fragments, the body could no longer support them. The young man thought that he wouldn't be able to recover any faster. He must fully integrate the absorbed power. The young man struggled to get up. He was exhausted. The girl said that his fighting spirit was a broken sword. This is the first time she has seen such a thing. This sword can absorb other objects to regenerate. That's impressive. The guy said it was his secret and asked the girl to keep her mouth shut, or better yet, keep her mouth shut. Ms. Gong apologized. The young man asked what she was apologizing for. The girl said that the young man's fighting spirit, it was a vital secret. She shouldn't have looked at it for curiosity. The young man said that he doesn't see anything wrong with it. He hopes the girl will not betray him. Ms. Gong swore that she would not say an extra word. The boy asked the young woman to find him more swords to restore his spirit. The young woman said she didn't see any problem with that. A servant came in and told the young man that Mr. Gong would like to see him. The girl wondered what her father was doing here. The young man said he was on his way. Mr. Gong asked if Mr. Mu wished to go to Sanyung Palace. The girl thought that was not a bad thing. Then they could be equal in power in the future. The old woman thought that Canyon Palace is the largest martial arts academy in the kingdom. There are very few enrollment slots there every year. Ms. Gong must have asked for it to help the Mu family. The girl asked, why wasn't the young man surprised? It's not like he even knew about this palace. The boy said that he wasn't really pleasantly surprised. Before he became a sword master, he had already had this basic practice for a long time. The young man thought that he had been familiar with this course of practice for a long time, but apparently his reaction didn't please Mr. Gong. We need to find the right solution. The young man said he thanked Mr. Gong, but the Mu family has just undergone a huge change and he can't leave it. The man said that the young man is right, so he is not angry with him. Mr. Gong said he wants the young man to enter the academy, but he also doesn't want Mu Jiang to stay here alone. Mu Jiang said she didn't expect Mu Jinchun to stab Master in the back. All of this happened because of their elders. The man said that in that case, Mu Yuan's sister could be sent to the academy. He asked what the girl's name was. The young man rejoiced and said that Wumi would be able to go to the academy, and he thanked Mr. Gong for taking care of the Mu family. The man said that the young man is now like a nephew to him because he is a friend of his daughter. Mr. Gong expressed confidence that the young man has a great future ahead of him. In parting, Mr. Gong said that if the Mu family had any problems, they could contact him at any time. The girl thought, why is her father acting so strange? Why does her father like Mu Yuan? Mr. Gong left and took his daughter with him. He asked Xiaolan to follow him. The girl told her brother that she was ready. The boy declared that his sister must study hard in the Canyon Palace, and she must not be lazy. The young man said that before they parted ways, he wanted to give his sister a gift. The young man gave the girl a scroll and said that he found this at the bottom of the lake. It's General Li's training techniques. It should help the girl achieve great success. The young man said he hoped that the Mu family would get another great cultivator. When seeing his sister off, the young man asked to be taken care of. Mr. Gong said it was not even worth asking. In the cart, there were criminals sitting behind bars. After everything that had happened, Mr. Gu was no longer eligible to be the lord of the city. It was decided to take him to the capital and hand him over to the state. Mr. Gong said he had something else to say. The young man said he was listening carefully. The man stated that he had changed his mind and would talk about it later. He said goodbye to the young man. When the wagon left, the young man thought that the Gong family had left town and it was time for him to go about his business. The guy found a big tree and decided to try this on it. The size was just right. The young man decided to use the sword of 1,000 blades and pointed his finger straight into the wood. After the successful technique, the young man thought that it was a great technique. It was no worse than a real sword. The young man applied the technique, the Yuan Air Ring Step. The young man rose above the city and said that he could now see far ahead. The guy thought that thanks to the Yuan Air Ring Step, he could now move even through the leaves of a tree. But unfortunately, it was less than 30% of his original strength. The young man decided to continue his training and become even stronger. 3 days had passed. The young man thought that the new lord of the city should arrive today. The road must have been very hard. The boy thought that out of the 4 families, only the Mu family was left. Now only he would have to meet the new lord of the city. A bleeding man ran up to the young man and asked for help. The boy asked, "What happened?" The young man held up the man and asked who he was. And he wants to hear what happened to him? The man said he was one of the escorts of the new lord of the city. They were attacked by monsters. The young man said that they had taken up a circular defense in a forest clearing to protect the lord of the city from an invasion of monsters. The monsters looked like unicorn horses. The warrior asked the young lord, what should they do? After all, they are surrounded. The young gentleman said not to be called that, because now he should be called Lord of the City. The servant asked what the Lord of the City was doing. He must return immediately. The young man said that she was now the Lord of the City, and he couldn't just hide behind the backs of his subordinates. Suddenly, one of the monsters decided to attack the Lord of the City. With its head lowered and its horn thrust forward, the horse rushed forward to attack. The young man shouted that he could handle himself. The others could hide. The guy put his shield forward and took the brunt of the attack. He held the shield and the monster's attack was deactivated. The warriors were amazed. The new Lord of the City was able to block the monster's attack. The young man said he was fine. However, he started coughing up blood. The city lord fell to his knees and thought that he shouldn't have been so brave. Would he really die before he even reached his city? Suddenly, this monster was attacked by someone. A powerful energy beam was directed towards that horse. The monster was struck. A young man approached the new lord of the city, extended his hand and introduced himself. He said his name was Mu Yuan, and he was the head of the Mu family. The lord of the city greeted the young man. The lord felt ill and coughed up blood. It was the aftermath of the unicorn monster's attack. The blood got on Mu Yuan's clothes. It was unpleasant for the young man. The city lord apologized and said that he couldn't help himself. However, his blood is full of qi, so it's normal. Mu Yuan thought that the young man was bleeding internally. The monsters were not going to disperse and were behaving aggressively. They were ready to attack at any moment. Mu Yuan looked at the aggressive horses and told the city lord to follow him and keep up. The young man was benevolent and said that he would obey Mu Yuan and follow him. Mu Yuan took a few steps and looked back. He saw the city lord fainted and fell down. The young man was seriously injured. The lord of the city came to his senses and noticed that he was in bed. The bed is in the palace. He couldn't understand how he had gotten here. The servant reported to the young man that he was now in the palace of the lord of the city, and he was on bed rest as he was still sick. The young man tried to remember what had happened to him. He remembered that they were surrounded by monsters. Then he seemed to lose consciousness. The servant said that the Mu family's master had handled the monsters and brought the city lord out of the encirclement. The young man regretted that he hadn't seen it all with his own eyes. The young man got out of bed. The servant reminded him that the doctor had warned about rest. The lord of the city should not get up. The young man said that he was perfectly fine. He wants to thank the Mu family for saving him. The lord of the city was in his bed. Mu Yuan arrived to see him. He said that he was not far from the residence of the city lord. The young man replied that he felt bad that his servants had disturbed Lord Mu at such a late hour. Mu Yuan, looking at the young man, thought that he didn't really trust this new lord. He decided that he would have to observe him. The lord of the city said that Mr. Mu is a promising and young man. He is good-looking and knows martial arts. The young man also has a strong character. His older sister will definitely like him. The city lord explained that that girl was his sister, and she must have bored Mu Yuan while she was in this city. The young man caught up and said that he had forgotten to introduce himself. The guy said his name is Gong Jilin, and he is officially appointed as the lord of this city. The young man said that his father appointed him to this position here. He should have sent the letter a few days ago. Mu Yuan remembered how Mr. Gong wanted to say something to him before he left. The boy realized what it might have been about then. The city lord's servant entered the room and said that everything was already ready. The young man rejoiced and told the servant to bring everything into this room. They are waiting. The lord added that he wanted to celebrate the victory with Mr. Mu. Mr. Gong told his guest not to be modest and to make himself at home. A brazier with burning coals was brought into the room. The cook also came in, and in front of him was the carcass of a unicorn horse monster. Mr. Gong said those monsters attacked them, and now they will eat them. Mu Yuan asked, doesn't the city lord need to send a report on the attack of these monsters? It is required by protocol. The young man flipping a steak on the grill said it was the retribution the monsters deserved. And when it comes to being careful, that's where his sister, the best, comes in. The city lord recalled his conversation with his sister. When the girl lost to Mu Yuan the first time, she had an angry look on her face. The girl then thought that she would remember this young man and would definitely deal with him next time. Even then, the younger brother thought that his sister hated Mu Yuan. However, before he came here, the girl told him to talk to the master of the He family when he arrived in the city. This young man is good at martial arts and is very strong, and he should help the new lord of the city. The city lord coughed again and said that Mu Yuan is one of the few people his sister respects. The young man said that his sister was always hurting him, so he asked Mu Yuan to teach him martial arts. Mu Yuan agreed and said he would help when he had the chance. The lord of the city told the cook to serve more sliced meat. He liked the steak very much. Mu Yuan looked at the butchered monster carcass and was surprised. Something seemed strange to him. The young man asked, "What is wrong with this steak?" Mu Yuan said he was very surprised. Why doesn't this monster have horns? He definitely remembers that they were unicorns in the forest. The young man said the horns were probably sawed off and thrown away, and it doesn't make any difference. The lord of the city asked the cook what he did with the horns of the monsters. The cook said that these bodies came into the kitchen without horns. The cook said he didn't know how they managed to remove those horns. There was not even a trace of them on the heads. The young man was surprised. Those horns were quite long and sharp. They had almost killed him. How could they just disappear like that? The cook said that this horse was an ordinary animal and could not have long horns. Such horses always had a calm character and never attacked people. The lord of the city said that when those horses attacked him, they looked mad, and they didn't have a calm disposition. All of this seemed strange to the young man. The young man told the servant to get everything out of here immediately. They had lost their appetite. The young man said these monsters almost killed him, and he's not sure they won't attack again. As the lord of the city, he must protect his city. He needs to conduct a proper investigation. The young man asked for Mu Yuan to assist him in this investigation. The young man said he would be happy to help. The lord of the city said he would gather the guards the next day, and they would all go together to investigate. The young men said goodbye and agreed that they would meet again in the morning. Mu Yuan at first thought that Lord Gong was an irresponsible and rich son. He didn't expect the young man to be so decisive in his actions and would care about the townspeople. The boy thought that this young man would be a good lord. However, Mu Yuan was not let go of one thought. He couldn't understand why these monsters had suddenly become so aggressive. At that time, there were young people relaxing in the tavern. They were having a drink and a snack. One of the men said that their consciences were clear today. Another added that the losses could be great. The man jumped up from the table and said he was very angry, and they would be coming back. The waiter said that these people should pay for the meal. A man punched a waiter and said his food tasted like rat droppings. They are in a bad mood today and therefore have no intention of paying. The owner of the establishment showed up and said that if people don't pay and hit people, they are lawbreakers. The insolent man grabbed the tavern owner by the chest and told him that the reason he was so unhappy was because of the law. And this man has the nerve to tell him that now. The man told his associates to smash everything in the tavern. He told the owner that he was going to taste his fist. The tavern owner shook with fear, but the insolent man's fist was intercepted by someone and prevented the blow. It was a young man who was passing by and heard the noise in the tavern. He said that he shouldn't have attacked the tavern. Is this impudent man really so brave? The tavern owner asked Mr. Mu for help. He said that these people didn't pay for the food and started beating people up. Then they decided to destroy everything around them. The man said that Mu's family are the worthless people in this town, and he dare not stop him. The insolent man's associates laughed and said that this Mr. Mu is looking for trouble. The villain tells the young man that fighting them is a very bad idea. The young man is outnumbered. The scoundrel said that he was ready to tear Mu Yuan to pieces right now. His accomplices were also very aggressive. The villain swung his stick and wanted to hit the young man. Mu Yuan jumped up and walked away from this blow. The man thought the young man was afraid of him when he saw his wuling. The villain shouted that he was about to smash the young man's head on the wall. No one would be able to stop him. Mu Yuan used his inner potential and directed energy beams at his opponents. The villain scattered in fear. A young man suddenly appeared beside the main villain and asked if he really wanted to escape. It's not so easy to do. The villain fell on his knees in front of the young man and began to beg Mr. Mu's forgiveness. The villain looked at his accomplices and saw them leaving him alone to run away. The young man said he was surprised that someone openly dared to attack the diner. It turns out this person has Wu Ling. There aren't many people in the city who possess it. It requires cultivation from birth and talent. The guy asked, how did the man get Wu Ling? The young man repeated he wondered. Where did the man get that fighting spirit from? Then he would be spared. The man said, this fighting spirit is from the mountain. There are people there. The men who were running away from the tavern thought their big brother was revealing a secret. That could get them killed. One of the villains told Big Brother not to blame him for what he's about to do. The villain pulled out a dagger and threw it at Big Brother. Big Brother did not have time to finish his sentence to the young man and was struck by the knife. He cried out and fell down. The young man looked at the body of the villain lying at his feet and said that he was despicable and shameless, and he could not have perished otherwise. The young man tried to follow the fleeing villains. He thought they were about to run out of town. The young man followed the criminals and saw that they were heading towards the Split Cloud Mountain. The villain, who was stabbed after a tavern brawl, turned out to be a local unemployed man. After researching the man's history, it was concluded that there had been 2 occasions when the man was about to start a riot, but there was no further suspicious information about him. The lord of the city, after studying the information about this person, said that it was an ordinary criminal. The young man asked Yuan if he was sure that this person had wuling. The guy said he saw it with his own eyes, and he wasn't the only one. The whole gang could use the morale. The mayor of the city said that wuling, it's quite a rare gift. Even in the capital, not everyone has it. Besides, it requires at least a level of condensation. Muyan said that their own strength was not enough. They used some kind of method. He doesn't think an ordinary gang is capable of something like that. The city mayor asked if his interlocutor thought someone was helping them. Yuan said he could see no other explanation. The city mayor said that they should stop searching on the Split Cloud Mountain and search for this gang. Yuan objected and suggested that they continue the search, because a group of criminals had fled to this very mountain the night before. In the woods, one of the warriors reported to the mayor of the town that they were attacked 10 miles from this place. The young man suggested to Yuan to go further. They didn't find any monsters here, nor did they see any hoof prints. Therefore, they should explore another place. The young man thought that something was wrong here. After all, he couldn't be wrong. The warriors thought that some strange odor was spreading, so they went in the direction where the odor was coming from. Passing the bushes, the young people saw a terrible picture. It caused immediate nausea and vomiting. The sight was horrible. The warriors called the lord of the city to them. They said they had discovered something. In front of them was a huge pit with the corpses of horses in it. The city lord put a bandage over his head and covered his face so he wouldn't smell the stench. He said these corpses had no horns. Mu Yuan said that they had no visible injuries, but they were dying, desperately putting up resistance. The young man thought that something terrible might have happened here. At that moment, a unicorn monster jumped out of the bushes and rushed at the young man. Muyan aimed his energy beam at the beast's paw, and the beast fell at the young man's feet. The mayor of the city called his interlocutor's attention to the fact that the animal had a horn. Suddenly, the monster released its horn in the direction of Mu Yuan. It was very unexpected. The young man managed to dodge and hit the monster in the head with his energy beam. The mayor of the city was frightened and asked how Mu Yuan was feeling. Mu Yuan said that he was fine. They looked at the monster lying motionless in bewilderment. The Lord Mayor asked his interlocutor if he had ever seen a fighting spirit in animals. The young man said that he had not seen such a thing, nor had he seen ordinary bandits. The 2 stories are related. Mu Yuan said that all the tracks lead to this mountain. They need to investigate further. Mu Yuan speculated that someone could awaken the fighting spirit of brigands and monsters. A stranger is walking on the mountainside near the cliff. In front of her, bowing their heads, are several men. The girl says that her faithful followers have climbed the mountain after her. One of the men turned to the girl, calling her Fairy Queen. He said to keep them from being exposed, they had to destroy their older comrade, and for that, he asked for mercy. The girl said she didn't care about their worthless lives, but they would deal with the problems they had created on their own. The man objected that they would not be able to defeat that young man. The girl said she knew about it, so she decided to help them a little. The girl took out the needles and said that they were an order of magnitude better than the ones the men used to boost their morale. They were more than enough to enhance their skills. The girl stated that she had no guarantee that they would even survive after using these needles. Fei Queen added that if men refuse to use these needles, they may regret it. One of the men thought, is there even a chance that after using this needle, one could survive at all? The man said he hoped he wouldn't die and stuck the needle in his heart. Blood spurted out. Fairy Queen looked at the results and stated that at least 3 people had survived. The girl said that these 3 could now finish off anyone in their path. She was satisfied with that outcome. The young man was holding a golden needle in his hands. He pulled it out from a small wound in the chest area of this monster. The Lord Mayor wondered, is this some kind of magic? This is truly insane. To pierce his heart with a needle to enhance his combat skills. The young man reminded me that that villain from the tavern had his heart pierced. It must have been for a reason. It was probably done as a diversion. The Lord Mayor said that it was now clear that someone was hiding on the Split Cloud Mountain. The mayor ordered the search to continue and head further into the woods. Muyun said that he had to go down to the foot of the mountain first. The Lord wondered, what was that for? The young man said that too many people are restricted in their free movement. Besides, they might get bitten by some snake or spider. It's also possible that the enemy already knows they're here. They shouldn't take any chances. Mr. Gong agreed and said that his cultivation wasn't strong enough yet, and the guards were just ordinary people. Therefore, all they would do would be to get in the way. The Lord gave the young man a signal fire and said if there was any unforeseen trouble, they would find him and come to his aid as fast as they could. The guy thanked Mr. Gong and said he would keep him in mind. He also patted him on the shoulder. The young men parted ways and Mu Yuan moved to explore on his own. The young man on the move thought that the Split Cloud Mountain was located in a vast territory. Here he could only count on himself. The young man thought his opponents, this is a serious headache. They are definitely not easy people. They have a fighting spirit. Ma Yuan didn't know that he was already being followed. At some point, the young man felt danger approaching from behind. At the last moment, he managed to dodge, and a fiery arrow flew past. The arrow flew farther away, and an explosion sounded ahead. The young man thought, what could it be? Mu Yuan saw a person in the tree who was holding a battle bow. This seemed to be how the enemy's fighting spirit manifested. Martial spirit, it is the foundation of cultivation. It is usually used as a support or as a martial blessing. There are exceptions, of course, but it is not directly used as a weapon. If the martial spirit reaches a high level and takes human form, then it can be used in battle. The enemy again shot a burning arrow at the young man. The young man dodged the arrow again and thought there was only one explanation for it. The villain did not despair and tried to shoot again and again. He thought that his opponent was not familiar with all this. Mu Yuan decided that the bandit had gotten his fighting spirit relatively recently. The young man saw the new villains. They were armed with deadly weapons of defense and offense. There were more and more of them. The fighting spirit in their hands was an order of magnitude higher than that of the previous attacker. The man shouted that they would take revenge on Mr. Mu for their elder comrade, and their revenge would be cruel. Mu Yuan said that he disagreed so much. They are the ones who destroyed their comrade. It's not fair. The villains said if he hadn't grabbed their comrade, they wouldn't have had to go to extreme measures. Therefore, they consider this situation vengeance. The young man replied that it all sounds very intriguing. His opponents have secrets he wants to know about. The villains told the young man to stop talking too much and prepare to defend himself against a powerful attack. They would show what they could do. The villains saw what the young man was capable of and said that he too possesses Wu Ling. He has a serious fighting spirit and should be treated with caution. Unexpectedly, Yuan had a partially destroyed sword and said that martial spirit could also be used as a weapon. The villains laughed. Had their rival decided to use his broken iron as a sword? The young man said they were right. That's exactly what he was going to do. The young man was determined. The guy started throwing crushing blows at his opponents. No one expected him to do that. Using all his skills and fighting spirit, as well as deadly weapons, the guy skillfully dealt with his opponents. The villains were unable to deal with the young man. The young man was effectively evading their attacks and damaging them just as effectively. One of the villains thought, how is this possible? Fairy Queen assured them that as long as they were under the Golden Needle effect, they would definitely be able to defeat Mu Yuan. The young man thought that his recent training was paying off. His fighting spirit was very different from that of his opponents. After combining the power of several blades, he would be able to use it as a sword. The villain with his deadly weapon crept up behind the young man and shouted that he was about to get what was coming to him. The young man raised his battle sword upwards and applied the ninth style, Snowstorm. The villain was immediately countered and flew backwards, hitting a tree. His weapon was damaged and was partially destroyed. The man coughed and blood came out of his mouth. The young man reminded him that he doesn't use Wu Ling as a sword. Usually the one who tried to attack him would then go to talk to the ancestors. The remaining criminals were frightened and did not dare to attack the young man anymore. They did not think that they would face such an outcome. Yuan said he was giving them a choice, cooperate with him or die. Suddenly there was a scream, and a monkey with demonic eyes pounced on one of the warriors. At the last moment, he managed to draw his sword and stab the animal through. The warriors accompanying the lord of the city said that these creatures were now everywhere. This was the third monkey, and they realized that they should not relax. The lord of the city suggested a little rest. He noticed that all his warriors were fighting hard. They need a break. The tired guards said they were most grateful to their master. The young man thought that ever since they had separated from Mu Yuan, they had been doing nothing but fighting off these animals. At this rate, it would be difficult for them to descend to the foot of the mountain. The city's mayor said he had a bad feeling. One of the guards said his clothes were soaked through with sweat. He feels good to finally get naked. Some kind of liquid began to drip from the tree onto the warrior. He closed his eyes and said it was a welcome coolness. After a while, the man screamed with fear. He thought something terrible had happened to him. The warrior was chest deep in ice. The remaining guards screamed, but the same fate awaited them. They were all covered in ice. Naturally, they couldn't move. The lord of the city shouted, "What's going on here?" The young man was terribly frightened. The boy noticed that his feet were also bound by ice. He didn't realize what was wrong. Terror swept through his mind. The young man noticed that Fei Qin had appeared in front of him. Mu Yuan stood with his arms crossed over his chest. The villains were kneeling in front of him and begging him to spare them. The young man said that everything now would depend on their answer. He asked where they got the wuling from. The men were scared and wondered if they should confess everything. One of them said that a month ago they had met a woman in the city. Fei Qin appeared in front of the lord of the city. The young man asked angrily, "Where did she come from? And who was she?" The girl said she had come to see the lord of the city. The boy asked how she recognized him. The girl replied that it was hard not to recognize a young master from the Gong family. The young man said, "She talks about it like she wants to marry him." The ice in the young man's feet melted and turned into a puddle. The girl said that her opponent still had enough energy to laugh. The guy replied that a pretty girl was also talking to him. He shouldn't make him cry. Fei Qin told the young man to shut up and not talk to her anymore. The girl said that she hated two types of people in life. The first type is those who are related to the nobility. The second type is the nobles themselves. The girl moved closer to the young man, pulled out a golden needle, and said he was of both types. The boy thought it would be hard for him to escape from this lady now. The girl showed the golden needle to the young man and told him not to be surprised. He was going to come down the mountain to find out about the wuling, wasn't he? The young man was fearfully moving away from that needle. The girl asked why the lord of the city had such a change in his face. Fei Qin stated that the young man seemed to have discovered all her secrets. The girl touched the young man's chest and said that he should not be left unrewarded. She stuck a golden needle into the young man's chest. The young man fell down. The girl got up and said that the pretty thing had been done elsewhere and asked how the young man felt. The needle had gone straight into his heart. The young man screamed terribly. Mu Yuan asked, "Do they know nothing but the name of that woman and her sect? And also that she uses spirit beasts and living beings to test martial arts?" The men said that they were just puppets in her hands. They are not allowed to know anything. They asked for mercy again. Mu Yuan told the young men to get up and take him to this woman. There was no point in talking further. In the background, the youth could see some kind of fire trail leading from behind the forest from the ground. Fei Qin noticed that the young man had a pyrotechnic device in his hand, and he managed to fire a shot. The girl praised her interlocutor. She said that he was a worthy bearer of the proud name of the Gong family. The young man said he was grateful to the girl, for she was the first to praise him. The young man could not get up. The girl told the young man not to be conceited, and using her magic powers, she made an ice stump. The girl crouched on this stump and asked how long the young man could last. The young man remembered how his peers had laughed at him as a child. They said that the Gong family's young master's skills were so insignificant that he couldn't even cultivate wuling. The interlocutor said that money decides everything. With money, even if he is worthless, he doesn't have to worry about it. A young man in his childhood was told by his father not to be lazy and to practice more, even if he had no talent for using his spirit. The young man remembered how his sister had abused him as a child. He was told that he couldn't even beat the girl, yet he dared to take her things. The young man thought, to prove his talent, he has applied to this abandoned town to become an official. But after all, he doesn't even need this place. Fei Qin asked if the young man was still alive. She seemed to have overestimated his capabilities. Suddenly, Mu Yuan appeared in front of the girl's eyes and asked what she had done to the city lord. The girl said she had given the young man a great gift. Too bad he didn't like it. Mu Yuan thought that Brother Gong was in a grave condition, and his entire group had already been wiped out. The young man thought that he was very busy dealing with those villains, and so now he doesn't know if this girl still has any accomplices. Fei Qin asked, "Did the young man really have a wuling in his hands?" The girl looked at the broken sword and said it was a disgusting sight. The young man said that this sword would be more than enough to deal with her. The young man used the ninth style, Snowstorm, against his opponent. The girl immediately used her battle spirit against the young man. It was a snow golem. The young man thought it was a wuling transformation. Like the head of the mercenaries, her martial spirit had taken human form. The girl said her snow golem did pretty much all the work for her. The young man once again used the ninth style, Cloud Sword. The snow golem rushed to attack the young man. Fairy Queen was able to dodge her opponent's attack at the last moment, and she thought, "What kind of martial arts is this?" The young man was very close. The young man was approaching his opponent again. He swung his battle sword. The girl was preparing to repel this attack. The snow golem intervened in the fight and, protecting its mistress, confronted Mu Yuan. The girl thought that the deficiencies in technique could not be made up for by martial arts. She could grab this young man now and take him to the master. The girl said that it was very sad to have to destroy such a talented person as a young man. The boy replied that he shouldn't be so confident in deciding the outcome of the battle. Ms. Fairy Quinn said her opponent talks a lot. The girl began tapping her left foot, and ice began to spread towards the young man to bound him. The guy, without thinking long, grabbed the city lord on his shoulders and decided to leave the battlefield. The girl laughed and said that if a golden game was used on a person who had not awakened his wuling, he would no longer live. Fei Qin let an ice shard slip and said that the city lord already had a needle in him. What's the point of this pointless endeavor now? The young man noticed that Mr. Gong was no longer breathing. He became very worried about it. Mu Yen thought that in any case he couldn't just abandon him. The young man applied the ninth style, Cloud Sword, again. The girl wondered, did he really think the same techniques would work on her all the time? The snow golem rushed forward to attack Mu Yen. The girl said that the young man was facing doom ahead. Mu Yen, saving the lord of the city, took the blow on himself. The blow was so strong that Mr. Gong's mouth spurted blood. The young man used his internal energy to use the Sword of 1,000 Blades technique and sent an energy beam straight at his opponent. The girl calmly deflected to the side and said it was a pathetic trick, and it doesn't work on her. Ms. Fei Qin raised her hands up and told her enemy to feel all the power running through his heart. The girl dropped ice rocks on her opponents. The young man, falling with the lord of the city to the ground, saw below sharp ice spires. The young man thought he could not dodge them. The girl saw that all the sharp spires had been destroyed. She couldn't believe how this was possible. The young man landed on solid ground and said Fairy Queen decided to write him off early. The young man, spinning his broken sword, created a protective field around himself. But he thought that now the situation was not an easy one. He had to get this over with quickly. The young man holding the lord of the city pushed himself high up and decided it was a good time to retreat. The young man thought he had activated a win-win plan. It consisted of escaping from here in time. The young man wished the girl to be happily alone. Miss Fairy Queen rushed after him and shouted for him not to even think of running away. Suddenly, an energy beam was released from behind the trees, which pierced through Fairy Queen. The girl cried out in surprise and pain. Mu Yen continued to retreat. Mr. Gong came to his senses and started coughing up blood. The young man asked him to be patient for a while. It wasn't long to reach the city. Suddenly, a spirit appeared above the city mayor. Mu Yuan thought, "Is it really a wuling?" The girl held on to the wound. Blood dripped onto the ground. Fei Kui said that the head of the Mu family would regret it. The young men arrived at the city lord's manor. Mu Yuan said he didn't even realize that the city lord had already awakened his wuling. Mr. Gong said that things are not as simple as they seem. Mr. Gong said he did not plan to fight the moment he was attacked by the unicorn monster earlier. Mu Yuan assumed that Mr. Gong's wuling was practically his shield. The lord said that he wasn't as strong as his older sister, but he can still cultivate his wuling. The young man said that the first time he showed his wuling was in water training, but then he felt sick and had to call a doctor. As a result, he had to stay in bed for 3 days without consciousness. The young man stopped his story and started coughing. Mu Yuan told the young man to calm down. Mu Yuan rushed to get medicine and brought the mixture to the city lord. Gong said he was weak and couldn't handle the true energy from Wuling's awakening. That's what the doctor explained to him. Even if he has wuling, he can't use it. It's all because of his poor health. The lord said that he slowly practiced for several years and finally reached his limit. It was only through this special medicine that he prolonged his life, while suppressing his true ki. The young man wondered how this medicine could affect him now, if the lord of the city had awakened his wuling after all. The guy says he has no chance but to try to survive, but he's not going to give up. Suddenly, Mr. Gong cried out loudly. He said he felt as if there were two wuling fighting in his body. They are in conflict with each other. The young man decided to bring his interlocutor to his senses and began pressing his fingers into his back, sending out faint pulses of his internal energy. Mr. Gong said he feels better now. The young man thought it was only a temporary solution. He could seal only a few points of contact with his hand. Only the woman who started it all could solve the problem permanently. The young man was determined to find this woman. He wanted to follow the villains who should eventually lead him to her. The young man climbed up on a tree branch and looked closely. It seemed to him that he was not alone. The boy saw someone's feet sticking out of the bushes. The person's clothes seemed familiar to him. Perhaps it was a member of the gang of the wanted girl. The young man jumped down from the tree and said he was caught. The young man did not expect to see a pretty girl. She dragged the criminal, who was unconscious, into the bushes. The young man menacingly asked who she was. The girl left the perpetrator, turned around and started to run away. Mu Yan shouted for her not to even think of running away and rushed in pursuit. The girl swung her hand and spread purple liquid behind her. The boy thought it might be poison. He pushed back hard and jumped over the poisoned area. The young man landed right in front of the girl. She stopped with fear. The young man grabbed her by the throat. The girl began to choke. The guy plopped the stranger on the ground and told her to answer him immediately. What does the Tianming sect want here? All the members of this miserable sect are dirty crooks. The young man took a closer look and saw that the girl did not belong to this sect. He let go of her throat. He asked, "Doesn't she belong to this sect?" The girl stood up, coughed, and said that she didn't belong to that section. The young man had mistaken her for someone else. The young man apologized and said that there had been a small mistake. He, by the way, does not belong to this sect either. The girl stepped aside and told the young man to stay away from her. Otherwise, she would not vouch for herself here. The girl asked if the young man had come here to see if anyone from the sect was here. The boy said he was. He asked why the girl was here. The girl said she was a healer. She caught the light of the Wu Ling's use. That's why she ended up here. The young man thought that this girl was not as simple as she seemed. She was very skillful at handling poison. The girl said she followed the trail and ended up finding as many as 3 dead bodies. The guy said he knew these people. They were the experiments of the Tangming sect, and he had planned to start the search with them, but it looks like someone has already taken care of them. The girl stated that she had been quietly studying the corpses, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, this impudent man appeared and interrupted the course of her investigation. The young man apologized again for his behavior. The guy asked if the girl had studied the golden needles yet. The girl said she was trying to find a cure for these needles. The young man said that he had a friend who was badly hurt by those needles, and he is now in a very deplorable condition. The boy asked the girl to cure his friend. The girl wondered why she would do that. Just a moment ago, the young man had tried to strangle her. The guy replied that it was a big misunderstanding, and he had already apologized twice. The girl said she'd like to help on the golden needle formula she still hasn't learned. The young both crouched over the corpse again and told the young man to get out of here somewhere. He is very much in the way of her investigation. The boy thought that this girl had a very low opinion of him. He had to find another way to convince her. The young man walked closer to the girl and said that he had some ideas. It concerns the formula for the golden needle. The young man asked how long the effect of the golden needle would last. The girl said she didn't know, but in general, it could last up to 3 days. The boy said that he had managed to test the needle with true fire before all the scarlet marks on the inside of it were erased. The golden needle had a strange, slightly bitter apricot odor to it, which must have been left over from the last medicine. The girl thought about the scarlet markings and the bitter apricot odor. This was new information to her. The girl said it was definitely Wu Ling, but this medicine is incredibly rare and difficult to cultivate. The young man said he knew a place where he could find out about these medicines. The guy stated that he could take the girl with him, but he would have one condition. The young man asked the girl to help his friend. After all, she is an expert in these matters. The young lady said that she was refusing. Mu Yuan was surprised. The young lady said if the young man helps her expose the Tianming sect, then she can turn a blind eye to his recent rudeness towards her. But if he wants her to save his friend, she still refuses. The girl said the young man now has to ask her what she specializes in. He would only take her to investigate, and the rest would depend on Miss Ben and his appearance before the court. The young man agreed to her terms and said they would go together. At the royal court, the young men had to wait for a while. The young man drank green tea tirelessly. His companion became nervous at one point and said that he was here to investigate, not to drink tea. The young man calmed the girl down and said that it was the property of the family and his friend, and he asked him for help. They would have news soon. A man entered the room and said hello to Mu Yuan. He said that he had done some research at the request of the head of the Mu family. The merchant said that the young man should be interested in Dr. Tian Shen's herbal pharmacy. Only this doctor would know the answer to the boy's question. Mu Yuan knocked on the door. A servant opened the door. The young man asked if Dr. Tian Shen lived here. The servant said they were expecting the guest the Gong family had mentioned. The servant asked the young man to pass into the house. The doctor was already expecting him. The young man entered the room and realized that someone had beaten him to it. The doctor was lying on the floor. A hooded stranger hiding his face reached out for the medicine. Yuan shouted, "What's going on here?" The stranger was frightened and swiped the jug of liquid with his hand. The jug broke and fell to the floor. The girl and the servant ran into the room and saw the doctor lying on the floor. Mu Yuan told the girl to stay here and help the doctor. The boy rushed in pursuit of the robber through a broken window. The girl looked at the doctor, who was in a bad state. She thought that she already knew everything about Wu Ling. The girl pulled out a golden needle and said she was obligated to experience it. Mu Yuan continued the chase and shouted for this villain to stop immediately. He would not be able to escape retribution. The villain turned around and saw his pursuer. He decided to use the whip against him. Mu Yuan realized that he must use the charge of his internal energy to stop the villain. The young man grabbed the whip with his hand and yanked as hard as he could. The villain couldn't stay on his feet and collapsed. Mu Yuan flew towards him and put his foot on his chest. The lad saw the villain lying in front of him without feelings. He realized that the villain had given up the spirit. The young man said that the man did not hesitate to commit suicide. Mu Yuan noticed something unusual behind the criminal's belt. In the royal court, the young man told the merchant that Dr. Tian Sheng had been destroyed. All the medicines had also been destroyed, and there were no clues left. The girl said that although the doctor couldn't be saved, they still needed evidence of the secret sect's criminal activities. The young man thought that this girl did not look like a righteous doctor at all, and she sometimes behaved very strangely. The girl said that the stone root sanchun should grow where the 3 underground rivers merge. This is the plant that was destroyed in the doctor's laboratory. When this root matures, the surrounding water turns pink with a distinctive odor. The young man thought these were quite outstanding characteristics of an underground river, pink water with a peculiar odor. The young man asked the man if he had ever heard of a cluster of underground river rifts with a similar description. The trader said that such water is mostly taken after drilling wells, and underground rivers are very deep. Moreover, it is almost unreal to find a place where 3 such rivers merge together. The young man asked what the man could say about one thing in that case. The boy showed the object he had found on the suicide victim's body. The merchant said this bronze medal must belong to one of the gangs gathering near the rifts. This place is a complete slum. The merchant said that he knew the person Mu Yuan wanted. Mu Yuan and his companion went to this slum. This place was very depressing. A young man came up to the young man and said hello. He said that he was waiting for the head of the Mu family. Mu Yuan asked where the person of interest was. The man showed him where the man could be found. He said that the man did not like to show his face and asked the head of Mu's family to talk to his neighbor. The girl wondered, isn't this person's request too much? Mu Yuan said that he wasn't an ordinary beggar. He was an informant in this slum. Such people usually don't show their faces. The young man told the girl to expect him here, and he himself went to meet the informant's neighbor. The young man showed the stranger the bronze medallion and asked if he was familiar with the piece. The interlocutor said, he knows that this information costs 5 coins. But since this is the first time the young man is here, he will get this information for free. It will look like a promotional event. The interlocutor on the other side of the wall hid his face. He said that this medallion was the identity card of the largest gang in the city. They're located 3 blocks from here. That's where they gather. Mu Yuan asked if this gang had shown any strange activity recently. The informant said that such information was worth 10 coins. The publicity campaign was over. The young man agreed and gave the interlocutor the amount due. The interlocutor said that the gang had recently been buying clean water at an incredibly high price from the cloud split. The young man immediately remembered the liquid that had been destroyed in the dead doctor's office. The young man asked why the water became cloudy. The interlocutor quoted a price for the answer: 2 silver pieces. The young man, without hesitation, threw the informant a silver bar, and the informant said that he was pleased to deal with serious people. The stranger replied that after the water started getting cloudy, many gangs started buying clean water. The gang of interest was the first gang to start buying this water. The reason for the turbidity of the water is where this gang is located. After talking to the informant, the young man told the girl that the gang's location was the most convenient place to grow this root. They are now going there to investigate. There was an acute shortage of drinking water in the city. Many people were thirsty. The young man urged the girl to be careful. They had entered hostile bandit territory. He suggested that the girl stay close to him. The girl wondered if that would keep her safe in any way. The young lady said that she was quite capable of defending herself, and for the future, the young man should keep that in mind. The young people approached the guarded area. The guards blocked their way and told them that they could not go any further. They asked who they were. The young man introduced himself and said where he was from. He said he needed to ask the leader of a local group for help. He asked for an audience with him. One of the guards said he's going to report to his leader. We'll have to wait a while. Mu Yen sensed something wrong. He heard a strange sound and realized that someone had launched shurikens at them. Mu Yen pushed his companion aside, and they were able to avoid being injured. The young man realized that they were not going to get away with it. Armed criminals appeared from all sides. They decided to attack the guests. The young man decided to use his inner energy against the attackers. He prepared to repel the attack. The young man applied the 9th style, Snowstorm. All the attackers at the same time received a decent response. The villain threw a fishing net over the young man and his companion. It was an effective trap. Mo Yan noticed that poison had appeared on his palm. The net was poisoned. The young man's companion was caught in the net. The miscreants put their weapons forward and rushed towards their victim. The guy thought the girl definitely needed help. She's walking into a trap. The young man rushed to help, but saw that he might not make it in time. The robbers were closer to the victim. The girl under the net lay motionless. The enemy's weapons were already closing in on her. There seemed to be no escape. The young man had no sooner gotten close to the girl than there was a pop, and everything around him was covered in fog. Could it be poison? The young man thought. When the fog cleared, the young man saw the villains clutching at their throats and gasping for breath. They were screaming and writhing in their death throes. Mu Yun was surprised. What had happened? He heard the girl ask. Did they really think they could all pile on the fragile girl together? When the fog finally cleared, the young man saw his companion standing there, alive and unharmed. She was looking at the fruits of her labor. The young man was confused and asked how the girl was feeling. The young woman said she warned him that she could stand up for herself. The girl warned the young man and told him that he should be careful with the poison. The girl gave him a pill and told him it was an antidote. The young man thanked his companion. The young man decided that he could use this pill. The girl said you don't have to thank her. She doesn't do it for nothing. The surviving villains decided to apprehend the strangers and report back to their leader. The criminals shouted that they were about to take the strangers prisoner, and all the better not to resist. The young man used his secret energy technique, and the villains were deactivated. They flew in different directions, losing their weapons in the process. Mu Yun scattered all the enemies and suffered no damage in the process. The young man acted very confident and brave. The young men approached one of the criminals and asked him where he was going to flee from the battlefield. Mu Yuan said that he had the desire to follow along with this brigand straight to their leader's lair. The villain jumped up and said that he was not the kind of man who valued his life. He is not afraid of death, and he will not be intimidated. The girl said she was an expert in the medical arts case, so she would take this criminal on. The young person put a special chemical compound into the opponent's mouth. The villain was frightened and did not resist. He began to cough continuously. After a while, the subject's behavior became inadequate. He behaved in a strange way. The girl said that now he could lead them to his elder. Mu Yin wondered what kind of miracle medicine did his companion have at her disposal. The girl modestly said that her master taught her that only they themselves could know the whole world. The boy thought that the devil in the flesh was standing next to him. The villain somehow made it to the well and fell unconscious. The poison had a temporary effect. After the subjugation effect wore off, that person would die. Mu Yun was astonished by what he saw. The girl asked why he froze in place. If the young man wanted to protect her, he should go ahead and take charge of the situation. The young man said he forgot to ask the young lady who her teacher was. The girl ignored the young man's question and said that they might have a problem. If they didn't hurry, their enemy might escape. The young people looked into the well and saw that there was no water in it, but there is a secret underground passage. The young man said he would be the first to go down there and make a reconnaissance. The girl stopped her companion. The young man looked back. The lady said that he is not able to fully withstand the effects of the poison. It is very damp downstairs, and she is afraid that many side effects of the poison will begin to spread through the young man's body. The girl gave the young man another pill and told him that it was a pill that would suppress the poison. This pill would prevent the young man from being poisoned by any poison for 2 hours. The girl said that considering the young man's zeal to protect her, it's a pill-worthy reward. The guy took a pill and thought the girl posed the question in an interesting way. The young man didn't say anything, but just silently swallowed the pill. He didn't want to take any chances in the dungeon with poisons. The young men went down into the well together, and the two of them went exploring. The girl asked her companion if he could smell any odor. The young man blew his nose and sniffed. He said he could smell some foreign odor in the air, and that suspiciously. The girl said that there were smells of medicinal herbs here, and these smells were getting stronger and stronger. The girl said that there were smells of medicinal herbs here, and the smells were getting stronger and stronger. The girl notices that there is darkness ahead of them, and she doesn't understand where they should go next. The young man notices that the darkness is not good for them. The enemy could attack them anywhere and at any convenient time. The young man got creative and used his inner energy to light up the space. The girl marveled and said that the young man could use his martial arts even in this way. The young man said that he has a luminous golden aura and is looking for different ways to use it, to be versatile. The young man noticed some glowing signs on the wall ahead. The young man thought it was suspicious and assumed that they had been discovered. The young man heard a voice speaking to him. The voice told Mu Yuan that whichever way to heaven he chose, he would still go to hell. The young man asked who was speaking to him and why he was hiding. An unfamiliar voice said that the young man was about to die. The number of luminous signs increased. The young man pressed the girl harder against him and said that they should leave here immediately. He turned around and started to lead the girl in the opposite direction. An unfamiliar voice asked, wondering if they had decided to escape. Unfortunately, they were too late to scramble. The young man saw in time that a huge number of swords flew at the young men. The boy shouted for the girl to hold on to him tighter. Suddenly there was an explosion, and a thick dark fog enveloped the entire dungeon. The stranger said that this number of swords was enough to make a scythe out of a young man. When the fog cleared, it became apparent that the young men were unharmed. All the swords were lying on the ground. Mu Yuan said that he could not be defeated by such a cheap trick. The girl thought the young man was using himself as a shield to protect her. The girl saw that the young man was wounded. She said that these wounds needed to be treated immediately. The boy said not now. They have bigger problems than his wounds. The young man had a plan, but he thought that this attack would not be enough to finish off his opponent. The boy looked forward and smiled. His opponent was wrong to think he could fool him. The young man thought that the unknown opponent could move through the glowing signs, but his physical body was definitely not here. The young man heard the unknown opponent decide to make another attack and told the girl to be extremely careful now. The young man applied a special ninth style in defense. He started waving his arms very intensely and creating a protective field. Mu Yuan once again created a protective fog around himself. The villain thought, does the young man really think he can survive just by creating a protective fog around him? This is a great arrogance. The young man shouted for the girl to duck, and he ducked to the side. A sharp sword flew past them at the same moment. The young man saw through the fog that sharp swords were surrounding them on all sides. He thought that the criminal had blocked their entrance with his knives. The boy thought that sooner or later, this confrontation would have come sooner or later. The young lady was partial and asked how the young man felt about his wounds. The young man said he feels fine, and he knows a way to defeat this invisible criminal. The steam settling on the walls began to turn into water droplets. The villain didn't expect that. The young man reminded him that clouds are made of water. Moreover, he already knows where the villain is hiding. The villain realized he had been discovered and decided to change his location. He found the only place he could hide. The man saw the looming cloud and realized that Mu Yuan was approaching him. The criminal shouted for the young man to stay out of his way. Otherwise, he would definitely regret it this time. The young man used his energy weapon at this moment and unleashed a staggering sword directly into the opponent's neck. The villain was stunned. The young man came out of the fog and said that the clouds hid all the magic attacks, but not the sounds someone made. Based on that, figuring out his location was quite easy. The young men approached the terrified villain and said enough of this circus. The girl drew the young man's attention to the unnaturally colored river. The guy stated that this water is colored by the root they are looking for. It looks like that root is being grown around here somewhere. Suddenly, the young man felt the knife stabbed into his back. The boy cried out in pain and raised his hand. He pulled the broken knife blade from his back. Blood rushed in all directions. The young man told them where to go next. His companion wondered where he was going to go with such wounds. The young man said he didn't even feel any pain and not to worry about it. The young man threw away the instrument of crime and rushed with the girl to the exit. The girl stated that the young man was humiliating her as a healer. He should stop immediately and let her treat his wounds. The escaped perpetrator was lying on the ground. Blood was gushing out from under him. The man was surrounded by some people. Someone in a hoodie stated that the head of the Mu family had somehow managed to escape from here. There was a Faye Quinn in the hood. She said the enemy could break in here at any moment, and the gang's men might already be here. The man approached the girl and called her a priest. He asked for help to avenge his brothers. He wanted to catch Mu Yuan. The girl said she would give the man that opportunity. The man thanked the priest and bowed to her. Faye Queen left, saying that all this man needs to do is use a golden needle and hope for success. She, in turn, hopes he doesn't let her down. The man took out a golden needle, clenched his fist, and said the name, Mu Yuan. He shouted that he wanted to crush Mu Yuan and stuck the needle into his heart. In a deep dungeon, the confluence of 3 rivers, several people with a cart are doing some work. People wearing masks observe the medicinal plants that are found at the confluence of these rivers. Mu Yuan, hiding behind a huge rock, is watching the scene. He doesn't want to reveal himself until later. At this point, the girl, without wasting time, treated the young man's wounds. She tells the young man to confess immediately. She assumes that all this time, he had been suffering from these wounds. How long was he going to put up with all this? The girl warned if the young man died from an infection that got into his wounds, she would not drag him back. The young man said that these wounds were not really serious. The young man thought that although this girl was being defiant, she was still treating him and trying not to hurt him. While getting dressed, the young man said that the girl had golden hands. He felt almost no pain at all. The girl told the young man to stop flattering her and pay attention to the strangers. The girl said that these criminals are already collecting medicinal plants and will use them to create golden needles. The men carefully trimmed the top of the plants and placed it all in the cart. The strangers, having filled their containers, said that now they had to create medicine. They had enough plants in their cart to prepare medicines. After the whole cart is loaded, it will be sent to the furnace to create the cure. They decided to go for the main medicine now. The young man noted that these people were going after the main medicine. It would be a good idea to follow them. The girl thought that it looked like the passageway where the men had hidden led to the cultivation site of the very same medicine. The plant gatherers approached the secret door. It had a highly intelligent defense system. There was a glowing protective barrier in the passageway that prevented entry to the other side. The man had to turn off this protective barrier so that he could penetrate further. One of them rested his hand on a certain spot in the rock. The protective barrier was immediately extinguished. At this moment, these men were struck by the energy sword that Mu Yuan released. The men fell down dead. The young man said these men had better protect the medicine since it was so unusual. The girl looked through the passage and said, "There are only rocks inside. It looks like that medicine is not a plant." The young men continued their journey onward. The young man saw a light ahead. He thought that the medicine was there. As they got closer, the young man and girl saw a huge flower ahead. It struck their imagination. The young men saw beasts fighting with each other. They were wolves, bears, birds of prey, and reptiles. This huge flower grew at the top of a grandiose tree. At the base of this trunk, wild predators were squaring off. They were fighting for the right to possess this plant. All these predators were monsters. A giant insect, fighting a wild boar, struck it. The boar fell down dead. Under the wild boar, magic signs lit up on the ground. The young men noticed some kind of liquid dripping down from this huge flower. The girl said she understood everything now. The young man asked what. The girl said that this black lotus causes spirit animals to fight each other with incredible ferocity. An already dead spirit animal also falls under the influence of the Black Lotus. They turn into monsters. The girl said that the Black Lotus is a kind of core that absorbs all the nutrients around it. From the liquid inside the petals, make golden needles. The girl said that if she could get her hands on that liquid, she could prepare an antidote. The guy stated that the Black Lotus, that's their target. The young man showed them how they could get to the flower. The young man said that those people must be on their way to the flower right now to collect the dew. The young men said they had to hurry and quickly rush down this road straight to the Black Lotus. Suddenly, there was a loud roar, and scary monsters appeared. They rushed towards the young people. Mu Yuan said badly, "They've been spotted. We must do something immediately." The girl said she would collect the dew herself, and the young man must stop these animals. The young person decided that this was a fair division of affairs. The girl warned that these beasts were very poisonous. But since the young man had taken the antidote, he would be all right. The young man thought that some pitiful spirit beasts would not be enough to poison him. They were scorpion-like beasts. The young man tried to dodge their attacks while delivering striking blows to these beasts. The young man spared no energy and strength. The monsters screamed, stood on their hind legs, but could do nothing to the young man. The boy was elusive. The girl thought he was doing a great job of dodging the poisonous sting. I guess she had been worried for nothing. Suddenly, a huge green snake appeared above the girl. The young woman noticed it, but it was too late. The girl tried to chase the snake away and sprayed the poisonous liquid around her. The snake looked out through the venom pores, and the girl thought that the snake was not afraid of this poison. The snake wrapped its body around the girl and squeezed her. The girl screamed in fear. In the next moment, a powerful energy beam severed the snake's head. It was Yuan who reacted in time. The decapitated snake loosened its grip and the girl fell. The young man, oblivious to the dangerous animals, ran up and caught the girl in his arms. He asked if she was all right. The girl was crying with fear. The young man saw the bite marks of a poisonous snake on the girl's leg. At that moment, the terrifying beast began to approach the young people. At the same time, it made a loud roar. The young man turned around and sent a powerful energy charge into the ground between him and the monster. A deep crack had formed in the ground, separating the young men from the fearsome beasts. The young man picked up the girl and safely moved away to a safe distance. The fearsome beast could not catch up with the young people. The young man asked how the girl was feeling. He cared about her. The young lady said that the venom from the snake was very strong. The girl felt sick. The guy offered to take a breather so that the girl could cure herself. The young person said that she could not neutralize the poison. The girl's leg in the area of the bite turned blue. The girl closed her eyes and said she was out of antidote. The girl closed her eyes and said that she had run out of antidote. The girl thought that this was the end. Who knew it would turn out like this? She gave the boy the last antidote she had. The girl figured she didn't regret anything anyway. At some point, the girl opened her eyes and realized that she was alive. She couldn't understand how it had happened. The girl stood up and looked around. She was indeed alive. The young man said, finally she was awake. The young man was pleased. He said that the antidote he had given her had really worked, and very quickly too. The girl wondered if the boy had swallowed the antidote. The boy said that he had a very bad feeling and hid the pill, and as a result, the girl's life was saved. The young woman asked why the young man didn't just say no. Why did he lie to her about taking the antidote? The girl screamed. Not only did the young man not trust her, he also thought she would hurt him. The young lady thought that after these few days, they would get along well and even become friends. But now it can only be called a partnership. The young man is just using her as a tool to save his friend's life. The young man was surprised at this way of putting the question. He thought it was a woman's logic. The girl told him to get the liquid, she would make him an antidote, and nothing would bind them anymore. They would part like ships at sea. The young man decided that he shouldn't say anything right now. He should wait until the girl calmed down and then explain everything to her. The guy said he had already gotten the dew, and he offered the girl a vessel with the liquid. The girl said firmly, then they should go. The young man followed her obediently. There was no point in arguing. The young man asked why the girl stopped. The road ahead was open. Why aren't they walking? The girl asked if he is blind. She could not go any further. And indeed, the young man saw that there was a huge hole ahead, which could not be overcome easily. The guy apologized and said he just forgot. The girl said that he had made the hole on purpose. The young men looked back and saw that they were being chased from behind by bloodthirsty monsters. The beasts were pressing the men right up against the cliff. The young man took the girl in his arms and made a quick dash. passing the monsters that failed to react in time. When the danger was over, the young man lowered the girl to the ground and told her not to worry. He would not let her get hurt this time. The girl said that she had already taken the antidote, so she was not afraid of being poisoned. The young man noticed that he had a cut on his arm. The boy didn't understand where it came from. The girl asked where that wound could have come from. The men appeared in front of the young men and said that this was where they expected to meet Mu Yuan. The leader of the gang was holding a knife. The villain shouted for his colleagues to finish off the young men immediately. He wanted to take revenge in the name of their injured brother. The villains, armed with cold weapons, rushed at the young man, saying that they were about to destroy him. The young man, without a moment's hesitation, used his proven energy weapon on his opponents, and he blasted them through with his powerful energy beams. The boy sensed that danger was also coming from behind. He guessed that the beasts of prey must be very close by now. The young man turned around sharply and put his arms around the girl. Together they made a swift leap to the side, and that saved them. The ravenous beast made a leap but missed. It opened its mouth and roared loudly. At that moment, the young man's energy beam pierced through the beast's head with his energy beam. The girl said that her poison didn't work on spirit beasts, so the young man would have to deal with them on his own. The girl said she would take care of the humans. That was the deal. The healer girl released the poison in the direction of the villains attacking her. The men began coughing and choking. The young man was dismembering the wild beasts attacking him with his energy beam like a blade. The young men acted like a coordinated team. After a while, all the opponents were annihilated. The people were poisoned, the beasts were dismembered. Suddenly, the main villain jumped out of the poisonous vapors. He was about to deliver a staggering blow to the young man. The young man blocked his opponent's blow with a piece of his sword, while protecting his companion. Suddenly, a powerful blow was heard. It was a wild monster bull that attacked the young men. The young man and girl received a strong acceleration and hit the trunk of the black lotus tree as they flew off. The blow was so strong that the trunk shook. The flower staggered and dew poured down its petals. Dewdrops of dew got on the young man's hand. At that moment, a wild wolf jumped straight at the young man. The beast bit Mu Yuan's hand where the dew had dripped. There was a powerful explosion and the beast flew far away to the side. When the danger was over, the young man asked how the girl was feeling. She said she was definitely not dead yet. The girl looked into the distance and said that those spirit beasts only attack them and completely ignore those fiends. The boy assumed that those people had some kind of method that allowed them to avoid the attack of the spirit beasts. The young man looked at his hand, at the place where the dew from the flower had dripped, and he had an idea. The young men thought that if these beasts and humans kept attacking them, they wouldn't last long. The young man said he came up with a great plan. The young man said he knew how they would get out of here. The companion asked how would they do it. The young man used his energy beam to direct a stream of energy directly at the black lotus flower. The young man cut the trunk below the flower, and the huge plant fell over. Muin, without wasting any time, began to climb up the trunk of this lotus upwards. The moment the young man was on par with the falling flower bud, he pushed off from the trunk and with a powerful kick of his foot, sent the flower towards the enemy. The black lotus, sprinkling its dew, flew straight at the brigands. A flower bud fell near the enemy, and everyone was wet with dew. The girl said that now she understood everything. Black lotus dew has an incredible effect on Wuling. It is also the best material for spiritual training. The young man landed successfully on the ground and said the girl guessed correctly. Most importantly, this dew lures spiritual beasts. It is very attractive to them. The villains thought that the situation was very unfortunate for them. The spirit animals surrounded them and tried to attack them. The young man grabbed the girl's arm and told her to hurry up. They had a chance to escape from here. The young man holding the girl quickly ran past the enemy and rushed towards the tunnel that led to the exit. The villains were busy fending off the attack of the wild animals. The young man thought that even though the enemies were surrounded by spirit beasts, none of them were trying to stop them. This seemed suspicious to him. He saw some kind of trick in it. Suddenly, a loud stomping sound was heard in the tunnel, and a wild spirit bull appeared in front of the young man. He ran forward with his horns pointing at the young men. At the last moment, the young man picked up the girl and jumped high up. The bull ran past. The young men landed, and the young man hit the bull with his energy beams. The boys said that the passage was now open, and they ran on. There was no obstacle ahead of them. The leader of the villains regretted that the young men had managed to slip away this time. One of the brigands told their master to catch up with the young men, and they would deal with the animals themselves. The man said that he would do so and wished his bandit to be careful. He himself rushed after Mu Yuan. The young man began to limp on the way. The girl asked if he was all right. Mu Yuan said that the wound this time was more serious than he expected. The girl offered to take a break so she could patch him up. The young man tried to explain the situation with the antidote. He said when the girl gave him the antidote, his mind was against it. He thought the girl was making a mistake. The girl said that the young man turned out to be right. She is not such a righteous doctor. The girl said that everyone in the world believes that doctors have a duty to save people's lives and cure them. But her master knows much more about medicines and herbs than any healer. The girl continued. Her master likes to explore the possibilities of various herbs and medicines to find out how they affect humans. Among them, there are a huge number of poisonous herbs and medicines. Therefore, her master was expelled from the sect. The girl said she was like her master in this. After all, medicines that save lives are also deadly poisons. She and her master are studying the effects of medicines and herbs, and she wants to understand their harm, and she sees nothing wrong with it. The young man says he supports her in this. While the girl was giving the young man a bandage, they exchanged a few more times their opinions on what medical ethics were. Suddenly, the young men were overtaken by the villain. He said they were caught. Now they have nowhere to go. They'll have to accept their doom. The villain drew his dagger and attacked the young man. He shouted that he was going to destroy the young man. The young man told the girl to retreat and wait for him at the agreed place. He grabbed his energy sword and decided to fight back. The girl said in passing that she couldn't help him in any way. This fight would have to be one-on-one. The young lady wished the young man to be careful. The villain laughed and said, "Does the young man think he can get out of here alive? When he's done with the boy, he'll run after that girl. She'll meet the same fate." Mu Yuan asked if his enemy had enough insignificant selves to overpower him. The young man drew his broken sword and prepared to resist them. The villain was surprised. Could this young man really fight with his Wuling? The boy rushed to attack his opponent. He was very determined. The young man saw the knife wielded by his opponents and realized how he could have left wounds on his body. The young man thought that his opponent had a very serious Wuling. It would be difficult for him to defeat him. The opponents moved away from each other to a safe distance. They assessed each other and studied the possibility of attacking the enemy optimally. The young man was interested in his opponent's movements. He confidently made specially organized attacks. This was a prepared opponent. Mu Yuan stood in the center. The enemy moved around him, trying to confuse the young man. The villain jumped up and landed on his feet, doing a somersault. The villain jumped up and landed on his feet in a somersault, letting the young man know that he was prepared for anything. The young man noticed that he had developed a small wound on his arm. His opponent didn't approach him, though. He realized that the man was transforming the air around him into sharp blades. Therefore, the young man is receiving these slashing wounds. The villain said that the young man realized very late what his power was. The rogue said that he had now seized the opportunity and placed an infinite number of blades around the young man, thus placing the young man in a cage. And if he took even one step, he would be cut into small pieces. The young man wondered, was this really all his opponent was capable of? The young man launched his energy swords at the villain. They flew around the criminal and circled him. The villain tried to dodge his opponent's attacking weapons, but eventually the energy swords got him. The scoundrel suffered some wounds. This weakened his strength. Mu Yuan said that his opponent might not even try to retract his blades. The young man would handle everything himself. The villain received another blow from the young man and flew off to the side. The rogue fell into the underground river and tried to swim away from his rival. The young man jumped into the water and swam after the man. The villain thought that if he went downstream, the water itself would bring Yuan to his blades. He wondered if the young man would be able to escape this time. Mu Yuan developed tremendous speed and was able to run straight through the water, catching up with his opponent. The young man drew his sword and began to beat back the trap that his rival had set. The villain thought that the young man was able to make his way through with his super cool sword. The bandit thought that the young man, even with his wounds, was still trying to use his pathetic tricks. The young man used his magic sword to create a water vortex. The villain said that the young man is ridiculous. Does he really think he can stop him with this vortex? Suddenly, the man was hit in the jaw by a plant. He thought that the plants had been specially cut for this attack. The villain was frightened. He realized that the plant had released poison, and this poison was now spreading around him. The girl realized why the young man wanted her to leave as soon as possible. The young man wanted her to cut the plant and add poison to it and throw it into the water. The young man thought that although the diluted poison wouldn't kill the enemy, it would be enough to severely rattle him and weaken the body. The guy decided to surface. Suddenly, he was grabbed by his leg by his awake opponent. The young man saw the villain pulling his leg and yelling that the young man would not be able to escape. The villain shouted that the young man had destroyed his brothers, and he wasn't going to just let the young man go. He said that they were about to die together. Mu-Wen underwater used his energy beam and deactivated the villain. The girl observed such a picture. A young man jumped out of the poisoned water. He was holding his opponent in his hands. The girl looked at the young man and said that he had many new wounds, and said that she wanted to fix him up now. The young man replied that he was fine, and the perpetrator was still alive. He asked that the young woman cure him of the poison. The girl was surprised. This villain tried to kill the young man and left terrible wounds on his body. He has a great opportunity to finish off the villain. Why does he want to save him? The young man said that the man wanted to destroy him in revenge for his brothers. The young man got his friends into trouble too, but he doesn't want to destroy someone who is willing to go rogue for his friends. The girl said she would do it for the young man and would not argue with his decision. She poured an antidote into the villain's mouth. The girl said that she gave the perpetrator a medicine to rid him of the poison in only an hour, and that would be enough. The young men said it was now time to get away from this place. The young man said they went back to where they came from. The girl noticed that the passage was blocked, and it is not clear how they will get out of here. The young man said that when he was fighting underwater, he noticed that the fish had normal seeing eyes. The underground river does not have access to any source of light. Therefore, the fish must have atrophied vision, because under these conditions, it's just useless. But there was nothing wrong with the fish's eyesight, so there's only one explanation. The guy said that this river must start from the outside. If they swam down the river, they would surely find a way out. Following Mu Yuan's assumption, the young people were able to get out. The girl said that the young man was right as usual. The young men were met by Fei Queen and said they showed up here as expected. The girl said, it's obvious they shouldn't be here alone. The young man looked at Fairy Queen sternly. He was not at all happy about this meeting. The young man's companion clenched her fists in anger and said that she didn't expect to see this girl here either. Fei Qi said that her people weren't lying when they told her that some girl who called herself a healer was traveling with Mu Yuan. The young man wondered if the girls knew each other. The young man's companion said that she recognized this face from thousands. The girl reminded the young man that she had told him about her master, who had found many special herbs and medicines. These medicines he had given to her, with the exception of one. It was the master's most precious recipe that was known only to him alone. The master brought up the girl and said that he had warned her that she was forbidden to see what was written in this scroll. The girl cried and said it would not happen again. The girl continued. 3 years ago, Tianming came to their house to take away the recipe. She threatened and demanded the recipe. To save his apprentice, the master was forced to give this woman a scroll with a recipe. The old master's many years of labor were wiped out, and after the incident, he disappeared. The girl had been searching for her master all this time, keeping an eye on the actions of the Tianming sect. The girl finished. As a result, she learned that the Tianming people were using the recipe to harm people. Fei Qin confirmed what she said. The girl showed a golden needle and said that these were the actual recipes of that master. The woman said that the girl really deserves to be called a disciple of the great master, but this recipe is not his property. 20 years ago, a huge amount of lightning struck Jade Emperor Mountain, which is closer to the north. Because of these lightning bolts, an incomprehensible pattern was formed on the mountain. Many people decided to find out what it was and subsequently awakened Wu Ling in an incomprehensible way. When masters around the world arrived to see this miracle with their own eyes, the pattern had already been destroyed. Someone had used special herbs to spoil the ground around the pattern. Fei Qin said it was the mastermind. He destroyed the patterns and took the recipe for himself. The young man said that that master had done the right thing. If that seal is the source of the creation of those golden needles, then it means that those golden needles only awaken Wu Ling in a small number of people. The rest of us are just killed. A great many people went to investigate this Wu Ling seal. The master has broken the integrity of the pattern so that the pernicious effect of the seal has been dissipated, and this in turn has prevented a great number of senseless human deaths. So no one has the right to blame the master. The woman said it was an inspiring speech. But everyone knows the world is an unfair place. People with martial arts are allowed to do almost anything. They live happily ever after and don't need anything. People without martial arts are thrown away like garbage. They are not even considered human beings but are used as slaves. But the Tianming sect will restore justice and bring equality back to the world. Fairy Queen said that some scion of rich parents can't understand the importance of the Tianming sect. The young man said that Fei Queen herself treats people without martial arts as expendable for her experiments. She doesn't even know how many good people have been killed by those golden needles. The ones who awaken the Wuling are not protecting people. They are common scum who abuse women and rob people. The young man asked if Fei Queen had ever sided with the victims to protect them. Fairy Queen had nothing to object, so she said that the young man talked a lot, but today she would shut his mouth forever. The woman summoned her fighting spirit for backup. The martial spirit decided to pounce on the young men and said that they would both die today. The young man picked up the girl and they jumped aside, dodging the attack of the rival martial spirit. Fei Quinn said that this girl was only cargo for the young man that would get them killed faster. The girl told Mu Yuan not to worry about her. The healer girl cried out, "For the young man is not going to leave her here alone to her fate?" The guy replied that there shouldn't be any enemies nearby. He told the girl to run away and he would cover her. The young man got into a confrontation with Fei Queen's fighting spirit. The girl thought that the boy was deliberately delaying his attacks to buy her time to escape. Fei Quinn decided to defeat her opponent on her own and pulled out her ice blade. She fought the young man one-on-one. It was a confrontation between an ice blade and a broken ball. Fairy Queen was surprised that the young man could use Wu Ling like a sword. She said that the young man intrigued her more and more. The guy smiled and said he wasn't interested in old women on principle. Fei Quinn became angry at these words and attacked the young man with fury. The young man used his split sword to block this attack and shattered his opponent's ice blade. The woman was surprised. How was this possible? She thought that this young man had become much stronger after their last encounter. That's why he decided to get rid of that girl now, so that she wouldn't bother him. The woman thought that compared to the past fights, the young man's strength had increased tremendously. Fairy Queen didn't understand how the young man was able to accomplish this in such a short period of time. The guy figured that he wasn't in the best shape right now and wasn't likely to last much longer. He'd have to finish her off with one attack. The young man, using his Wu Ling as a weapon, repelled his opponent's martial spirit attack and said that the icy snow attacks posed no danger to him. The young man suddenly changed and made a swift attack on his opponent's morale. He destroyed that monster with a single blow. The young man was holding a sword. This was his fighting spirit. Wu Ling. The sword was completely intact. The opponent noticed the changes that had happened to the young man's weapon. Fairy Queen realized everything and screamed in terror. She realized that she couldn't win this fight. The girl was sitting lonely under a big tree waiting for Mu Yuan. She hoped that the young man would find her. The girl felt that someone was watching her. She was startled, shuddered, and turned her head. The young lady shouted, "Who is there?" An injured young man appeared from behind a tree. His clothes were torn to shreds. The young man looked tired and was holding on to a tree. The girl rushed to meet him and asked him how he had gotten to this point. The boy said that lady was really crazy. He barely got away from her. The girl took the young man under her arms and asked, "Turns out he had beaten her?" The young man nodded affirmatively in response. He didn't even have the strength to speak. Losing consciousness, Fei thought that such swordsmanship was simply impossible without years of training. Fei Quinn was bleeding. This fight was hers to lose. The woman was lying alone in the forest clearing and thought that Mu Yuan was full of secrets. There was no way she wanted to just let him go. The lord of the city was lying on a pillow. He was spoon-fed. He was a poor, sick man. The young man asked the girl healer if the cure had worked. The girl said nervously. Did the young man still doubt her as a healer? The boy said of course he didn't doubt anything. The girl asked the young man to close the door on the other side and not to distract her with trivial matters. The young man thought that they still managed to save Brother Gong, the Lord Mayor of this city. But there was still no word from the Tianming sect. The boy thought that he couldn't solve the impending problem without help. The young man thought that this city was no longer enough for him to improve his cultivation progress. If he wanted to become stronger, he just had to solve this problem. The young man saw Madame Gong appear on the doorstep. She asked him what condition her brother was in. The young man said that the healer was doing his best to cure the young man. All they have to do is wait. The girl said her father had gotten news from the young man, but something didn't add up. She heard that her brother was in danger and asked to be released. The girl asked the young man to retell the story, because she's not following the thread of events. After a long and emotional story, the girl thanked Mu Yuan. She said that he had saved her brother's life again. Her family is incredibly indebted to him. The young man said that the girl was exaggerating his merits too much. The healer girl should be thanked for everything this time. She's in the house right now. The guy added, although this girl is from a hostile sect, but she has a strange character. The girl heard the young man's last sentence. It cost him. The guy said there was a little misunderstanding. You didn't have to be so handsy in the first place. Ms. Gong asked how her brother's feeling now. The girl said that she was completely rid of the harmful effects of the golden needle. So the young man's body will be cured soon. It's a pity she can't say the same for his fighting spirit. The girl added that if the young man didn't practice his martial arts or use Wu Ling, there shouldn't be any problems. The girl said that her brother may not seem like that, but he has a very strong character. The girl said that unfortunately, it was better for the young man to forget about cultivation this time. That way, he could preserve his health. The healer girl asked, is there really such a dire need for Wu Ling? The doctor added that if his body was so hungry for Wu Ling, she might have one solution. Ms. Gong asked, and what was the solution? The young man was curious to know too. The girl said there's not much to hope for. She said only perhaps, didn't she? The solution is in the east, in the sea. In that sea, there is a floating island called Fuyan Island. There is a huge green tree on that island. The fruit of this tree can enhance people's spiritual state. Perhaps it can help the young man strengthen his fighting spirit. The girl added that it was just a legend. In fact, no one has ever found this island. Mu Yun said that they would do it, and he even knew where to start. The mayor of the city woke up and asked Qin Chuan's sister if she had been near him for a long time. The girl said that now she would be here permanently for a while, because the sister and Mu Yuan had gone on a trip. The young men reached the coast. They looked for a free boat. The girl at the boatman's house said money was no problem for her. Miss Gong told the boatman if he would take her to the high seas, she would give him as much money as he wished. The boatman said it wasn't him, it was the weather. There's a storm coming offshore. If you go there now, you may not come back. The old man said he thought the girl was smart enough to realize that. Mu Yun stated that in that case, he had a better idea. The young man said they were ready to buy one of his boats from the boatman, and they would go to the high seas by themselves. The old man agreed. He said they could go to sea, but then they shouldn't blame him for not warning them. The girl declared that she didn't know much about the sea. Isn't it too dangerous to go alone without a companion? And in principle, she wouldn't mind waiting for the sea to calm down. The young man said that that island has an unusual location, and it is very far away from land. Only in such weather they have a chance to get to that island. The young men went out to sea on their own. The girl said that the young man was very knowledgeable about this island. Qing Chuan said that no one had ever entered this island before. How could the young man know all this? The guy said he read it in one of the ancient books he found in the family library. The girl thought that the young man had taken past information from ancient books as well. How many valuable books are there in the Mu family's library? The guy thought the only reason he was so knowledgeable about this island was because this island was created by Mu Yuan. The guy remembered that in a past life, he had slain a giant sea whale. This whale was very huge. After it was destroyed, it was no longer a whale. The body of that whale became the island of Fuyan, and a tree grew on it. Since that whale was full of spiritual energy, it was just the perfect condition for that giant tree to sprout. The guy didn't expect this island to last this long. To top it all off, he had left something in that tree. In addition to picking fruit for Gong, he would take the 4 parts of the east from there. A storm was raging on the sea. The ship was tossed about on the waves like a splinter. The girl came out of the cabin and asked what was going on. There was something scraping along the side of the ship with its claws. It was a sea serpent. It came out of the water and rose above the ship. The young man immediately used his energy beam to strike the sea serpent, aiming the beam directly at its head. The boy told the girl to be careful. This serpent is not alone here. The heads of several more kites emerged from the water. They all growled and glared menacingly at the small craft. Ms. Gong kept her sword at the ready. She was ready to confront the sea serpents at any moment. From a bird's eye view, 3 snakes could be seen swimming around the ship. In even deeper water, the shadow of a huge monster could be seen. Ms. Gong saw that shadow and asked what kind of monster was that. The young man said that they must now exercise the utmost caution and stay out of trouble. The monster swung its tail and hit the ship. The ship flew into the air and flew off to the side. The young man managed to catch his companion, and they jumped far upward. The ship landed safely again. The young man, holding the girl close to him and bouncing on the waves, made his way back to the ship. The young men from the ship observed the monster. They concluded that this animal had a huge tail. It could reach into the clouds. The young man said that this monster is called Snake Dragon, and it is the only one of its kind. It is also the ancestor of the Wind Dragon. The differences between them are as vast as heaven and earth. The young man said they couldn't stay here long. They needed to get to the island faster. As time went on, the sea kites around the ship became more and more numerous. This was noticed by the ship's passengers. It seemed strange to the young man. This area was not the usual habitat for such kites. There had never been so many of them here before. Something must have happened. Ms. Gong saw some girl flying in the air. This girl flew past the kites that opened their mouths at the appearance of this girl. The strange girl waved her hand and shouted to the young men. The girl began to fall into the water and scream convulsively. The sea snake rushed after her, hoping to grab the girl. The young man grabbed the strange girl in his arms and saved her from falling. The guy said he's leaving the sea kites for Ms. Gong. He's going to help this girl himself. Ms. Gong told the young man that she would take on the sea serpents. The girl released her spirit animal. It was a huge green dragon. Sea serpents circled around the ship. Their ring was shrinking. The girl that Mu Yuan saved asked, "Who are they, and where did they come from?" The young man said that they had sailed here to find the island. The young man asked what the little girl was doing alone in the open sea. The young man saw the feathers on the girl and became suspicious. Suddenly, a huge sea dragon appeared from the depths of the sea. It was of incredible size and reached up to the sky. The dragon smashed the ship like a splinter. The young men found themselves in the jaws of the dragon. There seemed to be nowhere to go for help. The little girl closed her eyes and tensed up hard. She turned into a bird and grabbed Miss Gong and Mr. Yuan in her clutches. Gong asked, "What kind of girl is that?" The young man said it was a phoenix bird. The young man thought that if the phoenix bird appeared here, it could only mean one thing. The young man's assumption was justified. They were approaching Fuyan Island, the endpoint of their journey. The young people set foot on the island land and the fiery phoenix bird with them. The bird turned into a girl again. The young people were surprised by these transformations. The young man approached the girl and asked how she was feeling. Phoenix said she was fine. Elder Jiling was on the island. He menacingly asked, "How did this traitorous girl have the nerve to come back?" Miss Gong thought, "Are all these people really phoenixes? This is indeed a mysterious island." The girl turned to the elder and tried to justify herself, but her words were interrupted by an intense cough. Mu Yun tried to heal the girl and leaned his palm on her back. He said that the girl's wounds were serious and told her to stop talking. The young man suggested to the elder to cure this girl first and then have a conversation with her. The elder agreed. The young man tried to protect the girl and said he didn't know what she had done, but she had saved them from the sea dragon. The elder said that this matter only concerned their family members, and the young man was definitely not concerned. Jiling asked, "What did these two want here?" Ms. Gong greeted the elder and said that they were from the Chunyun Kingdom. They are here to find some medicinal herbs. The man was surprised. It turned out that these guests had come here from the land, and he asked what medicinal herbs they were looking for. The girl cheerfully announced that she was interested in the fruit from that big tree. The old man asked if his guest had heard the legend of the place where phoenixes nest. That giant tree is their home. Ms. Gong said they only need one fruit. This tree is so huge that it covers the whole island. Is one fruit going to be a big problem? The old man said that the girl is right, but he has no right to decide. Although this tree is their home, it doesn't belong to them. The man said that hundreds of years ago, Wuling Jianjun, the first god of war in heaven, fought a giant sea monster, and the body of that monster turned into an island. After that, Jianzun planted this giant tree and allowed his family to settle here. The Phoenix family swore to protect this tree in the name of the god of war. Therefore, without Jianzun's permission, no one would right to give anything, even if it was a fallen leaf of this tree. The young man thought that although he had indeed created the island, he was not the only one in the entire spirit realm who knew of its existence. This is the proof that Emperor Wujan appropriated the island for himself after destroying it. The young man remembered how the elder had spoken more than once about how devoted he was to him, but he had no idea that the young man had been destroyed. The phoenix birds screamed that the sea serpents were preparing to attack again. The old man shouted that the whole island should be notified to prepare for battle. The young man thought that after his rebirth, these sea serpents had become insolent. They even dared to attack his island. Mu Yuan said that they would have to fight too. Ms. Gong said she was fine with it. A girl decided to join the young people. Mrs. Gong asked when she had time to heal. The elder asked the girl what she was doing here. She had suffered enough as it was. The girl said, the elder had warned the whole island to prepare for battle. She too is part of this island, and so she will fight. The girl said that with this battle, she will prove to everyone that she never gives up. The young phoenix bird soared into the sky and confronted the sea serpents. She had to show everyone that she could fight. The girl, using her firepower, attacked the sea animals and dealt with them effectively. At one point, the girl slumped down on the island and said she had no more strength left. She had not yet fully recovered from her injuries. A sea serpent jumped out of the water and wanted to attack the defenseless girl. Suddenly, a warrior with a sword appeared and destroyed the snake. That warrior was Mu Yuan. He was holding his legendary destroyed sword. Wu Ling. The young man asked how Phoenix was feeling. Was she not frightened? The girl was a little scared and said she was fine now. She thanked the young man for his help. Muin said that the girl is still injured and has not fully recovered. Therefore, she needs additional treatment. The girl clenched her fists and said she had no right to back down, and suggested to the young man to look around. There were still many dangers around. The girl said that the entire Fuyun Island is fighting these sea snakes. Thousands of her family members have already died, and there are less than 100 left on the battlefield. The girl said she wouldn't forgive herself if she dared to back down now. The young lady said she would continue to fight, and bravely set out to fight a new battle with sea foes. The tired elder said that they probably won't be able to withstand this battle this time. The forces, very unequal. The old man was surprised when the head of a sea serpent fell near him. Who could have done that to him? The old man looked back and saw his guest, Mu Yuan, bravely fighting the monsters. He was dismembering their bodies left and right. The young man's companion, Miss Gong, acted in the same way. She gave the monsters no chance to escape. Their severed heads were lying everywhere. At one point, the girl told her companion that he had become faster and more accurate with his sword. The boy noticed that Ms. Gong had also become much stronger. Mu Yuan said that this place is still full of these creatures. If they continue to attack as assertively, it will be hard to resist. The young man said that he needed Ms. Gong's help. The girl asked, how could she help in this case? The young man reminded the girl of his story on the mountain of split clouds. He had spoken of a dragon that had dived into the abyss and disappeared into the clouds. The young man advised the girl to use the power of her green dragon and channel its power directly into the clouds. Ms. Gong said that she would gladly perform it now. The girl summoned her battle spirit green dragon and directed it into the clouds. The sea serpents flew in different directions with fear. The girl happily said that this dragon had scared away almost all the sea serpents. Everyone shouted joyfully, and the elder said that Fuyun Island was saved. They had won. Suddenly, a giant monster appeared from the sea. It soared straight up into the sky. All the people on the island were frightened. The elder said that it was a Lingyun snake dragon. It was much bigger than Lady Gong's spiritual green dragon. Lady Gong looked up from below at this giant. She hid her spirit dragon away from the sin. The girl said that she wouldn't be able to overpower such a huge creature. The monster pulled its giant clawed paw out of the water and intended to cover the island. Mu Yuan was not afraid and rushed towards the clawed paw. The young man put out his sword and was about to pierce the monster's paw. He was determined. The young man found himself between the surface of the island and the giant monster's paw. He tensed up and prevented the monster from stepping on the island. The young man said if he hadn't blocked that blow, the whole island would have been wiped out. Ms. Gong, holding her sharp sword, rushed to the young man's aid. The young man was holding on with his last strength. The girl arrived just in time and plunged her blade into the paw of this giant. The sea dragon cried out loudly in pain. The beast raised its paw and grazed the girl. Ms. Gong flew high up in the air. She was kept from falling by her spirituality by the green dragon. The young man thought that the girl was able to avoid the enemy's serious attack. Her strength seemed to have increased incredibly after the last battle. The girl thrust her sword forward and rushed towards the huge body of the sea dragon. Ms. Gong intended to do damage to this beast. The girl wounded the dragon, and the monster shuddered in pain. The monster threw the girl far aside with its paw. Ms. Gong began to fall from a great height. She was wounded and blood came out of her mouth. The young man jumped up and caught his companion. The girl was saved. The young man, evading the attack and using his energy beam, wounded the sea dragon, hitting it right in the paw. Mu Yuan asked the companion how she was feeling. The girl said she was fine. The young men landed directly on the body of the sea monster. The girl noticed that this dragon's skin was terribly thick. Therefore, attacking it directly with a sword was useless. The young man said that no matter how thick the creature's skin cover was, its eyes were its weak point. The young man moved towards the sea dragon's head and said to attack its eyes. A pair of brave warriors moved across the dragon's body and approached its eye. Their swords were at the ready. Mu Yuan swung his sword and was ready to deliver a powerful strike right into the giant's eye. Mu Yuan stabbed the giant in the eye with his sword. The dragon screamed violently in pain. Ms. Gong, using her fighting spirit, went to the young man's aid. The young man told her to be careful. The girl screamed. She saw the young man fighting bravely and decided to keep up too. She too wants to be useful to this island. The young man looked at Miss Gong and thought that such a level of skill could only be achieved through hard training. Miss Gong's talent amazed him. The sea dragon decided to hide in the water and dived into the abyss of the sea. Miss Gong's inner green dragon saved the young people. They successfully placed themselves on it and avoided falling. The sea monster came up with a new threat to the island. The dragon swished its tail and raised a huge wave. It was a localized tsunami. The elder said for everyone to escape immediately, whoever has the opportunity. The young man once again said that he needed Ms. Gong's help. He asked that the girl use her martial arts on him to increase the power of his sword. The young men jumped off the green dragon, and the girl gave it an acceleration. She tried to increase the strength of the young man's sword with her actions. Ms. Gong's spirit dragon was trying to break the huge sea wave apart to reduce its deleterious effect on the small island. At this time, Mu Yuan rushed straight towards the huge tree. He had a specific plan to save the people of this island. Little Phoenix shouted that Fuyun Island was floating away. We have to do something about it. A sea dragon emerged from the water and chased after Mu Yuan. The dragon decided to take revenge on the young man for his eye. An eye for an eye. 92. The young man stopped abruptly, turned around and thrust his sword forward. He used the 9th style of attack. The young man shouted for the dragon to watch the clouds and covered the dragon's head with a white cloud. The dragon roared loudly and rose even higher above that white cloud. He had to look around. The large beast had temporarily left the battlefield. The islanders were cleaning up and healing their wounds. There was a temporary truce. The elder said that this time the island managed to avoid disaster. It's all thanks to the dear guests. Ms. Gong said she was sure anyone would have done the same in their place. Mu Yuan said that the sea serpents are now gone, but it's only temporary. Sooner or later, they might start their attempts to attack the island again. The old man said, this must be the fate of his clan and the whole island. The elder said regretfully that they couldn't keep the island safe for Jianzun. The girl said that Jianzun hadn't been here for ages. He had completely forgotten about their family in this island. Why should they be loyal to him? The elder told the girl not to say that. Mrs. Gong asked, what's the problem? Is the girl discussing the issue of that sword-wielding protector who disappeared about 100 years ago? The elder said that he himself is not entirely sure. He doesn't know if he'll ever come back in the future. It seems this island has been completely forgotten. The young man was surprised, for he was not the only one who knew of the island's existence. Why didn't the emperor send people here to help the island? What happened in the heavenly emperor's kingdom? The boy thought that they had more important things to do, though. The boy asked the elders if the god of war had left any spiritual artifacts, something that would help them deal with those monsters. The elder thought for a moment. The girl said he had left some. The god of war left his Excalibur Tianlin on top of the tree. The young man thought, it's a good thing that the Pull-Lin is still here. This is the magic weapon that helped defeat the legendary sea monster. The girl asked, if the island has such a great magic weapon, why didn't the elder use it to overcome the crisis? The elder said, no way. The god of war left this sword on top of the tree for the sword to absorb the aura of this island, to increase the sword's power. Take it out once and all the centuries of effort would be in vain. The god of war said that no one should dare touch the sword. The girl said that the god of war had long ago forgotten about their family. Why should their family still obey his rules and instructions? The old man slapped the girl. He said that he could forgive her for being unruly, but that she insulted the honor and memory of the god of war, and for that she received a slap. The old man said he would ask his men to prepare fruit from the tree as a reward for the young men saving the island. The elder added that he and his family were grateful to the guests, but there was no longer any need for them to be on the island. The old man told the young people to leave the place. Two young men saunter through the branches of a huge tree. Mu Yuan is hiding among the branches of the same tree. He thinks that there aren't many guards here. He can quickly reach the top of the tree and pull out the Tianling. The young man looked around and saw that there was a little phoenix girl beside him. The young man asked what Jiling was doing here. Jiling said she noticed the young man trying to reach the top of the tree and decided to follow him. Does the young man really want to steal the sword? The girl told him not to lie to her. He already has it written all over his forehead. She noticed it when he was talking to the elder. Why does he care so much about the sword? The young man confesses and says that the girl is right. He thinks that if he gets this sword, he can solve the problem of the island. Jiling said that in that case, the young man should follow her. She knows a shortcut and can help him bypass those guards. The young man said that the girl had probably done this before. The girl said she was already near the ball. However, she could not get it out. Mu Yuan said that he would definitely be able to pull out the sword. He cultivates with the sword, even if it is the sword of the Heavenly Emperor himself. The young man thought it was actually his sword, and it would be funny if he couldn't pull it out. Jiling said she trusts the young man, but he must promise her that he will save her family. The young man promised the girl. The girl thought something was wrong. Some stranger cared about her family too much, just like that god of war. The girl told her companion that they had come to the right place. The young man saw the sword and realized it was there. The guy stopped the girl and asked when she came here to get the sword last time. There were no guards here either. The young man heard someone tell him that he was pretty smart. The young man looked around. The boy noticed that he was surrounded. Warriors appeared on all sides and an elder stood right in front of him. Jiling was confused and didn't know what to say. The elder told her to kneel down. The young man said he was the one who asked the girl to take him here. He should be punished, but not her. The elder noticed that the young man was very soft. This girl has already tried to steal the sword many times. She deserves to be punished anyway. The elder asked the girl, did she really think the defenders of this sword were that stupid? Did she really think she could walk around here unnoticed? The old man said that the girl had trespassed on this sword more than once before, but she had done it for her clan. Today she brought a stranger here and tried to help him steal the sword. The young man thought that this time he would have to reveal his identity. The young man refrained himself. He decided that he had to be calm and think straight. He hadn't fully understood the situation yet. If he did it now, the people from the Heavenly Emperor realm would sooner or later also find out that he was still alive. And then the consequences of this act could be simply monstrous. The elder told the girl to come down from the tree. The old man said that according to his clan's rules, one could not forgive someone who saw this artifact. But based on the fact that the young man had saved his family, he could turn a blind eye. But the young men must leave this island. They will get the fruit from this tree. The young man said it's okay and the elder should continue to follow the rules. The young man said that he too had tried to steal the sword. If the old man decided to punish the girl, he should be punished too. The young man said that the elder should detain him too. He will not put up any resistance. The elder said if the young man insisted, he would not object, and he ordered the stranger to be seized. Miss Gong wondered, had the elder really decided to captivate Mu Yuan? How could such a thing be possible? The girl said that she and Yuan fought the snake dragon to save this island. The old man said he didn't want to do it either, but the young man insisted on it. That sword, a precious heirloom of his clan, and they do everything they can to protect it. The young man wanted to steal the sword. The elder warned that if the girl did not want to be in the young man's shoes, she must leave the island immediately. The girl said she would not go anywhere without the young man. The man said that in that case, the girl would go to the dungeon. Ms. Gong drew her sword. At the same moment, sea serpents appeared and tried to attack the island again. The girl confronted these monsters and began to destroy them. Ms. Gong told the elder that sea creatures had started attacking the island again. She suggested that we postpone this conversation until later. The old man said he agreed and ordered his clan to prepare for another battle. There was a dungeon on this island. It was guarded by armed guards. Jiling and Mu Yuan ended up in this dungeon. The girl apologized to the young man and said that he didn't have to follow her here. The guy told the girl not to apologize. He's her accomplice, and he wanted to steal the sword. Therefore, he should be punished too. The young man said that the elder is very stubborn and protects this sword with all his might. To protect this sword, they would even be willing to send a member of their family to certain death. The girl cried and said it wasn't true. The young man apologized for his words. Jiling said she was very touched. For the first time in many years, there is someone who shares her ideas, so they are like-minded. The girl had told the elder countless times that god of war would never visit them again, but her family stubbornly refused to face the truth. Why should they obey the rules of a man who had forgotten them and would never remember them? The girl said they were phoenixes and were given the ability to soar freely in the sky. Why should they die on this island? But the elder scolded her. Then she suggested that the elder leave the island and find a new home. The girl said all she had to do was steal the sword and slip away from the island, to find a place where her family could live in peace. Jiling pointed out that she wasn't that strong, so her plan failed miserably. The young man thought that this girl had encountered sea snakes before. The girl said it was all the fault of the god of war who made the rules, that her family now had to live on this island. Why did the god of war forget about them so quickly? The young man said he was sorry. The girl asked why he was apologizing. The young man said that the girl had heard him say sorry. The guards who were guarding the prison saw the sea serpent coming toward them. They shouted that danger was coming. The young man wondered if those sea creatures had begun their attacks on the island again. Jiling shouted that they had a duty to help their family repel this attack. The young man broke the ropes that bound his hands. He was ready to go to help. The young man helped his cellmate break the ropes as well, and she freed her hands. The young man tells the girl to follow him, and they go to fight. The prisoners went out into the open and saw the dead guards. Mu Yuan had destroyed the water serpent, opening a path to the coast. On the shore, the battle was in full swing. Miss Gong did not calm down for a second. She used her fearless sword to slash the snakes left and right. Their severed heads were lying all along the shore. Jiling and Mu Yuan immediately engaged in a confrontation on the tree. They were destroying the water creatures that were trapped in the branches of the huge sacred tree. The young man said that these snakes were very numerous. The girl said if they continued to attack as vigorously as they did, this time her family would not be able to withstand the onslaught. The guy thought that this time, no one would mind if he pulled out Tian Lin's sword after all. The young man headed toward where the sword had been stuck in the tree. The young man approached the sword and thought that after many years, he was here again. The boy stopped for a second and thought for a moment. Jiling asked, "What happened?" A huge sea dragon appeared out of the water. He had come to avenge his wounded eye. It mercilessly destroyed everything in its path. The dragon slammed its body against the tree. The tree wobbled and the young man fell from it. The dragon saw the falling young man and decided to grab him and swallow him. The movement of the huge dragon was noticed by Miss Gong. At that moment, a phoenix bird slipped under the young man and saved him. The young man landed on this bird and was able to slip away from the huge dragon. The dragon tried to grab the bird, but there was no way. The phoenix rose high and was out of the monster's reach. The bird got caught in a stream of turbulence and yelled for the young man to be careful. The boy got a good shake. The young man looked down and saw that there were many sea serpents below him. He did not want to fall into their jaws. The phoenix bird picked up the young man and they swooped down to the ground. Mu Yuan and Jiling found themselves on the shore. The young man asked how the girl was feeling. The girl said she was fine. The girl asked how the young man could feel good about himself with his wounds. A sea serpent appeared out of the water. He was going to attack the phoenix girl stealthily. The young man noticed the danger in time and used the sword of 1,000 blades. The snake was hit in the head by the energy beam that Yuan sent in its direction. Snakes were still crawling out of the water. They did not give up hope of destroying the boy and the girl. The guy aimed his energy beam directly at the monsters that were approaching. The young man felt sick and coughed. The wounds were making themselves felt. The girl asked him how he was feeling. The boy said that he had been injured worse. The girl asked, "How can they get the sword if they can't even get out of here?" The young man said the girl should know. This is her home. There is not only one giant tree on this island. The girl said there are a huge number of them, and over time these trees intertwined into one giant tree. The guy said that means it's not the only tree trunk. There should be some space inside it, and thanks to that, they can get right to the top of the tree. Jiling said it could work. The girl wondered how the young man knew all this. He hadn't even spent a day on this island. The young man said he just saw a tree trunk, and it seemed kind of strange to him, so he made an assumption. The girl said that the young man was very observant because it was not easy to see. The boy stated that this is a common thing for a warrior. The young man assumed that someone had chopped these roots before him. Someone had been here before. The guy asked the girl if any of her family had been here before. The young man touched the root and realized it was a fresh mark. Obviously, these roots had already been cut by someone. If it wasn't phoenixes, then who could it be? The young men continued on through the intertwined trunks. They did not meet anyone on the way. The young man looked up and thought, even if there is a passage inside the trunk, it is too precisely carved. It looked like someone had made it on purpose to make it easier to get to the top. Jiling saw something. She asked the young man if the symbols were familiar to him. The young man saw the symbols on the tree and recognized them. He was very much surprised. Jiling asked, "What is this?" The girl had never seen such a thing before. The guy noticed that it looked like a mark for a spell. The young man touched the mark and it glowed. There were many such marks. They were everywhere. The sea snakes simultaneously thrust their heads upward and shouted in unison. Ms. Gong was at a loss and wondering, what could have happened to these sea creatures? The young man couldn't understand at first why the sea serpents suddenly started attacking the island. It turned out that it was because of the mark. The boy asked the girl if any other strangers had visited the island. The girl said that so far there had been no one. The young man thought that the person who had created these spells was quite powerful. He was able to fool the phoenixes and sneak onto this island. Mu Wen told the girl to follow him further. The young man advanced forward. The young men saw the entrance to a secret dwelling. They decided to break in. The young man and the girl saw a table with the fruits of the tree on it. There was also a medicine stove nearby. The girl took the oven in her hands and asked the young man what it was. Yen said that this is a medical furnace. There are also many medicinal things here, but no one is allowed to enter this place. The huge snake dragon slammed its body against the tree again. The tree shook. The guy thought it was time for them to get out of here, for safety reasons. This structure could have been destroyed. The young man wrapped his arms around the girl and tried to protect her from the falling debris. The young man felt sick and coughed. The girl asked him how he was feeling. Looking at the young man at that moment, the girl thought that she had seen him somewhere before. The young man took a fruit of the tree from the table and threw it in front of him. The berry flew upwards, and the young man let his energy raise into it. After that, there was a powerful explosion. Jiling thought that she had seen such tricks before. The girl shouted and called the young man by name. She said that he was Johnson. The young man thought that he had been exposed. The boy pronounced that he was sorry for leaving them almost 100 years ago. The girl asked, why was he gone so long? What happened to his power? The young man said that it was destroyed by one person from the Heaven Emperor's spirit realm and was able to survive thanks to reincarnation. The green dragon continued to destroy the huge tree. Its branches snapped and broke. Ms. Gong tried to resist this green dragon, but the forces were clearly not equal. Muyin gathered the fruits of the tree that were on the table into a bag. The young man said that they didn't have time for idle talk. Ms. Gong won't be able to deal with the dragon alone. They need to get that sword as soon as possible. The young men left this room and moved towards the sword again. We had to act faster. The girl was the first to notice the sword and said that Tian Lin was here and showed the direction. The boy thought that this path they were following led straight to the sword. Was that a coincidence? At that moment, Ms. Gong couldn't stay on her feet and fell on her back. The dragon raised its paw over her and was about to destroy the girl. Ms. Gong lay alone on the shore. The huge monster was lowering its head over its victim. Suddenly, something hit the dragon's head. There was an explosion. The dragon screamed. The elder told his warriors to hurry. The girl needs help, and they must protect their home. The humans and phoenixes pounced on the huge dragon. The dragon forgot about Miss Gong for a while and began to defend itself against the advancing opponents. The forces were unequal, and the dragon scattered the attackers in all directions. Jiling cried out in fear. She saw that her clan members were losing this battle. At this moment, Mu Yuan was trying to pull the sword out of the tree. He was exerting maximum effort. The young man was wounded and his strength was lacking. He decided to take a break and got down on one knee. He told the girl that he was all right. The young man tensed once more and pulled the sword upward with all his might. The sword wouldn't budge. It didn't even budge. The girl thought if he hadn't gotten hurt protecting her then, he would have no problem pulling out the sword now. The girl asked that the young man promise her one thing. The young man asked what she wanted. As soon as he pulled out his sword, he should immediately destroy that dragon and help her family find a new home. The boy promised the girl that he would fulfill her request. The girl closed her eyes, sighed, and turned into flames. The next moment, that flame turned into a fiery phoenix bird and soared upwards. The young man followed it with a glance. The fiery phoenix bird flew straight into the crown of the tree and set it on fire. The tree was now on fire from the top. The flames were blazing wildly. The elder shouted that their house was on fire. The young man thought that the girl had made him promise to find a new home because she had decided to do so. The flames reached the sword. The young man made another effort and pulled that sword out of the wood. He raised it high above his head. The firebird turned back into a girl. She was falling down silently. Miss Gong saw Ji Ling and managed to pick her up in her arms. Miss Gong looked up and thought, did Mu Yuan not survive this fire? Suddenly, a powerful energy beam directly from the center of the island was sent into the sky. Everyone around him was watching it. It was very bright, and people were squinting. Mu Yuan appeared in the air opposite the head of the huge dragon. Near him was his Wu Ling in the form of a human. It was a fiery warrior who held a cherished sword in his hands. Mu Yuan was filled with determination. The girl thought, is this really the young man's form of fighting spirit? The elder looked at that form and thought he recognized it. Could this really be the same person? Mu Yuan extended his hand toward the dragon and released a powerful charge of internal energy into it. The dragon shouted loudly and headed out to sea. He wanted to hide in the depths of the sea. The young man, along with his fighting spirit, set off in pursuit of the monster. The young man realized that additional attacks would not be necessary. The sea dragon was defeated. The young man had won. Everyone from the island watched Mu Yuan and his martial spirit descend to the ground. The boy got to his feet in front of the islanders. His fiery fighting spirit towered over him. The fiery martial spirit disappeared and the sword fell to the ground. The young man thought how long it had been since he had used this Tianling sword. The elder recognized Jianzun, the god of war, as the young man. The old man said that his family had been waiting for 100 years for a new meeting with the god of war. He apologized for not keeping the promises he had made. The guy walked over to the old man and told him to get up. The young man told the old man to get up quickly. He had important business to attend to. The boy heard Miss Gong approaching him from behind. The girl asked, what kind of spirit form did the young man have? And such a strong one at that. It destroyed a huge dragon with a single blow. The young man said that it was because of the sword, or rather because of the power that the god of war had put into it. The former owner of the sword must have been a monster. The elder heard this conversation and thought that for some reason, the young man had to hide his identity. The young man showed the girl one thing and asked what it was. The guy explained to her that it was the spiritual element of that dragon. That monster was a 100-year-old spirit dragon, and its spiritual element could be used in training. The girl wondered, why did Yuan give this element to her? After all, he was the one who had destroyed the dragon. The guy said that thanks to Ms. Gong, he was able to pull out the Tianling sword. It's the least he can give her. The young man showed the girl the fruit of the tree and said that he had managed to get that too. This is what they came here for. The young man said that they now had the medicine to cure Brother Gong. Jiling stopped the young man. The girl came to her senses. The young man turned around. The young lady said that the young man should keep his promise. The guy said that he got Tianling and Fuyun Island was saved. The young man called the phoenix bird to him and said he was ready to take everyone to their new home. A merchant ship was sailing on the sea. The captain of the ship was looking into the distance through a telescope. The man said to report to Elder Min that the island had been destroyed. There was no huge tree on the island. The servant bowed and said that it would be done. On the backs of these men were signs just like those on the mighty tree. The city lord was in his residence waiting for Mu Yuan's sister to return. The young man was still not feeling well. The healer thought that these two had been gone for 10 days. Why had they been gone so long? The girl heard some extraneous sounds and thought, what's going on out there? The girl left the room and saw the man looking up. He said there was a flock of some strange birds flying around. Miss Gong appeared on the doorstep. The birds flew away. The healer girl said, finally they have returned. The servants greeted their mistress. The girl asked Miss Gong where Mu Yuan had gone. It was just the two of them leaving here. The young man brought the elder and his clan to Lianyun Mountain. He told them to listen to him. The young man said that they had been protecting the island for hundreds of years, doing the impossible to do so. He no longer wants to restrain their freedom-loving nature. From now on, they are all free. The young man gave the elders some sycamore seeds and told them to find a new place they would love just like the island. And they built their new home there. The elder bowed to the young man and said that the god of war would give them a new home. The young man told the old man to get up. He had selflessly defended the island, and it was the least the young man could do for them. The elder said he didn't know if they would ever see each other again, but if the young man needs help from his family, they are always happy to help. The phoenix bird and all the members of the elder clan flew away. The only one left was the girl who said she wanted to be with the young man. Jiling thought that the god of war had abandoned their family and said a lot of unnecessary things to the young man. She didn't expect that he would be the one who understood her the best. The girl said she would like to apologize. The boy thought that this girl was the very embodiment of the word phoenix, very kind and strong. He thought she could handle anything. The young man said that this mountain would now be her new home and told her to protect and take good care of it. The boy gave the girl the fruit of that tree. Jiling clasped the fruit in her fist and thanked the young man. The young man thought that this time, the phoenix tree and their home would be nurtured by them. This mountain has a great aura. He has no doubt that the girl will be fine. The guy said he gave the little girl this mountain as a gift. The girl said the cure is ready, but this medicine is only the result of her master's research. There is no guarantee that it will help the lord of the city. This tree harbors a tremendous amount of energy. This medicine also contains a terrifying amount of energy, and depending on the condition of the body, it may not be able to take it. So it's up to Mr. Gong to decide whether to take this medicine or not. Ms. Gong said her brother did not have to do that. She did not want any complications. The young man said that spiritual cultivation, it is his long-time dream. Sister knows best about it. The young man said he couldn't back out of it the moment he got the chance. The young man took the medicine. At the same moment he felt sick. He fell down and started writhing in pain. The sister flew up to the young man and asked what was wrong with him. The boy said he felt like his body was on fire. The girl said that the young man's body is very weak and is beginning to reject the medicine. We need to do something about it as soon as possible. The young man started coughing up blood. The girls were at a loss. They did not know what to do. Unexpectedly, Mu Yuan entered the room. He appeared just in time. The young man leaned his hand on Mr. Gong's back and tried to heal him with his internal energy. The healer girl told Mu Yuan to be careful. This is a very powerful medicine, and it might hurt him too. Ms. Gong said she would also help the young man. The boy said that she should stay out of his way. Mu Yuan thought that this sycamore tree was planted by him, and only he can control its energy with his true key. Anyone but him is powerless here. The guy said he had seen Mr. Gong's fighting spirit before. He'll do well. The young man added that the fighting spirit was in the form of a shield that enveloped his heart. Yen tried to help the young man use his internal energy, because all the medicine the young man drank could gather around his heart. Mu Yen sent his energy through his hands straight to Mr. Gong's heart. Mr. Gong's fighting spirit rose above him. It was a powerful shield, one that should protect its master. The young man opened his eyes and sighed. He said it looked like the drug had worn off. He felt a little better. The city lord looked up and saw his fighting spirit. He said that he had survived. The young man asked his sister if he could train now. The girl said that training is not as easy as he thinks. He should rest first, until his body fully recovers. Mu Yuan added that during this time, his sister would pick a training plan. The healer told Mr. Gong not to get too carried away. Otherwise, if he dies, it won't be her problem. Ms. Gong thanked the young man for his help. The boy said he wasn't grateful. After all, he was the reason why her brother was hurt. He just had to find a cure. Gong said that she still wanted to thank the young man for finding the cure. She returned the core to the young man as a token of her gratitude. The girl added that that dragon had been destroyed by the young man, and this spiritual element rightfully belonged to him. The guy said that this spiritual element would be more beneficial to Miss Gong's fighting spirit, but not to him in any way. The young man showed the sword and said that as a result of this expedition, he had gotten this. The girl was surprised. This is the same sword of the god of war. This sword has a tremendous amount of power. It also has a divine aura. The young man asked, why don't they take the opportunity to accept the two treasures? The girl agreed. She will see how much their power will increase with these treasures. The young men sat in lotus posture facing each other. They were meditating and using their treasures. After meditating, the girl opened her eyes and looked at the young man. She thought that he still hadn't finished. The young man was still in the process. The boy continued to reconstruct the sword piece by piece. More and more pieces were falling into place. The young man thought that the axial part of the meridian had been completely restored, and a part of the other meridian is also ready. The young man opened his eyes and summoned his battle spirit. The girl was amazed at what she saw. Ms. Gong wondered why the young man's morale was incomplete. After all, she had seen him fully back then on the island. The guy said the girl had a great fighting spirit. The relic helped her a lot. The girl replied that according to the rules, when his Wu Ling had completely changed its original form, she could give it a name now. Ms. Gong said she would name her Moon Goddess then. That name is very suitable. Gong said that the spirit of the young man's body had not yet reached completion, but he had already changed his form. The young man said that it was not without the colossal power of the war god's sword. The young man said if his martial spirit was transformed by the power of the war god's sword, he would call him the Lord of Swords. This name suits him very well. The girl said it's been months since they first met. Now she wants to fight him again. Ms. Gong said as she challenged the young man to a fight. The boy thought, how did she just come up with that idea? The young man closed his eyes and said that he accepted the challenge. He realized that it was useless to argue here. The girl thrust her weapon forward and told the young man to prepare and defend himself. Miss Gong thought that the young man's fighting spirit had not yet completely transformed. Therefore, this time, she would definitely defeat him. The girl threw a punch, but the young man dodged it. He jumped high up and was above his opponent. The young man marveled at the girl's new abilities. What was this new technique she had? We should try to unlock it. The guy thought it was similar to his wind style, but the opponent's skills got much better than last time. The young man thought that this time he would have to sweat a lot to defeat his rival. The young man tried to gain momentum and jumped high. The girl told him not to even think about running away. The young man turned around and said, "Doesn't she realize that he never runs away from the battlefield?" After all, they had known each other for a long time. Ms. Gong sent her battle dragon towards her opponent. The young man thought she was good at acting. It was a trick he had taught her. The young man accelerated and lunged at his rival with an arrow. The girl put her fighting spirit ahead of her. The young man released a charge of his internal energy towards it. On impact, there was a big explosion and a huge flash. Everyone in the neighborhood saw and heard it. The young men were not about to give up. They were already fighting battles with the help of their battle spirits. It was a great training session. After the battle, which Miss Gong still lost, the girl was not satisfied. She didn't want to talk to the young man. She would have been satisfied with a different result of the fight. The mayor of the town asked why his sister was ignoring the young man. The young man said it was a small thing. She had only lost in a practice fight. Gong said that his older sister had never lost since she was a small child. And then she lost 2 times in a row to a young man. Her behavior is understandable. The lord of the city said that thanks to the young man, his sister has learned what it's like to lose. We should leave her alone for now. She'll calm down a bit. Mr. Gong said that he himself is feeling well. Now he can show his fighting spirit to everyone. Mu Yuan thought that his companion had recovered in a very short time. Mr. Gong said his doctor said he had made a full recovery, and now she's locked herself in a room to study some folios and asked not to be disturbed. Mu Yen said that this is exactly the style of this girl. She's very serious. A servant entered the room and said that the Lord had received news from the capital. His family had also sent a letter. The young man accepted the mail from the servant. There were family letters and official documents. Madame Gong was very indignant at the information she received. Princess Yu King is going to marry with the southern state of Zheng. How is that possible? The young man said. And to that end, they will soon come to this city to get married. Her father has been busy with business lately, and all for the sake of building this marriage. Mrs. Gong said that this marriage will be a huge problem. If anything goes wrong, her brother will be held responsible, and the whole palace will be implicated. Mu Yin asked what his interlocutors were talking about. He didn't understand a thing. Mr. Gong laughed and said, he forgot that Brother Mu is not privy to all the details of this case. Yun said, he only knows that the Zheng kingdom is south of the Cloud Rift Mountain. The Zheng dynasty decided to unite military power and government, and that's how the kingdoms of Tianyong and Zheng have lived side by side for decades. The young man asked, who is this Princess Yu King? Mrs. Gong said, it's a princess, the youngest daughter of the ruling emperor. Besides, they are good friends. This marriage is for the sake of balancing the two families. Right now, the Tianming sect has filled this whole town, and the matchmakers will come here. We must prepare for that. The lord of the city said that Yuan, this time again, might be in trouble. The young man said that in that case, something should be done about the city sooner rather than later. His Mu family is not going to sit idly by. He is boldly ready to take the initiative and offer his help. Yen said the city's mayor can rely on him to make sure all the matchmakers arrive here safe and sound. Jiling lay on the branches of her tree and thought about how the air here was very fresh. It's not like the sea air at all. The girl looked down and saw strangers. Two armed men asked the girl where she was running to. One of the men asked why her bodyguards were nowhere to be seen. However, it was only to their advantage. The villain drew his sword, swung it, and said that he was going to kill the girl like a pesky flea. The girl shrank back, closed her eyes, and cried out in fear. When the girl opened her eyes, she saw that the villains were lying senseless. A little girl stands in front of her and says that she has just bought a new house, and the villains are already rampaging here. Jiling asked the stranger who she was. A servant came running to Miss Gong and reported to her that things were bad. The servant said that Mr. Gong and Mr. Yuan were now practicing. The girl asked for more details. The servant said just now some group of people from outside the city had taken over their barracks. Gong asked, "And who is it that is so brave?" The servant replied, "Those people claim to be members of Princess Yingqin's guard. This princess has come to the city to lead the defense." Mrs. Gong said we should report this to the lord of the city. He should find out. City security said they were not notified of their arrival. How dare they do this kind of mayhem in these barracks? The invaders said they were only borrowing these barracks for a few days. You can't be that greedy. The man added that these barracks are inhabited only by weak old people and disabled people. If they are not satisfied with something, they can take these barracks back. The city guards said that the lord of the city had appeared, and everyone turned their attention to him. The young man was accompanied by his sister and Mu Yuan. The city warrior turned around and asked why the city lord had come here. The young man said that he was the lord of this city and wanted to have a word with the lord of these warriors, and he told the man to step aside. The warrior said their lord needs more deference. Otherwise, they'll regret it. At the same second, Miss Gong drew her sword and plunged it into the insolent man's chin. The man was terrified. The young men pushed the arriving soldiers aside and followed them further into the barracks. They intended to negotiate. In the barracks, there were many arriving soldiers on the formation. In front of them stood their leader. The young warrior and the elder towered over everyone. They looked at their subordinates. Mr. Gong said he knows this man. This is Yun Lu, the fourth son of the Yun family. The Yun family, one of the biggest clans in the capital. Their family does some business with the Gong family palace. They didn't expect the princess to show up, nor did they expect him to come with his errand. Yun Lu said he was surprised to see Mr. Gong. Yun Lu said that Gong is someone who can hide at his parents' palace. He is the capital's chief scum. The lord of the city asked, "Did this man originally plan to take over the local barracks?" Yun Lu said that you shouldn't think so badly of him. He is only ensuring the safety of the princess. The man added, "No wonder the troops in this city are weak. What kind of master, what kind of army?" Mr. Gong said that Yun Lu should take his men and vacate these barracks. The interlocutor said if he lost, he would get out of here immediately. He offered a bet. Mrs. Gong said that she would now happily slap this arrogant man. The man laughed and said that a brave older sister had appeared. It was behind her back that her cowardly brother was hiding. Yun Lu said that it is warm and safe under the skirt. That's why all the local soldiers are so cowardly. Mr. Gong told Sister and Yuan that he would deal with that insolent man himself. Yen said for his sister to stay out of it and let his brother figure it out for himself. Yunli and Mr. Gong decided to settle their relationship on the battlefield. It was their bet. Whoever wins stays in the barracks. Lady Gong and Mu Yuan silently and coldly watched the scene. They decided that the city lord would solve this problem himself. He would have the strength and courage. Yunli was confident in his victory. The elder who accompanied him was completely calm. Above Yunli towered his martial spirit. It was the fire hammer. The man raised his hammer upward and shouted loudly. He called for his warriors to support him. Mr. Gong stood with his shield. His battle spirit in the form of a shield towered above him. Yunli said he was curious to see how long his opponent's Lin would last. Mr. Gong said what an arrogant brat his opponent was as a child. He still is. Yunli said that his opponent talks a lot. He would like to see what he can do in action. The young men were ready to begin the battle. The warriors supported their leader. The excitement was building. Mr. Gong shouted his soldiers, brave warriors. He would not allow anyone to mock them. Yunli swung his hammer and said that his opponent's pathetic efforts were completely useless. The young warriors clashed in a confrontation. The young man repelled the opponent's attack with his shield and did it quite professionally. The young man himself was surprised at his own ability to do battle. The sister was happy for her brother. He had not dishonored the honor of the family. The young man thought he had just recovered from his illness. Not fully recovered yet. He coughed and told his sister that he was fine. Yunli laughed and shouted that this young man was finished. His warriors shouted that their general was the strongest. Yunli decided to make another attack. He once again swung his hammer and intended to make a crushing blow. The insolent man brought his hammer down on Mr. Gong's shield with all his might and said that he was about to destroy his wretched Lin. The blow was so strong that the young man, defending himself, flew backwards. The opponent shouted that he would wipe him out with a ling. Mr. Gong flew backwards but stayed on his feet. He took a breath and got up. The young man was ready to continue the fight. The sister shouted for her brother to get up and attack the opponent's back. He must surely win. He will do well. Yunli laughed. He said that his opponent doesn't know how to attack. He doesn't know how to fight at all. Yunli once again went on the attack. He said that this time the young man would be finished. The villain jumped up high and swung. He was going to use the full power of his hammer to deliver a decisive blow to his opponent. The young man put his shield forward. An unbelievable thing happened. Yunli dropped his weapon from his hands. The hammer fell to the ground. The rival warriors were frightened. What could have happened? Mu Yuan said, Mr. Gong, good for him. He waited until the last minute to repel this blow. The girl asked, what did he mean by that? Yen said that her brother's Lin had only just awakened. It wasn't trained enough to be used in combat. So he showed the young man a couple of techniques that would help him accumulate enemy damage and then unleash all the accumulated energy into the enemy. The young man added that Mr. Gong wasn't in the best condition right now, so he could only spew out the stored energy once. And instead of reflecting every strike of the enemy, he waited for his most powerful strike, absorbed it, and spat out the energy. And as a result, the enemy was defeated. In the end, Yunli lay defeated on the ground, spreading his arms and legs apart. He occasionally coughed from time to time. Mr. Gong said that Yunli lost this fight. Mr. Gong asked, well, how does it feel to be defeated? The fight was won by an insect, he said. Suddenly, an old man who was with Yunli appeared in front of Mr. Gong. The young man's sister thought that this old man was incredibly fast. The girl instantly rushed towards her brother and thought that he wouldn't be able to dodge. She also thought she might not make it in time. The old man, using his technique, intended to strike the city lord. However, his strike was blocked by a surge of energy. Yunli, who was watching this, thought, who was able to block such a strike? The old man asked in bewilderment and with anger, who did it? Mu Yuan calmly said that it was his doing. The old man was surprised such a young guy was able to attack him with his speed. It was amazing. Yunli stood up with the help of his soldiers and shouted that this was outrageous, and shouted for the old man to destroy everyone here. The girl looked at the old man and thought that this was the best master of the Yun family. No one can compare to him in terms of strength. Mu Yuan pointed his finger at Yunli and said that he was hiding behind the backs of others. But just now he was bullying Mr. Gong. He is a real weakling and a braggart. Yunli kept shouting with hatred for the old man to destroy everyone here, and he wouldn't rest until that happened. The old man continued to reason. He allowed that he was winding himself up. But how could such a skill be hidden in such a young body? The capital warriors thought that the elder's cultivation had reached the stage where the Lin could take the form of a human. The elder could kill this young man with a single blow. The old man and the young man came out for a confrontation. They used their internal energies against each other. The forces were roughly equal. Li thought, how could this be? Who could be equal in strength to this old man? The young man thought that after absorbing the Tianling, his meridians had recovered. The boy thought that his strength was growing exponentially. The old man thought that the young man had great power. He must have underestimated him. It's a pity that such a talent is destined to perish. The old man let out his fighting spirit and said that the young man had messed with the wrong person. In all his combat experience, this warrior had never once been defeated. The old man had always won battles early. The fighting spirit was great and strong. Mu Yuan also released his battle spirit. Unfortunately, it was still unfinished. However, the young man was counting on him. Yunli, looking at the young man, thought, is this his martial spirit? But why isn't he complete? This young man must be crazy, and this guy's going to defeat the old man with his unfinished wuling? The old man's fighting spirit moved to attack. He was blindfolded, but he didn't need sight in battle. He navigated by sound. The young man's fighting spirit used the sword obtained on the island in battle. It was a powerful weapon. Mu Yuan was surprised. Was the opponent's attack really targeting his soul? The young man's soul was not prepared for the confrontation. The young man thought that this was quite an impressive ability. If his mental level was not high enough, his soul would be lost forever. The young man thought that such an attack was nothing to him. The strength of the war god Lin was still with him even after being reborn. The young man swung his unfinished sword and shouted to his opponent's fighting spirit to move away. The old man couldn't understand what was happening. How is this possible? Apparently, this young man is out of order. Mu Yuan used his energy beam against the old man, and the old man was forced to lose after receiving a powerful blow to his chest. Yunli thought, did his elder really lose? Mu Yuan said that his opponent has lost. He hoped that the old man himself would know what to do. Mr. Gong said for Yunli to take his men and leave this barracks. Yunli was indignant. He said that there was no way he would accept defeat from Gong. The old man said that it would have to be accepted. The fights were fair. The old man said, if Yunli can't say anything sensible, then let him keep quiet. There's no need to cause more disturbance. It's time for them to leave this place. The young man thought that this old man had a very high level of combat training. However, he still lost. Gong thanked Mu Yuan for his support. Yuan asked how Mr. Gong was feeling. Mr. Gong said he's lucky that his martial spirit is a shield, so blocking blows isn't such a big deal for him. A feather of the phoenix bird flew by and landed on the ground. The girl thought it was Jiling's feather. Mu Yuan took this feather in his hands and thought that a little girl probably needed it right now. The guy said he had to go, and he was going to the heavenly split mountain. The old man said that his young master was too impulsive. Yunli was very angry. He said that this old man was the best master of his clan. However, he was defeated by some kid, and the old man humiliated him in front of everyone. The old man said he was very sorry. As the second young master said, what's done is done. Yunli couldn't calm down and kept pestering the old man. He thought the old man was the cause of all his troubles. The old man stood by and listened to the young man's tantrums in cold blood. The old man said that the young man had gotten it all wrong. The second young master said that this time they had to officially announce the death of a family member, so this small defeat would not affect their family's image in any way. Yunli pondered for a moment and asked what the old man meant. The old man bowed to the young man and said that he would soon find out about everything, but he assured him that what had happened today would not happen again. The old man hoped that the young man had seen those people today for the first and last time. Cloud-splitting mountain. A young man was heading towards Jiling. The young man was stopped by an unknown masked man and asked who he was. The young man stopped and asked, who are these people? The leader of these warriors said that it was not worth wasting time on this stranger. We should just destroy him. One of the villains pulled out a sword and attacked Mu Yuan. The young man stopped his opponent with a kick to the face and sent him far into a tree. The masked warrior hit the tree hard and slid down the trunk. The companions were surprised by the stranger's behavior. The bandit leader said that the young man dared not do such a thing. He ordered his associates to take him prisoner. After a while, the bandit leader told the young man that he was blind and did not recognize his strength. The villain repeated that he recognized the young man's strength. He asked the young man to leave the place and forget about them. It was as if he had never met them. Mu Yuan said that he will now ask questions, and he wants to hear the answer, what are they doing here? The defeated villain said he recognized the power of his rival, but some things are better left unsaid. The young man looked back and saw that Ji Ling and some girl had approached him. The young man asked how she had gotten here. The girl said she was actually waiting for the young man in the woods. But then she heard someone fighting and went to check it out. The villain on the ground hid a small secret arrow in his sleeve. The young man said that the villain just wanted to attack the girl. The villain had the opportunity to use javelin on the young man, but he definitely wanted to use it on the girl. The boy thought that this girl had a rather unusual personality. The healer girl brought up the lord of the city. She said that he had only just awakened his Len and was already lashing out at others with his fists. She thinks this behavior is reckless. Mr. Gong said the man insulted his soldiers and he could not let it go unpunished. When he was fighting, he was fine. But tonight, his arm suddenly started hurting. The doctor said it was an open wound caused by the dark arts, but fortunately it was detected and dealt with in time. If it had been delayed any longer, the young man might have lost his arm. Mrs. Gong thought that it had become very noisy outside. She decided that she should go and check it out. A servant reported that some ignorant people dared to attack the palace of the lord of the city. Mrs. Gong went outside to inquire about these daredevils. The girl asked the old man why he had come again. What did he want this time? The old man said he came here to catch the killer. Mrs. Gong wondered what kind of killer we were talking about. There's no such person in this house. The old man repeated, he wants to catch the killer, the man who killed his young master, Yun Lu. His killer is the lord of the city, Mr. Gong. The young man was quite surprised and frightened. Mr. Gong asked, did Yun Lu really die? The girl asked, how is that possible? The old man says that Yun Lu was seriously injured in this morning's fight, and he never recovered. The old man states that Yun was killed by the lord of this town. The young man shouted that the old man was the one provoking and disobeying the rules. If Yun Li had the chance, he would have destroyed his opponent in the morning without a second thought. The old man said enough of these false excuses. The city lord is suspected of killing General Yun Li. He ordered his soldiers to capture the city lord. Mrs. Gong let out her fighting spirit and said that they wouldn't dare lay a finger on her brother. The old man said that the girl was trying to prevent the criminal from being captured. He asked Miss Gong, did her house never admit that it was hiding a man who had started the law? The girl said that the old man is throwing accusations at them left and right. What's he trying to accomplish? The old man said, if the Gong family's conscience is clear, why are they so afraid of him? The old man's fighting spirit was ready to go into battle. Mr. Gong asked what was wrong with his sister. The girl said she felt dizzy. Mrs. Gong's morale was ready to take the blow. The old man's morale prepared to strike. The girl couldn't stay on her feet and fell to her knees. It was the first time she'd ever been like that. It was all that old man's influence. That old man's leanness seemed to have a direct attack on the mind. Mrs. Gong couldn't pull herself together. She realized that her mind was not right. The girl raised her head and saw that the enemy's morale was standing in front of her. Her morale was almost suppressed. A servant shouted that it was necessary to protect the lord of the city. The old man told his martial spirit to have the mantis attack everyone. Suddenly, Mu Yuan and his Wu Ling were in the way of the mantis. The young man attacked the enemy. The old man called the young man an impudent man and said that he dared not obstruct justice. His opponent told the young man that he hadn't even used half of his power last time, but he wasn't going to hold back this time. The young man said that if it wasn't even half of the old man's strength, it was unlikely that using his full strength, he would be able to overpower him. Mu Yuan calmly dodged the old man's martial spirit attacks. The old man thought that this young man has complete control over his mind. His powers have no effect on the young man. The young man, using his inner potential and powerful energy, struck at the opponent, the old man's martial spirit. A huge hole was formed in the mantis. The opponent's martial spirit suffered great damage. The old man felt sick. Blood flowed from his mouth. He wondered, was this young man really the head of a small family in a remote town? And the Gong family has an eye for talent. This guy has excellent martial arts skills. How is it possible that the strength of the Mu family can resist the strength of the Yun family? The young man told the old man that he wasn't interested in his life as someone's chain dog. But if it were him, it wouldn't be a good idea to try his patience either. The old man replied that he would certainly settle the score with this young man as well. I'm sure he would. Now he decided to leave the battlefield. Mr. Gong thanked Mu Yuan again for his help. The girl couldn't calm down. She said that she would feel bad if the young man came even a second later. The young man said there was no need to thank him. He will always fight for justice. The door opened ajar and Ji Ling appeared on the threshold. She asked if they could come in already. Mu Yuan said that he had just arrived here with the girl and saw that the old man was giving them trouble, so he let her enter the house first. Ji Ling told the young man to see if there was something wrong with her. The young men went outside and saw the girl's companion sitting on the ground with her head down. There was something wrong with her. The young man asked the girl what was wrong. The girl raised her head and looked at the young people. She saw Mrs. Gong, jumped up, called her name and rushed to her in a hug. Mu Yuan asked, did they really know each other? Miss Gong asked who she was. The stranger apologized and said that she forgot what she looked like now. She hoped Ms. Gong could confirm her identity. Ms. Gong did not recognize the girl. The girl took out a musical instrument and told Xiaolan to listen carefully. The girl started playing. Miss Gong recognized this music and asked, is it really Princess Yu King in front of her? The girl said. Finally, Xiaolan recognized her. Everyone present was surprised. Was it really the princess herself in front of them? Mr. Gong asked his sister if she was sure that there was a princess in front of them. The boy didn't recall any princesses looking like that. Gong said that only the two of them knew about this tune. The princess played this song at her last birthday party. Gong asked, what happened to the princess? Why does she look like that? The princess said she didn't remember anything. She had only one memory. The girl said she remembered the maid bringing her dinner. The princess noticed at that moment that the chopsticks were different from each other. The princess said that she wanted to stop the departing maid, but she fainted at that moment. The princess continued when she woke up. Little did she detect a change in her appearance. She looked like one of the maids, and so she found herself in a strange place. The princess continued. Then some assassins started chasing her. The princess said she didn't have any weapons, and she couldn't use martial arts. The only thing she could do was to run as far away as she could. Then she was rescued by a little girl there. Muyun asked the princess if she remembered what those wands looked like. The girl said one was silver, looking like one of the wands used in the palace. The other was made of wood with gold inlays at the beginning and end. It was the first time she had ever seen something like that. Muyuan remembered the old man's fighting spirit and said, "He seems to know what happened to the princess." The guy added that there was one more thing he had to check, and then he could tell everything. The Yun family's campground. Night has fallen, the guard yawns and wants to sleep. Suddenly, Mu Yuan appeared beside the sleepy guards. The young man, using the surprise factor in his martial arts, deactivated those sleepy guards. The young man said it was all clear now, and the girl could come out. The lady healer appeared from behind the tent and asked why the young man had taken her in the middle of the night. The girl wondered, could the young man not go on a night journey alone? The young man went into the tent where Yunli's corpse was lying. The girl checked his condition. Mu Yuan asked what was the matter. The girl said, "This body doesn't have any other wounds other than those inflicted by Mr. Gong, but this is something strange." The girl added that none of these injuries were fatal. Mu Yuan was very surprised by this information. It turns out that Mr. Gong had nothing to do with the man's death. The companion asked, "Does he already know everything?" The young man said that he now definitely knows who the real killer is. The investigation can be considered complete. A tent with an important person follows it in a given direction. Warriors escort and guard it. An important person rides ahead on a horse. The young man is focused and determined. It's a member of the Yun family. The young men noticed that an old man had come out of the forest ahead. There were two warriors with a stretcher beside him. The man told everyone to stop. The girl in the tent wondered why everyone had stopped. The man approached the tent, bowed, and said that he would explain everything to the princess now. The girl said, since they had stopped, it would be a good idea to have a small break here. Everyone needed a rest. The young man shouted to the old man, how can he be calm while his four brothers are under the old man's care? Is that how he protects them? The old man bowed and said that it was the incompetence of the old guard that led to the death of the fourth young master. He was very sorry and was willing to accept any punishment. The girl in the tent asked General Yun-kun, what happened? The young man knelt down and said that the lord of the city refused to cooperate with them. One of his brothers, Yun Li, had been sent to the front lines of the city, but the lord of the city killed his younger brother. The princess was very surprised. How did the lord of the city, Mr. Gong, dare to kill her general? The young man shouted that the Gong family had never shown such blatant disrespect to the Yun family. His personal dislike for his brother was involved here. The princess looked out and said that she would get justice for the Yun family. There's no doubt Mr. Gong will get what he deserves. General Yun was very angry. He thought that Mr. Gong would pay for this atrocity. Blood for blood. General Yun shouted, how did this boy Gong dare to do such a thing? General Yun, the princess, and her guards rode up to the city gate. The princess was outraged. The mayor of the city, Mr. Gong, doesn't even pay attention to her and wouldn't let them into the city. General Yun told the princess that he was going to the city lord's main estate right away, and there he would completely sort it out on the spot. The princess said she likes to get together with the general. She wants to see with her own eyes what kind of impudent Mr. Gong is. General Yun and the old man headed to the city mayor's residence. The young man was mad with anger. The riders were moving through the city streets. They were crossed by a wagon with peasants. General Yun shouted for them to clear the road immediately and was about to whip the men. Mr. Gong was prevented from doing what he intended. He put up his shield and shielded the peasants from the whip. General Yun was surprised. The city lord in front of him, Mr. Gong, he's exactly what they need. The lord of the city asked the people in the wagon if they were okay. The old man said they were doing well. and they are grateful to the Sir Lord of the city for his help. General Yun shouted for this rascal to immediately kneel before him. He would not allow himself to be treated like this. Mr. Gong gave the people in the cart a look and told them to be careful. He also wished them a happy journey. The princess, who was following the general, ordered him to capture the man. General Yun was about to strike Mr. Gong, but then the unexpected happened. Mu Yuan suddenly appeared and sent General Yun far backwards with a strong punch to the forehead. General Yun was indignant. How dare this stranger dare to defy the order of the princess herself? Mu Yuan calmly said that he doesn't see a princess here. He only sees strangers. The general shouted that there was a fool standing in front of him. The beautiful person in the carriage is Princess Yu King. The general was about to pounce on this insolent man with rage, but someone's fighting spirit flew past him and the general stopped. The general has raised the alarm. An attack on the princess. Ms. Gong's fighting spirit destroyed the carriage the princess was in and stopped beside the princess with his weapon at full speed. The princess screamed that she needed help. The old man thought that things were bad. Mu Yuan shouted at him not to run away anywhere. The young man was determined. The old man's fighting spirit came into confrontation with Mu Yuan. The young man used his Wu Ling to resist the enemy. The princess shouted, "Why did it take General Yun so long to come to the rescue? Why had he still not used his weapon?" The lord of the city said that the general simply can't do it. The situation does not depend on his wishes. Madame Gong raised the princess's hand and said that this situation was because of his other weapon. The princess had a chopstick with gilded rims in her hand. Madame Gong said that this is the weapon. This wand was similar to the wand that was given to the princess with her food when she was poisoned. Madame Gong asked the old man if he recognized this wand. Ms. Gong shouted to Mu Yuan that the princess was now unconscious. The princess was indeed unconscious. Yun said that the hidden technique is starting to leave her body, and when she wakes up, the old princess will return to them. It was the curse of the forbidden soul, and not many people know the techniques of moving souls. After moving the soul into another body, it is necessary to have a magic tool to stabilize the soul in another body. Yen told the old man that he was the one who applied the forbidden soul curse and substituted the real princess. And after he withdrew his Wu Ling, everything was dispelled. The old man asked how the young man could have known about it. After all, he had never told anyone. The young man said that unfortunately for the old man, he had heard of this curse before. The boy thought that he couldn't tell the old man the truth, but the creator of this spell had been killed by him earlier because of his blunder. General Yun didn't understand anything. He asked, "What are we talking about?" The lord of the city said that it was about the general accompanying the false princess the whole time and didn't even notice it. The real princess was turned into a maid. To make matters worse, thugs were sent after her. Fortunately, she was rescued. Mr. Gong said the Yun family made a huge mistake, and you don't have to tell him that the general didn't know about anything. The general shouted that he really didn't know anything about anything. He turned to the old man and asked, "Who made him do it?" Mu Yuan said that the old man should still be asked why he blamed Brother Gong for Yunli's death. The general was surprised and upset. Had his brother been destroyed? Was his brother no longer alive? The old man laughed and said that he was the one who destroyed Yunli. Mu Yun was surprised. He thought it would take them a long time to get the old man to confess. General Yun shouted, "Why did the old man do this? What did their family hurt the old man?" The old man said he didn't take offense. They just gave him the surname Yun. It's like giving his pet dog a nickname. The old man continued, "Even doggies want to feel what it's like to be human. He doesn't think he can be understood." Mu Yun said that it was not their problem now. Mr. Gong agreed with him. It's the Yun family's business. The general shouted for his subordinates to destroy the old traitor immediately. The soldiers drew their weapons and moved towards the old man. Suddenly, General Yun was attacked and struck by a deadly weapon. He fell down on his back. The warriors looked at their general. Who could have done this? Suddenly, a stranger appeared and asked if she could call the elder by his real name. Which one does he prefer, Li or Zhang? The old man said that it didn't matter. He who is higher in rank can call him whatever he likes. Mr. Gong was surprised to see this woman. Could it be her again? The woman said she is very honored that she is still remembered here. Wen said, "It looks like the princess switch is the work of this woman." The woman said she just wanted to diversify this boring puzzle called the Ming Dynasty. But unfortunately, nothing can escape the all-seeing eye of the head of the Mu family. General Yun called the old man an ungrateful dog and said that he would destroy him now. The old man replied that he felt sorry for the young master. But the Tenming sect always disliked arrogant nobles like him. The old man remarked that he considered it an equal exchange if he took the lives of both Yun brothers. The old man added, General Yun was unaware, but he had the honor of accepting a modest gift from the Tenming sect, and now his strength was not what it used to be. General Yun was startled and shouted, how could an old man have 7th level Jisui strength? That's impossible. The old man laughed and said, his opponent is no slouch. Those who have reached the Jisui level are invincible. The old man shouted that anyone who wanted to destroy him could approach. Yen and Mrs. Gong took a step forward. They were ready to accept the old man's challenge. The old man said, Mu Yuan and Gong Xiaolan, children who have not yet learned the realities of this world. The old man let the battle spirit loose again, and it attacked the young men. Yuan and Gong managed to bounce away at the last moment and avoided the battle spirit's attack. The young man thought that since their last meeting, the old man had gotten much stronger. He had progressed. The young man was not afraid and decided to put up a worthy resistance to the old man's fighting spirit. He skillfully evaded the attack and chose the moment to fruitfully attack. Fairy Queen told Ms. Gong that she would be her opponent. The woman winked playfully. Ms. Gong released her martial spirit, and the latter actively entered the confrontation. Gong didn't know what level Mu Yuan was at right now, but she hoped that he would be fine. The girl thought that the two of them would have a hard time this time. The old man told the young man again that he had not used even half of his strength in the last fight, but this time he would not hold back. The young man said that his opponent has warmed up, but he can't even hope for an easy victory. The old man said that he hadn't even counted on anything else. The old man's fighting spirit was threateningly strong and active. Mu Wen responded to the old man's martial spirit attacks with strikes of his internal energy. He sent energy beams directly at the opponent. The young man skillfully used his skills and the old man was being defeated. His damage was mounting. The young man managed to knock the blindfold off his opponent's eyes. The Yun family warriors were stunned. What is this happening? The old man said that the head of the Mu family is really talented. He's harder to deal with each time, and harder to negotiate with. The old man added that having such impressive abilities at such a young age was commendable. The old man stood without a bandage and smiled. He had an intimidating look. He said that the young man reminded him of him in his younger days. General Yun shouted that it was an infernal ghostly gaze. It turns out that the old man had been wielding such a terrifying technique all this time. Fei Qin said it's a hellish ghostly gaze. According to the legends, almost every minute of using this technique requires a huge amount of blood. The woman added that the elder's eyes changed to red instead of black. His level must be incredibly high. The old man said he expected nothing less. After successfully mastering the technique, he first used it to destroy two with Zixuan level for the first time. This time, he was going to destroy the two with a different, higher level. The old man turned his face toward the young man and said that one of them would be the young man, Mu Yuan. The old man added that he was going to get even with the boy for everything today. The boy would be finished today. The old man shouted and spread his arms out to the sides. He found himself floating in the air in front of the young man's broken sword. Elder Yun wondered, what was this place? The young man replied that this place, his subconscious, and right now it is in his soul. The old man got scared and shouted, who was he, Mu Yuan? He was really scared of the young man. The young man smiled and said that this old man was pathetic. His strength had been forcibly improved with the yin technique, but the foundation of his cultivation still remained unstable. The old man was furious. He asked in that case, why was the young man's soul still normal? The young man replied, because this was not the first time he had encountered such a dirty trick. The old man's strength is not enough in this case. The infernal phantom gaze technique kills the opponent in an instant. But if the opponent is many times superior to the one using this technique, it will be of no use. The old man screamed that it was impossible, and it can't happen. He can't just disappear. The young man said that this technique required a huge human sacrifice. The old man knew that, and it was scary to imagine how many people he had destroyed. The young man said that the old man was finished. Ms. Gong ran up to the young man and asked if he was okay. She was very worried about the young man. Fei Qin jumped up to Ms. Gong and asked her where she was going. The woman landed a staggering blow to her rival's chest. The girl couldn't stay on her feet and fell. Fei Qin said she was very sympathetic. Fei Qin told the girl that her young man was now under the influence of a hellish ghost gaze. He could not be counted on. The woman, grinning, stated that Miss could take it easy. Fairy Quinn was determined. The woman swung her ice shard and prepared to deliver a staggering blow to her rival. She said that the girl would meet her young man soon in the other world. Fei Quinn was about to strike and lowered her arm, but her punch was blocked. Mu Yuan intercepted her arm. The woman looked into the young man's eyes. The young man held his broken sword and his gaze was stern and determined. The guy struck with his sword, but the opponent managed to slip away. Only her icy hand remained in his palm. Fei Quinn jumped back to a safe distance and was very surprised. She hadn't expected the young man to resist. The woman asked, "How did Yuan do it?" The young man said, "Is she surprised? What's so strange about it?" Fei Quinn turned her head to the old man and asked what had happened to him. The young man grinned and said, "Why is the woman screaming?" She won't expect the old man to answer. After all, dead people can't talk. The woman shouted that it was impossible. After all, the young man can't even use his Wu Ling. How could he defeat a strongest warrior like this elder? The young man replied, "The drug their clan uses has fatal consequences." The boy thought that he couldn't admit that he had accidentally overpowered the old man. Elder Yun fell on his back and didn't move again. The woman called the young man a scoundrel. He is ruining her plans. The woman got angry and told the young man that he was about to rain fatal consequences on himself, and that would end his miserable existence. The young man replied that he was gladly ready to fight this woman, and he could see that this situation only inflamed her. Fei Quinn said that one day she would really regret it. She turned around and said that she was leaving. The woman had no desire to confront Mu Yuan. Fei Queen walked out of town and was taking her defeat hard. She heard someone calling her name. The stranger said he was sorry to see a talent like hers wasted. The woman turned around and thought it was her leader. The stranger asked if she remembered what he had told her. If the opponent is superior to her in strength, don't provoke him. The woman fell to her knees and begged not to be punished. She felt terribly sorry for her behavior. The stranger said that she kept provoking Yuan over and over again. He's disappointed, and unfortunately, he can't turn a blind eye to it. The clan leader told her to stand up. The clan leader said that harmony is just part of the plan, and he's out of reach. He wants a woman to infiltrate the Min Kingdom and do something big there. Fairy Queen said she would do her best not to disappoint her leader. The interlocutor grabbed the woman's face and said that was the wrong answer. There is no faith in her. The clan leader said that this woman is just a pretty cover, and that's frustrating. Mrs. Gong said that the princess had been saved, and the matchmakers had already arrived in the city. They would leave the country in 3 days. The young man replied that he was worried about the situation with the Tianming sect. If they were able to pull off something like this with the soul exchange, there must not be as small a group of people as they thought. The girl said that this city is on the border of 2 countries, and that implies a great responsibility. The burden placed on the young man and on the mayor of the city will only become heavier. The young man said that Ms. Gong can be calm as long as the Mu family is in town. The boy said that he had been feeling unwell lately. He thanked the girl for taking care of him. The mayor of the town looked out from around the corner and told his sister that their father had sent them a letter. The young man thought it was a bad time for him to show up. The girl noticed that they were just learning new techniques. Mu Yuan confirmed. Mr. Gong smiled and asked, "What are these techniques?" "I guess they must be brother-in-law's techniques." The girl asked her brother what the father had written. The father wrote to them that the imperial court had learned that Brother Mu had single-handedly been able to protect the princess. Therefore, the imperial court is expecting Mu Yuan to visit the capital in 3 days. The mayor emphasized that Mu Yuan will personally meet with the ruler during this meeting. The young man said that this city is not going through the best of times, as the Tianming sect is still hiding somewhere. If he leaves the city, who knows what could happen to the city? The lord of the city said that the young man could not refuse. If the emperor said something, it must be obeyed unconditionally. If the young man didn't come to the capital, it would bring the emperor's terrible wrath upon him. The young men heard a voice from outside. Someone said, "How dare this boy disrespect the emperor?" The young man came out of the house and saw a strange warrior. It was someone's fighting spirit in armor and armed. The young man drew his spirit sword and tried to strike this warrior. The warrior blocked the attack. The boy thought to himself, "This is a gloomy realm. What kind of person could have such a powerful fighting spirit?" From around the corner, the princess came out and told Grandpa Lu to be favorable. Instead of a martial spirit, an old man came out from behind a tree and began to walk around Mu Yuan. He looked at the young man and kept saying that he was very curious. The princess said that Grandpaloo had been traveling around the world lately. Somehow her father heard about the old man's return and invited him to stay in this town for a while. The old man asked, "Who is this strange guy?" He was able to bear his weapons at the Lin in a split second. The princess said, "Master Mu is very strong and he saved her." Grandpaloo said, "That was very good." The old man threw something into the young man's hand. The young man caught it and asked what it was. The old man said he thought the young man had great promise. This is his gift to him for saving the young princess. The young man thanked the old man and said if such a strong master appeared in the city, he could go to the capital with peace of mind. The young people arrived in the capital. Mrs. Gong said that her father had already prepared a banquet for her homecoming. He is looking forward to the meeting. The young man thanked the girl for such warm hospitality. The girl remembered her father's words. He had said that a child from Mu Yuan would show great promise in the future, and the daughter should seize this opportunity. At the walls of the city, a man turned to a poor man and told him to show him what he had in his basket. The farmer said he had food in his basket for his whole family. The man kicked the poor man and told him he was cheating him, because the basket looked rather suspicious. The basket fell down and food and some coins fell out. The poor man fell on his knees, held out his hand, and said that his money and food were there. The man said he hoped the old man had a good memory. Next time, if he asked him anything, the old man must answer without question, otherwise he'll be in trouble. Mu Yun walked over and said that he was hearing some nonsense. How could a guard humiliate an innocent elder? The man said it shouldn't concern an unauthorized young man. Where did he even come from? The young man asked, "What is this place where they are now? This is a strange place." The guard said that this area was under the patronage of the two brothers of the imperial capital, and this young man is sick of living if he behaves like this. Ms. Gong intervened and said that these guards had no right to behave like this. She didn't recall that such treatment of citizens was the norm in the capital. The guard recognized the girl and was confused. He regretted his behavior. The man was frightened and apologized. The old man thanked Mu Yuan. The young man told the man to get up and not to worry about anything. The girl asked what her companion was going to do. The young man said that two guards are bullying a simple elder. He wants to make them pay for it. The young man said, if no one taught these two guards a lesson, no one would be able to help them in the future. The guards fell on their knees and said they were sorry. They did not know that the old man was with them. They asked for mercy and would not make such mistakes again. The young man asked, did they really want mercy? Then he would see what they could do. The guards went around town offering citizens to buy candy from them. They were making money for that old man. The girls watched from the window of the residence and found it quite amusing that the guards obeyed the young man. The interlocutor told the princess that by his actions, the young man did not give the impression of being a bad guy. The young people also bought candy from the old man. Ms. Gong said she was very upset that this kind of thing happens in the capital. The young man said that there will be good and bad people everywhere. You should not take it to heart. A young man with a chupa 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 in his mouth said the red light festival came very quickly. Ms. Gong said she shouldn't be surprised by that. Without such activities and their lives would be boring. The young man sensed something and said that his sword was calling out to him. They had established a mental connection. The girl looked back and saw that the young man was not near her. She noticed the young man already on the roof of a neighboring building. Ms. Gong asked when he had climbed up there. The young man looked through a nearby open window and said that the sword aura must have been coming from there. At the open window was the princess. Her maid told the princess to pay attention to her sword. The princess said her sword was fine. The girl thought that it was the sword that was causing the fear. The princess looked out the window and saw Mu Yuan on the neighboring rooftop. She thought that it was because of this young man that this fear had appeared. Miss Gong appeared beside the young man just as suddenly and asked him why he was here so suddenly. The young man said that he felt a rather interesting aura, and he found a good sword. The girl asked, does he really want to take him? If so, he'd better come in through the front doors. He's not going to go in there through the window, is he? Mu Yun said that he wasn't going to take that sword back, and Ms. Gong can forget about this incident. The maid looked out of the window and told the princess that those young men were leaving. The princess thought that this Mu Yuan is a very strange guy. At the Gong family residence, the head of the family received guests. Mr. Gong said that Mu Yuan came all the way here, and this feast is in his honor. The young man told his interlocutor that it shouldn't have been done. Mr. Gong said he had one question for Mr. Mu. The man said that his daughter had been talking a lot about the young man lately, The girl blushed with embarrassment and told her father not to continue the topic. There was tension in the young man's eyes. Hanmei Nixia's deity was very fond of his sword. The young man was terribly angry. He thought Nixia Wujan. The young man tried to calm down and said he had a stomachache. He asked in which direction he could follow to find a restroom. Mr. Gong showed the direction with his hand. The young man left the room and immediately jumped out the window. He decided that he didn't want to listen to this conversation any further. He settled down on the roof and thought that he would one day return to the kingdom of heavenly deities. The young man heard someone enter the room and asked Mu Yuan. The young man had to go back. He walked over and said he was here. The man unrolled the scroll and said that he held in his hands a decree from the emperor himself. The scroll said that Mu Yuan would be given the chance to marry Princess Yuhua for his outstanding services. He must accept the chance. Madame Gong wondered, why did His Majesty choose to marry Mu Yuan? The ambassador said that he was only here to deliver this news, but not to explain. If Ms. Gong has any questions, she should go directly to the emperor. Yin said he agrees with Ms. Gong. He asked the ambassador to explain the essence of the message. The ambassador said, His Majesty will be able to sleep well if he knows that the princess is protected by the young man, so he wishes to reward him. The young man said that such a reward was too serious for him, and he was not worthy of such an honor. The ambassador winked and said that a young gentleman from the backlands had been given a chance to marry the emperor's daughter. Such a blessing could only be granted once in a lifetime, and that was only for a select few. The young man said that he had not asked for such a blessing. He cannot accept this offer. He asked to be forgiven for this. The ambassador said Mu Yuan is a fool. He dare not defy the emperor's decree. Mr. Gong said for the ambassador to calm down. The Gong family also finds this marriage strange. The ambassador was indignant. He asked, does the Gong family have any problems? Such a small Mu family, even having the Gong family on their side, dare not refuse Emperor Wei. Mu Yan told the ambassador not to utter that name in his presence, or else he would not vouch for himself. The girl thought that Mu Yuan was really scaring her. This situation must have made him really angry. The ambassador shouted that this was unthinkable. No one has the right to attack the imperial ambassador. At the noise of the ambassador, the guards rushed into the room. Mr. Gong blocked their way. The landlord said it was the home of the Gong family and the ambassador should remove his men. Mr. Gong said he would speak to His Majesty himself about this marriage. The young man told Mr. Gong that he was sorry. He would not involve this family in such a conflict again. The man told the young man not to blame himself. Something about this marriage seemed strange to him himself. The excited daughter asked her father if he had found out anything. She, too, was curious to know the details. The father told his daughter that he didn't want to offend young Master Mu in any way, but Princess Yuhua, His Majesty's favorite daughter. Why would he suddenly decide to marry off his daughter to someone he has never seen in his life? Mr. Gong thought someone was behind it, but he can't figure out who it is yet. The girl thought that Mu Yuan had rejected this order, and knowing His Majesty's character, there could be huge consequences. Ms. Gong said she would get the horse ready so the young man could get out of here quickly. Mr. Gong thought that when his daughter hears about Mu Yuan's potential marriage, she gets a twitch. As a father, he can't help but worry about it. The young man said he wasn't going anywhere. Based on today's events, he needs more than 2 people to get answers. The emperor listened to the ambassador's report and wondered if the young man, besides rejecting his decree, had also humiliated him in front of others. The ambassador said that Yuan had the support of the Gong family. He asked the emperor to deal with the situation. The emperor told the ambassador that he wanted to see Gong and Yuan at his place. They must come to the palace immediately. Mr. Gong said he understood the young man's anger. But when they appear before the emperor, the young man must be sure to keep his temper in check. The young man promised. The young man thought that right now he wasn't deciding anything at all, and for the good of everyone, he should be quiet. Gong and Yuan arrived at the palace for the temperature reception. The men introduced themselves and said that they respectfully greeted their emperor. The emperor ordered Mu Yuan to be seized immediately. Mr. Gong tried to oppose this. The emperor said he had heard that Yuan was always hanging around the Gong family, so he summoned the man to the capital. The emperor generously offered the young man the hand and heart of his daughter, but he defiantly refused. The young man turned to His Majesty and said that he was very sorry. There are a great many reasons why he had to refuse. The ambassador shouted that the young man was insolent. He dare not interrupt His Majesty. If the emperor orders it, the young man will be flogged now. A princess entered the room and asked His Majesty to wait. The girl appeared in all her glory. Her face was covered with a veil. The ambassador was surprised to see the princess. The emperor asked why his daughter was here. The girl said that she would like to express her opinion about the situation. She thought that it was better to listen to the young man's reasons for refusing the emperor. The emperor calmed down and said that in that case, he was willing to give the young man the floor and listen to him. The young man said as he prepared to enter the Sanyun palace. The ambassador said that this could not justify the young man's insolent behavior. The emperor said that he wished to hear more. The young man glanced over to Mr. Gong. He remembered their conversation. It had been explained to the young man that if he wanted to go to the Chenyun palace, he was forbidden to marry. Ms. Gong explained to the young man that these were the rules, and this covenant had not been broken for centuries. In that conversation, the girl said that it was no longer realistic to get into this palace. Yuan said that in that case, there must be another way. Mr. Gong said that we would have to use the road of heaven. The girl asked, "What is that?" Mr. Gong explained that the ruler of the Kanyun Palace had hidden his entire heritage behind the most dangerous trial. His punishment was that only those who could pass all these severe trials with dignity could become the strongest disciple of the inner gate of the Kanyun Palace. As a sign of great respect, the generation before us named this place Road to Heaven. Before His Majesty arranged the marriage, the young man's application was sent to the Sanyun Palace. The emperor laughed at first and then said that he didn't want to stain his reputation. The emperor added he might think the young man wanted to fight him on purpose. The ambassador explained that this is how the Sanyun Palace's disciple recruitment trials are, not to mention the most difficult trial, the trials of heaven. The young man doesn't want to accept this marriage and is afraid that His Highness will blame him for it. The princess said that it was because of this trial of the sky that a lot of people are trying to get here. In that case, the family's reason to him is really convincing. The young man said he was not going to defend himself. After all, he would have to announce the results. The emperor agreed and said that he would make a wager with the young man. If the young man passed the test, he would fulfill his request. The emperor said otherwise he would throw the young man on death row. The ambassador smirked at that. The princess thought it was a good suggestion. The man wondered, had Mu Yuan really agreed to His Majesty's wager? The ambassador said he couldn't help but agree. No one refuses an offer from the emperor, whether it's a request or a wager. The ambassador, while having a drink with the man, said that the so-called sky trials were just an ordinary cover-up. After a short while, he simply agreed to undergo this test. Now Mu Yuan would not be able to retract his words. The man remarked that he would now have to arrange this trial. It seems like this test is an easy one. A person from the Yun family was able to pass it once. The ambassador said even if the young man passed the first level, he would die. The essence of the last level is that an ordinary person simply cannot pass it, but only a phoenix or a dragon can. Ms. Gong told the young man that the entrance to the trial of heaven was right in front of him. The boy looked up at the narrow, suspended wooden road above the clouds between the cliffs. This was a serious challenge. Ms. Gong said after he crosses this bridge, a sword rock will be waiting for him, and then his ordeal would begin. The young man looked at the ambassador. The man thought the young man had come after all. He thought it was funny. Ms. Gong asked the ambassador what he was doing here. The ambassador said that His Majesty was worried that the young man would run away, so he sent him to follow him. The ambassador looked around and thought, why are there no guards anywhere? Did they run away? The girl said that the sword rock has an aura protecting a small area. This aura is comparable to a guardian. If a person doesn't have enough strength, they can't be here, they'll be torn apart. The ambassador said in that case, he wished Mu Yuan good luck in his trial. The young man stepped onto the unstable suspension road. It was a dangerous journey and a serious challenge. The girl thought that this bridge looked very unstable. She wished the young man good luck. A large bird flew above the girl. The young man looked around. There were glowing spots under the clouds below. He said that it was sword chi. The real test starts here. The young man thought that these swords were eager to pierce him. It was as if they had eyes. It looked like the Chenyun Palace had done a good job of making such trials. The man said that sword chi had no eyes. He thought the young man was very weak, and then he could crawl back carefully. The girl told the ambassador not to distract the young man, because he has a difficult trial. The young man, turning to the ambassador, said he was right. These swords have no eyes, so he had better get out of here safely before those swords punish him. The boy thought he couldn't move anymore, and neither could his spirit. This kind of psychological pressure is possible in this place, But since it's just a test, there must be a way to get through it. An observer from the imperial house asked why the young man was standing still. Was he frightened? The girl reminded him that the young man should not be distracted. The young man thought he had it all figured out, and without looking down, went forward. The first test was the ability to see, react, and control. The guy thought that one could use precise intelligence to accurately predict the flight trajectory of the swordgui. This would be a test. The young man began to move faster. Sword chi attack, very fast. It should be dealt with quickly as well. It will be a reaction. You need to accurately gather your power and use it. That will be control. The young man gathered his will into a fist, turned on his coolness, and continued to move on this rickety bridge. The sword chi did not reach its target. The ambassador was surprised. The young man had succeeded. Miss Gong thought that Mu Yuan understood what to do. The young man walked to the other side of the bridge. The princess, watching the young man through the magic ball, thought he had done it. The emperor said that thanks to his daughter, he doesn't have to leave the palace, and he can watch from right here as Yuan tries to pass the test. The girl said that she was also very curious about how strong Mu Yuan was, and he had the courage to test himself the way of heaven. His Majesty thought that this boy was not so simple, but he doesn't know that yet. The emperor asked his daughter how the boy was doing. The girl told her father that Mu Yuan had just advanced to the second level of the trial. The young man found himself in an old dead forest. He thought that Miss Gong had warned him about the second level. This trial is called the Misty Forest. The boy thought he was on the right path. The fog is very thick in this area, which almost completely obscures the road. You have to leave some signs so you don't get lost in this foggy madness. The young man began to make marks on the trees and using them to guide him from here on out. The young man stopped and turned around. He thought he heard a sound behind him. Like a branch crunching under his foot. At some point, the young man realized that someone was following him and felt that he was about to be struck. The young man let his fighting spirit out and attacked the opponents. Who happened to be behind the young man? One of the attackers was split in two. The surviving villain had to hastily flee in an attempt to cover his tracks. The emperor, watching through the magic orb, thought, these must have been illusions. The princess said it was a secret technique of this level. The Misty Forest has its defenders, and there are more than one or two. The emperor, watching through the magic orb, asked his daughter what the young man picked up from the ground. The young man thought that the guards had vanished, but they still left something behind. This something looked like a map. It could be a map of this level, and the red mark on it meant his current location. It was the local navigator. He thought he should find out for himself anyway. And don't trust these cards too much. Maybe this card was issued a long time ago. It hasn't been updated. The emperor and his daughter looked at the young man through the magic ball. The young man stood still. His Majesty asked his daughter what was going on. The girl said that the young man wanted to go through this misty forest. The princess added that, in order to do this, the young man must find and light all the beacons. With a fog like this, it won't be easy to do so. In addition, there might be guards lurking in this thick fog. Even if he finds the right path, he will run into the guards again and again. The guy moving in a given direction on the navigator thought the first beacon was quite close. The emperor, watching through a remote observation magic orb, said he was plagued by doubts about the young man's actions. Is he on the right track? Asked the emperor to his daughter. The girl replied that, based on her reasoning, since the young man had received a clue in the form of a map, his movements were in the right direction. The emperor said that indeed the young man had reached the first beacon. Perhaps this quest will be his for the taking. The observers saw the young man walk up to the wall. There was a doorway in the wall. The princess said that Yuan's memory, along with his ability to navigate through space, was truly impressive. The emperor asked if there was any chance that the young man could easily pass the second level of the trials. The young man found some firewood stacked up to make a fire. He tried to light the fire, but for some reason it did not light. The young man thought that the second level should be easy. The shadow of a guard appeared behind the young man. The guard swung around to deliver a staggering blow to Mu Yuan. The young man noticed this movement, and at the same time, he had an energy sword which he used to repel the attacker's attack. The young man thought that there were guards in the towers as well, but for some reason, they are not as strong as before. Perhaps the clue lies in their bodies. The boy tried to examine the body of the dismembered guardian. What's inside? The young man poked around and said there was nothing inside. He wondered what might be hiding under the mask of those guards. The young man failed to remove the mask from the guard. The guard woke up and tried to attack the young man. This was not successful. The young man dodged the attack and thought that the guards could resurrect themselves to destroy the intruders. The boy was sure there must be a passage somewhere, but he hadn't found it yet. The emperor, watching what was happening, thought that Mu Yuan might not be able to pass the second test. The princess told her father that it was a difficult test, and even she couldn't pass it, although she is the most gifted young master in the entire palace. The princess said that her affiliation with the palace did not determine her strength or her complete confidence that the test of the road of heaven would be up to her. The princess thought that Mu Yuan was much better and stronger than her, and he had a better chance of passing the second trial. The young man continued the count. This was the fifth guardian. He figured they just kept going on and on with the resurrection. The young man was surprised. There was a huge guard standing in front of him. He thought, why did this guy's strength increase so much? The young man had to fend off the attack of his intensified opponent. He decided that there was no time to yawn. The guard sprawled and delivered a powerful blow to the young man's body. The young man had not expected such force and flew backwards. The next attack the young man repelled with his broken sword, Yu Lin. During this attack, the young man said he understood everything now, and he knows how to behave. The boy moved closer to the wood for the fire. He had an idea. The young man jumped up and the rivals crossed their swords exactly above the firewood. The sparks from their swords struck the firewood. The young man thought that the spark from the guard's sword was enough to light the beacon, but these small sparks were still not enough. The young man did the same thing once more, but now with his best effort, he shattered his opponent's sword into small pieces. The hot pieces of this sword fell on the fire, and the wood burst into a bright flame. The young man, watching the lighthouse fire ignite, thought he had succeeded. The emperor thought that this was quite unexpected. The secret to igniting the beacon was hidden in the swords of the guards themselves. The princess said that the first level of the test was quite simple and did not require any special skills. The second level requires intelligence and wit, without which it is impossible to light the beacons. To use sword shards to light a lighthouse, it was simply incredible. The girl wondered how many more secrets Mu Yuan had in store for her. The emperor said he was sorry the princess had missed the opportunity to marry such a capable young man. The girl told her father to stop joking. The princess said if such a brilliant person appeared in the Qianyun Palace, it would be wonderful. However, the third level would be drastically different from the first two. Mu Yuan might not be able to overcome the third stage of the test. The emperor asked what was so special about this level. The girl had heard that in the third stage of the trial, the young man would have to face the Master of Illusions, and if he could defeat the Master of Illusions, he would successfully pass the test. The princess added that one should not hold out any hopes. The third test had not yet been passed by a single person. The emperor inquired, what was it about illusion spells that were so powerful? The daughter replied that it was said that a certain person had achieved tremendous success in cultivation, and to perpetuate his boundless respect for his ancestor, he had erected a barrier. An impressive picture opened before the young man. It was a path to the sky, lined with stones. The young man reached the road of heaven. He looked up and said it was impressive, and it sounds promising. The young man thought that overcoming this path would be like walking to the stars. One wrong step, and he would be rocketing downward without the slightest chance of survival. The young man realized that he had only one way forward, so he carefully began to move upwards. The young man found himself at the very top. He saw this picture, swords were scattered around, and the skeletons of past challengers were lying around. The boy thought it was just an ordinary ordeal. Why all this excessive pretentiousness and tragedy? Couldn't a man be that cruel? The princess looked into the magic ball, was frightened, and said there was no such thing. The emperor asked what happened. The girl said that the whole way to the third level was just strewn with corpses. Apparently, it's for you poor people who tried to pass this test. The princess said, according to the rules, those who couldn't pass the third level could leave the trials. But looking at this carpet of corpses, it looks like they were all just wiped out before they could escape. The girl, looking at the young man, thought that there was obviously something wrong with the third step. There is some kind of mystery here. The princess told her father that she must immediately go to the Qianyun Palace and stop this ordeal. The emperor said that Mu Yuan had already entered the trial level. Besides, it's a long way from here to the Qianyun Palace. There's probably no point. The princess said that it was left to the children of destiny to bow their heads humbly and not oppose her. The girl expressed hope that Mu Yuan would still be able to survive. The emperor and his daughter continued to watch the show behind the glass. The young man continued to move forward. The young man reached the very top of the road to the heavens. In front of him was a huge plateau on which the unknown was located. The young man stepped closer and saw a fiery man with a burning sword. The young man wondered, what kind of monstrous aura did this man have? His strength was drastically different from all the guards he had seen before. Why aren't there any guards here? Could it be that this monster was sitting on this platform alone? The fire monster thought, finally at least someone showed up for him. The monster said his sword craved the young man's blood and flesh. The young man smiled and said he would consider it a compliment. The opponent laughed and said that this young man turned out to be very funny. The young man stopped talking and confronted the monster. The young man used his broken sword to split his opponent's body in two. The villain laughed in response and his body began to recover. It was incredible. A moment later, the monster stood before the young man unharmed. It was not clear how to deal with it. Canyon Palace. A man is resting on the lawn and feeling great. The princess appeared in front of the man and called him Lord Juju. The man cried out in surprise. The man jumped up and said that he had spilled milk out of fright and had soiled his shirt. Who would do such a thing? The girl told the man to stop drinking milk and go with her immediately to the road of heaven. To the surprised question of the man, the girl replied, she has a suspicion that something is wrong with the final test and it just kills all the test subjects. The young man is undergoing this test and she fears for his life. Mu Yuan continued to fight the monster. The invincible villain attacked the young man once again and told him to stop talking heresy. The young man noted that he had seen his opponent's eyes somewhere before. He had the impression that they had met somewhere. The villain, smiling, replied that the young man appeared bright. The guy guessed, his opponent, it was his shadow. It was once granted to the forefather of the Canyon Palace. The young man realized that his opponent's strength was based on his strength. This projection of him was made to guard the path of heaven. Mu Yuan wondered how come there was so much demonic aura around his shadow. Perhaps the problem lies in this sword. The opponent disagreed, and he shouted that he was not Mu Yuan's shadow. The young man said if he didn't believe him, he would defeat him now with the same technique. The young man sent a powerful charge of energy into his opponent. It was like a mirror image. The shadow screamed that it was impossible. This had never happened to him before. The young man was distracted by something. He thought someone wanted to join them. He decided that he should finish up here quickly. Mu Yuan tried to quickly dispatch his shadow opponent, of whom only the demon sword remained. Mrs. Xiao and Master Zhou were almost there. Zhu said that they might not make it in time. They need to hurry up quickly. The young men increased the movement speed on their swords and thought that they would definitely make it in time now. Madame Xiao thought that if Mu Yuan was able to reach the third stage of the trial, it spoke of his outstanding talents. But even the strongest warriors wouldn't be able to withstand such a dangerous situation. When Masters Zhu and Yao approached, they were surprised. Where did such a powerful demonic aura come from here? Zhu said the situation is more dangerous than he thought. One had to be careful. Everything around was in a demonic aura like a red mist. Mrs. Zhao called out to Mu Yuan. The shadow of a young man appeared out of the red mist, and he asked who was calling him. A young man came out of the fog, saw Mr. Zhu, and asked who he was. Xiaolingyan asked, how is Mu Yuan feeling? Is he okay? Master Zhu used spells against the young man. The young man grabbed his stomach. Zhu apologized and said that he had to make sure that he was him. This spell is completely harmless unless the young man is a demon. The guy said that he wasn't a demon after all. He was able to pass the Canyon Palace barrier. But strangely, the last level defender was the guy he had just defeated. Master Zhu asked where that guard was. The young man said he had defeated him. Master Xiao and Master Zhu were terribly surprised. This was the first time they had heard such a thing. The young man asked why they were looking at him like that. Madame Xiao thought that this was impossible. At this stage of the trial, a huge number of people had been annihilated by an uncharted demonic power. Not only had the young man massacred him, there were no injuries left on the young man after this battle. Is Mu Yuan really that strong? The guy said they got what they wanted. Now it's his turn to ask questions. Who are they? The man said he was Juju, serving in the Canyon Palace. The girl said that she was the most outstanding teacher of this palace, Xiaolingyan. The young man said since they were here, there would be no unforeseen situations, and he asked if he had passed the test of the way of heaven. The girl thought, why is this young man so careless? After the fight with the demon, he looks even calmer than he did in the first stage of the trial. Master Ju said that the young man was the only person who had been able to overcome the Heaven's Road test in the past 100 years. The young man did well. The young man asked if this was about the last guard. Master Ju said that once they arrived at the palace, the young man would be compensated accordingly. Master Xiao said that this demon should be investigated thoroughly. The man agreed and said that he should look around first. The young man thought that the guardian's demonic sword had simply disappeared. It was strange that his sword didn't want to absorb the demon sword. It merely neutralized it with its power. Once captured, this sword still continues to exude magical energy. No doubt turning a guard into a demon is all the work of this sword. The young man thought, if these people didn't ask him about the sword, then they probably don't even know it exists. The young man thought, how could this demonic sword be here? Master Ju asked Master Xiao if she had found anything. The princess said that the guard's demonic energy had completely dissipated before they arrived, and the guard himself had left nothing behind. The princess said that the guard's demonic energy had completely dissipated before they arrived, and the guard himself had left nothing behind. The man said that the first thing to do was to return to the Qianyun Palace. He would later send people here to investigate. The man looked at Mu Yuan and said that they had a more important event right now. He added that another genius had appeared in the Canyun Palace, meaning Mu Yuan. Canyun Palace, conference hall. The girl said, Master Juju notified them that he and Xiao would bring Yuan to them. The man noticed that it was unexpected. After such a long time, there was an applicant who could pass the way of heaven. He is very interested in this kind of talent. The old man told Elder Liao that such talents should join his temple guard. The girl thought the guardian temple's combat techniques and the temple's alchemical abilities. The calling card of the Canyun Palace. Why is her warlock temple perpetually behind? Another interviewee said he had some doubts about Mu Yuanam passing the last step of the test. The interlocutor said that according to the rules, no one was allowed to interrupt the trials or join him. But Mu Yuan was joined by Lord Juju and Master Xiao. He said that he thought it was unfair. The girl said that Lord Juju has arrived now. They can talk to him. One of those present asked the guest to tell what had actually happened. The Lord said that this question could be postponed for later. Now he wanted to introduce something. The Lord said that he was introducing Mu Yuan to everyone. This young man was only able to overcome the trials of the road of heaven with his strength and ingenuity, which earned him a special opportunity to join the Canyun Palace. Those present were surprised. Master Juju said that this young man had overcome everything with his own strength. Juju said, he knows what everyone is thinking. In fact, he and Master Xiao had already arrived after Mu Yuan had destroyed the last level guardian. The girl said that this young man was indeed worthy of a place in the Qianyun Palace. Juju told Mu Yuan that he wanted to introduce the 4 elders of the Qianyun Palace to him. Guardian Temple, Elder Gucheng. The Guardian Temple is a treasure trove of the best martial techniques and arts. You should look for an opponent who is half as strong as Elder Gu. Heating Temple, Elder Leo. Elder Leo is known for his outstanding skills in medicine. He also has outstanding skills in alchemy. Hidden Talisman Temple, Elder Zhao. Only the highest quality talismans come out from under Elder Zhao's hand. Warlock Temple, Elder Yue. It's not only her pretty looks that can break a man's heart, but also her immense strength. Juju said, it is now the young man's choice. Which temple does he want to join? After that, he will study the disciplines of the chosen temple. Elder Gu told Mu Yuan, what's the sin? He needs the talents of the young man in the Guardian Temple. Elder Liao said that Hedong Temple was the most favorable candidate for the young man. Miss Yue said if the young man wanted, he could join her temple. Mu Yuan thanked the elders for their work, but said that he had already made his choice. Elder Yue asked, did the young man really want to join her temple? The Sorcerer's Temple. Elder Leo told the young man not to jump to conclusions. He should make his choice wisely. Juju said, if the decision has already been made, then he will leave Mu Yuan here. Mrs. Yu told the young man to follow her and to stay in her fairway. Master Liao asked Juju, did he really approve of Mu Yuan's choice to join the Sorcerer's Temple? Elder Gu said that ever since the head of the Warlock Temple, Elder Sun, was destroyed, the strength of the Warlock Temple has fallen. This girl Yue is good at doing ordinary errands, but she won't be able to mentor Yuan in training. Mr. Liao said that Mu Yuan is a rare nugget. It must be polished to a shine, otherwise it will be useless. Juju sighed, held his head, and said that he would discuss this later. The princess thought that Mu Yuan rejected the marriage proposals because of the trial and ended up joining the weakest temple. What's he thinking? Mrs. Yue and Mu Yuan are soaring on a serious flying machine. The girls said that they can see the sorcerer's temple below. Once they arrive, the young man can choose his own wings and gather all the necessary ingredients. The young man asked Elder Yue, would he be living here now? She said he didn't have to. After all, he still has 3 days of rest, and he is free to go out and do whatever he wants. Lady Yue looked at the young man. The boy asked, does Elder Yue have something to say to him? The woman said that the enchanter's temple is not really what the young man imagines. Would he regret entering this place? The young man replied that he wouldn't regret it for anything. He had always been attracted to sorcery, so mysterious and distant, and now he has the rare opportunity to enter the Chanyun Palace. So he wants to dive into it. The young man arrived at the temple. The temple was in disrepair. The building was crumbling and there were ditches all around it. Mrs. Yue said that she normally trains all day, so there's no one to watch the temple. The woman added that she was alone most of the time and therefore did not bother cleaning. The young man looked at the surroundings and thought that he seemed to be beginning to regret the choice he had made. Elder Zhou returned to his temple. He had a sad look on his face. The disciples saw him and said that the master had returned. Master Zhao must have been unhappy about something. Perhaps it was because of that fellow, Mu Yuan, who had passed the Heaven's Path test. After all, Master Zhao wanted the young man to join his hidden talisman temple. Elder Zhao told his disciple that that young man interested him. Master Zhao added that Mu Yuan had been admitted to the Kanyuan Palace, but had joined the Sorcerer's Temple. The disciple wondered, did that young man not want to be taken to any of the other temples? The elder said that it was completely Mu Yuan's decision. Master Zhou told his disciple, no matter whether it was the master of the Enchanter Temple or Mu Yuan, this time they, like the past masters, would be banished from the Qianyun Palace. Mu Yuan sits in the temple in front of a huge vat. After 3 days, the young man shows Mr. Gong and his daughter a red battle sword. The girl asks, what is that monstrous demonic aura on the sword? How did such a dangerous weapon even manage to end up on the test of the Road of Heaven? Mr. Gong asked Mu Yuan if the Qianyun Palace knew about this. The young man said that he was not sure about it. The young man said that many people died during the ordeal, and it was strange that no one noticed such a huge number of casualties. Yuan asked Miss Gong, who is overseeing this trial? The girl replied that normally Lord Juju and Elder Xiao would usually watch the trial, but they had been busy lately. But they didn't put any other observers, since it was usually impossible for people to pass the trial barriers, so it was pointless to put any guards. The young man asked, could someone have taken advantage of such a position and planted this demonic sword? The guy said he doesn't claim it was done by the people from the Qianyun Palace, but he has his suspicions. The young man said he was going to do his own investigation, but he would need help. The young man thought it was a pity that he only had 3 days off, and then he would have to stay in the Qianyun Palace for a long time. He should find some clues as soon as possible without attracting too much attention. Miss Gong approached the young man and said it was her first time in such a huge palace. The young man was not easy to find here. Gong said she brought the young man's sister with her. The girl said hello to her brother. Yen asked Wu Mei how her training was going. The girl said it was fine. Sister Gong is taking good care of her. Gong said that there would be a great competition in a few days. Had Wu Mei decided which temple she wanted to join? The girl said that she would like to join the wizard's temple like her brother. Some noise caught the attention of the young people. They decided to ask what it was. Gwen saw Elder Yue. The girl covered in smoke said that she had failed again. Master Yue saw the young people and said that they had guests. The girl said hello to the elder. Elder Yue said that she must have frightened the guests. She asked them not to leave and said she'd be back soon. She just needed to change her clothes. Miss Gong asked the young man, was it true that the current master of the Enchanter Temple was the disciple of the past master? Wen said, if the competition is just around the corner, his sister should be well prepared. If she had any questions, he would be able to answer them. Gong said that in addition to helping Wumi, the young man must prepare for the ceremony. Sister asked, what kind of ceremony are we talking about? Gong said that her brother had passed the test of the Road of Heaven, and now he is a disciple of one of the temples. Such a significant event should be publicized. Now all the temple disciples would have to call Mu Yuan Big Brother as soon as they saw him. In the next moment, the young man became wary. The boy realized that he could sense the demonic qi. The girls also increased their attentiveness. The young man pulled out his broken sword and pointed it towards the stranger. Yuan asked who was he. The young man shouted to be spared. Gong said for Mu Yuan to stop. In front of him, brother Lu Ming from the Hidden Talisman Temple. Mu Yuan asked the girl if she knew this guy. The girl replied that she knew him personally and asked the young man to lower his sword. Lu Ming stood up and bowed to the young men. He thanked them for their indulgence. Mrs. Gong said that there was no need for such formalities. After all, she is younger than brother Lu, so he can call her little sister. The young man thought that this guy had a strong demonic aura, but he couldn't see that he was very strong. Mrs. Yue appeared and asked what was wrong. Lu Ming said that Elder Zhao asked him to deliver a letter. Wei unfolded the letter and said that it was 150 enchanted rank 2 feathers, 36 enchanted rank 3 feathers, and 8 rank 4 feathers. The woman read that it had to be sent within 12 days. She thought that was some kind of frantic schedule. Elder Zhao said that the great competition was about to begin, and the Hidden Talisman Temple needs to prepare everything they need for their future disciples. If the Warlock Temple does everything in time, the new disciples will be able to behold this power. Elder Yue must be very happy to have such a talented disciple join her temple. Master Yue thought that the Hidden Talisman Temple always procured everything it needed from outside. He had never used a Warlock Temple. Elder Yue thought that there were some unsavory motives in this gesture. The woman thought that there were only 2 of them in Mu Yuan, and it was simply impossible for 2 people to make such a huge amount of enchanted items at once. Making 3rd and 4th rank items is very difficult, and Mu Yuan wouldn't be much help. In 12 days, Mu Yuan's initiation ceremony would take place. If he rejected the supreme disciple or they failed to complete the initiation, it would affect the young man's reputation in the sorcerer's temple itself. Elder Yue said for Lu Ming to go back and tell Mr. Zhao that the Warlock Temple would accept the order and make everything in the best way. Lu Ming thanked Elder Yue and bowed out. He said that all the necessary materials were already located in the warehouse. The woman thought she had taken a time bomb to her head. Now she would sit and wait for trouble to come knocking at the door. Elder Yue told the young man that the Hidden Talisman Temple had ordered to enchant a huge number of things in a short period of time. For the 2 of them, this task would be impossible. Miss Gong asked why, in that case, did the elder not refuse if this order is insupportable? Master Yue replied that the Hidden Talisman Temple wanted to make a mockery of their temple. She knows she's weak, but that's not enough. They want to publicly humiliate her and her temple. The woman said, Yuan has just entered this temple, so the problems don't concern him. If she doesn't meet the deadline, she will personally go to the Hidden Talisman Temple with her apology. This could all be because of her incompetence. The young man remembered that Elder Yue had told him that after the last accident, her cultivation had started to degenerate, and she couldn't cast particularly powerful enchantments on items. But if her cultivation, everything is fine, then with her spellcasting skills, it won't be difficult to complete this errand. Mrs. Yu inquired, what does Mu Yuan want to say with this? The young man said he had a plan, but he needed 1 day to do the math. Then he'll make a presentation of the plan. 1 day passed. The young men gathered around a large cauldron. Mo Yun asked the master to take a look at this enchanted cauldron and say, does she see any differences? The woman ran her hand over the cauldron. She thought she could see the differences. Elder Yue said that this cauldron was now absorbing her spiritual power. Everyone saw the unusual glow of an enchanted seal appear in front of the cauldron. The woman asked how it was that the seal had managed to end up on the enchanted cauldron. What had the young man done with the cauldron? Mu Yen said that he set the seal last night. The methods of enchantment are different all over the world, but the basis of all is the same. The flame is the spiritual power, and the fuel is the cultivation base itself. This way, they can create and carve materials. This circle that everyone has seen before can absorb spiritual power and amplify it. And if all of this is put together, Elder Yui's cultivation can be improved. The woman was amazed that the young man was able to make such a strong seal. It was unbelievable. Master Yue asked if the young man could provide this sealing technique to the Warlock Temple. The young man said that he used special magic ingredients for this seal, and he doesn't have them anymore. The girl got upset and said let it stay as it was. The guy thought that he couldn't admit to using the demon spirit essence. The young man stepped aside and asked the elder to try out his abilities in the current environment. Elder Yue approached the cauldron and busied herself with extracting the ingredients. Illuminated iron, wolf strand, and the final ingredient, thunderwood. After performing the necessary manipulations on the cauldron, the woman achieved her result. The enchanted feather of the 3rd rank was ready. she had succeeded. The enchanted feather was placed in a special box. The young man said, "Elder Yue's enchantment skills are truly impressive." Lady Yue said, "They weren't that great. Besides, the seal that the young man had placed did all the basic work." Elder Yue said she was terribly grateful to the young man. Mu Yun said that they both did a good job, and added that brother Liu Ming from the Hidden Talisman Temple brought someone with him. He wants to see how things are going with the enchantment. The young man wonders. Elder Yue was warned that he would arrive, so why is no one greeting him? The young man said he is the young master of his temple, and he expects to be treated with respect. He will not tolerate the fact that he is not welcome. The young man walked into the temple and asked, "Why is Mu Yuan making him wait like this? It's disrespectful." Wumei met the young man at the temple. The girl asked who he was. The young man asked, where did the girl come from? Liu Ming told the young master that this is Brother Mu's younger sister. She is training here to join one of the temples in the future. The young man asked the girl who told her that she was worthy to join one of the 4 temples. Wumei replied that she would definitely become as strong as her older brother. The young man lashed out at the girl. He said she didn't dare talk to him. She doesn't even know who he is. He's the young master of the Hidden Talisman Temple. The girl better bow her head to him. Wumei asked why the young man was raising his voice at her. He's not an adult himself. He's just an ordinary, rude, and insolent person. Brother Liu Ming deserves more respect than him. The young man became angry and decided to attack the girl with his inner energy. Wumei was not confused and repelled his attack with her spiritual weapon. The girl thought that this young man was strong. The guy said the girl had the guts to fight him. He decided to teach her a lesson or two on how to behave in front of older men. At this moment, Mu Yuan and Mrs. Yue entered the room. Yuan said in front of him, "A weakling. All he can do is fight with a child. How dare he raise his hand on his sister?" Miss Yue told Zhao Ting that Yuan is a supreme disciple, and he dare not call him by his name. Apparently, good manners for a Hidden Talisman Temple is an unacceptable luxury. The young man clenched his fists in anger, but said as he greeted Elder Yue and Big Brother. Elder Yue told the young man to go back to his temple. All the enchanted items they had ordered were already ready. Tomorrow, all these items would be delivered to the Hidden Talisman Temple. Liu Ming told Brother Zhao that it was time to leave. If Elder Yue gets angry, there might be trouble. The young man said that it was indeed time for them to leave. When the young men stepped aside and were left alone, Zhao punched Liu Ming. He said that he hated slime balls like Liu Ming. If he ever let him talk when he shouldn't, he would have to throw him outside the temple wall. Liu Ming thought that Zhao couldn't take out his anger on Mu Yuan or Elder Yue, so he chose him as a punching bag. Brother Zhao said angrily that Mu Yuan and the Warlock Temple would still regret treating him like this. Brother Zhao came to report to his master. The elder said that the Warlock Temple was still good for something, if they were able to fulfill his assignment. Apparently, Mu Yuan's abilities were not lacking here. The young man was underestimated. The elder said that Mu Yuan was hindering them. He can't recall people who could accomplish such a huge task in such a short period of time. This is hindering the realization of his plans. Zhao said that this time, the Warlock Temple was just lucky. The elder, producing a talisman on a piece of yellow paper, said that the real show was yet to come. The Sorcerer's Temple will soon face imminent collapse. He'll see to that. The elder walked to the dungeon where the prisoner was chained. There was a chain around his neck, and his hands were tied behind his back. An elder put a talisman on the prisoner's forehead. The man fainted and fell down. After a while, that prisoner woke up and turned into a scary and vicious red monster. He roared menacingly. The elder said that monsters that had been turned from humans were the perfect cannon fodder. The man said that he doesn't know what Mu Yuan found out in the test of the road of heaven, but he can't just let it go. That young man's demise is certain. Elder Yue led Mu Yuan to the ancestral hall of the Warlock Temple. In front of them stood the ancestral tree. The woman said that masters and apprentices of all generations of the Wizard Temple leave their nameplates on this tree. As long as the nameplate glows, it means that the soul is still there. Master Yue added that now 2 more plaques appeared on the tree. One plaque, it's hers, the other plaque, it's Master Mu's. The woman said that her skills were too insignificant. Therefore, she is glad that she was awarded the title of a disciple who is half a teacher. The elders said that on this wall, a young man could choose a jade tablet. He would write his name on it and sprinkle it with his blood, and then hang it on the luo tree. The young man became alert and looked at the tree carefully. The woman asked the young man what was the matter. The young man said he had just heard someone calling out to him. The elder said it was impossible. After all, she hadn't heard anything. The young man thought he must have heard what he heard. It happens. At this time, another plaque on the family tree lit up. It had the inscription, Sun Sheng. The woman said that she would now reveal one of the techniques of the wizard's temple to the young man, the 9-ranked enchantment technique. This technique doesn't have a constant shape. It changes all the time. It resembles the shape of a flame. 9-rank enchantment, it is one of the secret techniques they teach to every disciple of the wizard temple. Elder Yue interrupted her story and the young man asked what was wrong. The woman looked at her hand and said that her ki was weak and unstable. You told the young man not to worry. This was to be expected. After all, they had recently enchanted many items for the hidden talisman temple. In a few days, she would be fine. Elder Yue and Mu Yuan continued their training. The woman said that the young man's skill was amazing. Now he needs to practice every day to improve his technique. The young man thanked Sister Yue for her hard work today and told her to get a good rest. The woman said she was tired and would go to her chambers to rest. The young men parted. The elder told the young man to rest too. The young man returned to his resting place. A man happened to be there. Mu Yuan said that he should have warned him that it would be late today. Lu Ming asked, "What did Yuan call him for? What was the matter? He is always happy to be helpful." The young man asked Brother Lu if his left eye had always been like this. Lu answered in the affirmative. Mu Yuan said that it was like a demon's curse. Lu again agreed with his interlocutor. The young man thought that all the sins of this world are blamed on people who were unlucky enough to be born with a demon curse. Brother Lu doesn't look like a villain. He was probably bullied his entire childhood because of this flaw. Mu Yuan said, he has heard about this curse. He knows that there are techniques to help rid the young man of it. Lu Ming asked, "Is it really true?" Mu Yuan said that it is true, but he has a couple of questions. He wondered why he felt a trace of faint demonic energy on Zhaoting. Wumi is sitting on the bank of the river. Mrs. Gong came up to her. She asked what's wrong with the girl. Wumi has been tired all day. The girl said that in 2 days' time the competition will start, and every day she is more and more unsure of her abilities. Wu Mei added that the competition will be held together with Brother Mu's ceremony. If she loses, he might be disappointed. Gong said that not many people can boast such strength at such an age. The girl just needs to put out 100%, and the effort will definitely pay off. Ms. Gong looked back. Someone called her name. The girl noticed that it was Zhao's brother. She said that they were not in any relationship. Therefore, he shouldn't call her by her name. Wumi exclaimed, "There's that man again." Ms. Gong asked, "Do they really know each other?" The girl said she knew this young master. He has manners so brilliant that they allow him to bully children. If her brother had not helped her, she would not have been able to compete. The young man said that the girl is a little liar. Mu Yuan is only some disciple of the sorcerer temple, so he is not afraid of him. Miss Gong said that Mu Yuan, a supreme disciple, and Zhao should show him more respect. Ms. Gong took the girl and said they were leaving. They defiantly turned around and left. Zhao thought that once again he was interrupted by Mu Yuan. The young man thought that he would decisively destroy this rascal. The initiation ceremony of the supreme disciple is declared open. Mu Yuan stands in a huge square in front of the elders of the Chanyun Palace and representatives of the imperial dynasty. The elders of the Chanyun Palace are pleased to welcome a new disciple. The ambassador thought that His Majesty had sent him to personally congratulate Mu Yuan. He was ashamed. Elder Gu said that Mu Yuan had displayed all his wisdom and courage and proved his strength by passing the test of the road of heaven. According to the progenitor's wishes, he is given the title of Supreme Disciple. The elder congratulated Mu Yuan on his newly acquired title. Suddenly, Mr. Zhao said that he had something to say. A young man stepped out of the crowd and drew attention to himself. Elder Gu asked, "What exactly does Zhao Ting want to say?" The young man said that according to the rules, if any disciple doubted the competence of a supreme disciple, he had the right to fight him. Everyone wondered, what does Brother Zhao mean? Did he really want to fight Brother Mu Yuan? The emperor's ambassador thought that Mu Yuan was in trouble. The man smiled. Zhao Ting remembered Master telling him all he had to do was to challenge the young man to a duel during the ceremony. Master intended to prepare the arena where this duel would take place. Once Yuan entered the arena, his QA would become unstable to the point where he would be unable to control his movements. The elder said that in that case, Zhao Ting would defeat Mu Yuan and become the new supreme disciple. Elder Gu asked Lord Juju if there was such a rule. Wen said it's okay. Rules are rules, and he accepts the young man's challenge. Mu Yuan said that in that case, Zhao Ting could attack him. Everyone watching shouted that they were really going to fight. Brother Zhao is not the weakest of the disciples. Brother Mu shouldn't fight with Brother Zhao at all. The young men stood in the arena against each other. Everyone watched the battle intently. This had not happened here for a long time. Zhao Ting threw a talisman at his opponent, which turned into a burning blob of energy. Mu Yuan skillfully and calmly dodged this attack. Not a single muscle on his face trembled. Zhao Ting laughed. Is this really all a supreme disciple can do? It seems that now every beaten dog can pass the test of the road of heaven. The young man was preparing a new talisman to attack. Mu Yuan thought that there was something wrong with this arena. He felt as if he was out of place. Zhao Ting said that the title of Supreme Disciple would belong to him, and released another talisman towards his opponent. Zhao rose into the air and fired several lightning bolts. He told Mu Yuan to get the hell out of the Qianyun Palace. Zhao Ting made a sideways attack with a powerful energy beam. Mu Yuan repelled this attack with his broken sword. Zhao shouted, "Why is Mu Yuan so weak? After all, he has passed the test of the road of heaven. He is not worthy of the title of a supreme disciple." Everyone watching shouted that Brother Zhao was very strong. The Lord Ambassador thought that there was someone who could rub Mu Yuan's nose in it. Yuan is being humiliated in front of the entire Qianyun Palace. It's a magnificent sight. Zhao Ting said that Mu Yuan was very disappointing to him. After all, he had expected him to have a worthy opponent. Zhao Ting picked up the stone, attached the talisman to it, and threw it towards Mu Yuan. The stone rapidly increased in size as it approached the young man. Mu Yuan, with his energy sword, shattered this stone into small shards with a single strike. Brother Zhao was surprised. "How is this possible?" Mu Yuan said. "Does Zhao really think that his pathetic tricks make him more honorable?" The elder couldn't understand what was wrong. Why was his spell dispelled? Had Yuan destroyed the rune on purpose? Perhaps it happened when he kicked his foot on the ground. But how could he know? Zhao Ting hurriedly produced a new talisman. Mu Yuan suddenly approached his opponent and placed his sword on his opponent's shoulder. The young man asked if Zhao Ting was ready to surrender. Zhao thought, did he really lose? No, there's no way he should lose. He is the supreme disciple. Mu Yuan wanted to hit his opponent, but he managed to dodge. Lord Juyu thought that something was wrong here. Madame Shu thought so too. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared in the arena and rushed towards Mu Yuan. He appeared instead of Zhao Ting. The monster said that he would not lose. Only he could be called the Supreme Disciple. The monster pounced on Mu Yuan and shouted that it would overpower him. Elder Gu and Lord Juju immediately rushed into the arena. Elder Gu tied up the monster and felled it. Elder Gu said that Zhao Ting had lost his mind and had fallen into the abyss. Lord Ju said that we should complete the ceremony and make sure that the other disciples were safe. A barrier must be erected to keep this monster away from the outside world. Lord Zhou asked Elder Zhao if he would like to comment on what happened. The elder was surprised. He didn't understand how Zhao Ting was able to turn into a demon. It was impossible. He had been training for the past month, and during this time, the elder hadn't felt a single drop of demonic energy. Lord Zhu and Miss Shu wondered, why is the elder talking about all of last month? Ms. Shu looked at the brush and said, something was wrong with this brush. There was some kind of demonic smoke coming from it. The girl picked up the brush and said that it was Zhao Ting's pen. Why does this pen have this logo on it? Lord Zhu said that this feather was just stinking with demonic energy. Miss Shu asked Elder Yue, why is the symbol of her warlock temple on this talisman? Elder Zhao said that not too long ago, he had requested the warlock temple to make a certain number of talismans. He is sure that it is their work. He is waiting for Elder Yue to explain. Mrs. Yu said it was impossible. Why would she do such a terrible thing? Lord Zhu said for Elder Xiao to go to the sorcerer's temple. Everyone else will go to the hidden talisman palace and take all those talisman feathers. Lord Zhu said Mu Yuan is going with him. It'll be safer for everyone. Looming in the palace showed where all the talisman feathers are, and other artifacts. Elder Gu said that even with the naked eye, one could see the huge amount of demonic energy they were emitting. It's impossible to turn a blind eye, but as long as the spiritual energy circulates in these talismans, they can feed on the demonic qi and only become stronger. In addition, when it enters a person's body, it will undoubtedly consume its host and turn it into a demon. Mu Yuan asked Mrs. Yue Zhao Ting had recently visited her temple. He wanted to know how things were going with the talismans. What were they doing back then? Mu Yuan said that Zhao Ting provoked him to fight, and dared to insult his little sister. So he had to be escorted out. Elder Zhao said that it couldn't be. Mrs. Xiao walked over to the young men. Lord Yu asked if Elder Xiao had found anything. The girl said that someone did a good job on the enchantment cauldron in the wizard's temple. The cauldron stinks of demonic energy. Elder Yue was very frightened and didn't know what to say to that. It was obvious that she was very worried. Mo Yun said that his elder had absolutely nothing to do with it. The young man said to improve the cauldron, he used the blood of monsters on it. Elder Zhao said that this constituted unheard of audacity. The man asked Lord Zhu, back then in the test of the road of heaven, the monster was destroyed. Is that correct? Everyone thought that if the monster wasn't destroyed, then Mu Yuan and that monster were on the same side. Mrs. Xu thought that there was demonic energy coming from Mu Yuan that day, but they referred to it as demonic energy. Elder Gu said, "Can Mu Yuan say something in his own defense?" Mu Yuan said that Zhao Ting is Elder Zhao's nephew. Elder Zhao is so cruel that he wasn't even afraid to sacrifice his nephew. Elder Zhao shouted that Mu Yuan was not aware of who he was accusing right now. The young man asked what had he done that Elder Zhao himself wanted to destroy him. The young man asked, "Is that really the whole reason?" The young man pulled out and thrust the demon sword into the ground. Everyone present was frightened. Elder Zhao said, "Did Mu Yuan really have the guts to hide something like this from the palace elders?" Miss Yue shouted, "What is even going on here? Is this really what she's thinking about?" Elder Gu ordered all the disciples to leave the place immediately. Mr. Zhu asked, "Where did Mu Yuan get that demonic sword from?" The young man replied that he had found that sword then, on the test of the road of heaven. The sword belonged to the demon he had defeated. When he defeated the demon, he kept the sword for himself. Madame Xu thought, it is unknown whether Mu Yuan is telling the truth or lying. But this incident cannot be ignored. After all, Mu Yuan was able to defeat a monster with a demonic sword. Elder Zhao said that Mu Yuan was hiding this demonic sword in his possession. The young man must be captured now. Yin said to Zhao not to worry. Lord Zhu can take that sword right now and conduct any test to make sure that this sword is not his. The young man said that he had not shown this sword until now. What does Mr. Zhao think about it? Lord Zhu said that the young man was afraid that this sword belonged to someone from the Sanyan Palace. And to confirm his hunch, he decided to conduct his own investigation. Mu Yuan said that Lord Zhu had hit the bullseye. Lord Zhu thought that this young man was very suspicious. He suspects everyone in the palace, even him. Elder Gu asked, why did the young man doubt Elder Zhao? The young man said that it all started with Zhao Ting. When he came to the sorcerer's temple to check on the progress of the enchantment. Wen continued, when Zhao Ting attacked his sister, he felt a faint stream of demonic energy coming from the one. Yuan added, if that guy came from the hidden talisman temple, it would prove that the elder had placed demonic energy in his body. Mu Yuan added that he was still studying Brother Liu Ming's demonic energy. Elder Gu said that Brother Liu Ming did not willingly possess demonic energy. He was born with this defect. Mu Yuan said that was correct. If Zhao Ting had demonic energy in him from birth, then the hidden talisman temple wouldn't have to hide it. And if Zhao Ting was hiding it, then he possessed demonic energy out of choice. Elder Zhao asked, what could Mu Yuan use to confirm his nonsensical speculation? The fact remained, the talismans were enchanted by Mu Yuan, so he placed demonic energy inside them. The young man said that was out of the question. A few days ago, he too felt that there was something wrong with these talismans, so he asked Liu Ming to help with something. Mu Yuan said that they found something in the warehouse of the hidden talisman temple. The young man unwrapped the package and said that it was jade powder. This powder can conceal magical energy. It decomposes quickly at high temperatures. If you inhale it, it will make you sick. Elder Leo said, something like this he had heard before. This is a secret heavenly technique. It is not very common on Earth. Mu Yuan asked if Sister Yue remembered when she was teaching him the technique of the Sorcerer's Temple. Her key suddenly disappeared. The woman said she recalls the event. The young man said that the materials for enchanting talismans were provided by the hidden talisman temple. Before they got to them, they already contained a huge amount of demonic energy within them. Mu Yuan said if one thoroughly searched the temple of the hidden talisman, one would find even more evidence for his theory. If it was a secret technique, Elder Zhao had never spread about it. If everything is thoroughly investigated, you should pay special attention to the rooms that have secret passages. Elder Zhao said that Mu Yuan talks a lot, but the young man was right about one thing. He was the one spreading demonic qi. Elder Gu shouted, "How could Zhao Min do such a thing? This is treachery." She said that he wanted to become stronger, but the Kunming Palace can't give him that. He wanted to improve his techniques, but the palace wouldn't give it to him. Elder Zhao shouted, "Then what was the reason for the existence of this ill-fated palace?" Zhao set the talismans on fire and scattered them around. The talismans burned and the people around them, breathing in the air, began to feel ill. Everyone who inhaled the smoke from the burnt talismans would turn into demons. Elder Liao shouted, "How could Zhao Ming use innocent disciples?" Elder Gu confronted these demons and deactivated them, binding them hand and foot. The old man asked Lord Zhu if they could save these disciples. The Lord said he didn't know, but they could try not to harm them. The disciples who had turned into demons dispersed in all directions. Lu Ming was the kind of person who had also turned into a demon. Mu Yuan recognized Brother Lu and called out to him. Lu Ming stopped. He had a frightened, demonic face. He asked Brother Mu to help him. The young man asked what happened to Liu Ming. Liu Ming said that he didn't want to die, and repeated it several times. Liu Ming's gaze began to undergo a change and became demonic-like again. In the next moment, Liu Ming became a true demon and rushed at Mu Yuan. The young man was not confused and managed to dodge the demonic throw. The opponent flew past him. Mu Yuan thought that Brother Lu was originally cursed by demons, and he originally had a demonic form. No wonder he was able to clear his mind, at least for a while. Elder Zhao said that he was willing to tell what he was hiding in the hidden talisman temple. The man set another talisman on fire and said that he would now be more than happy to satisfy the curiosity of the people around him. Zhao threw the talisman into the wall, and there was an explosion. A huge hole was formed. Elder Liao asked Lord Zhou what was going on. Through the hole formed, huge monsters approached Elder Zhao. He summoned them to him. Elder Zhao stood in front of his opponents. Behind him stood 3 huge monsters. The old man shouted that the monster is under someone else's control, and it seemed to be on the monster's back. Lady Yu recognized the old demon man who was on the back of the monster. Mrs. Yu said that it was her master. The girl couldn't believe her eyes. Madame Shu asked, "Isn't this the missing elder son? How did he just happen to be in the hidden talisman temple?" Elder Zhao said that this old man was always picking on him. The old man shouldn't have crossed his path. Xiaomin remembered what elder son had said to him. How dare he, in secret from all the elders, keep monsters in his dungeon? The man replied that he was only studying them. They are sort of lab rats for him. The old man shouldn't make a big deal out of it. Just said that the old man himself was doing something in the Qianyun Palace. The old man shouted that he wasn't like that. He will report everything to Lord Zhu, and Zhao will be banished from the palace in disgrace forever. Mr. Zhao wondered, what does Lord Zhu have to do with this? Elder Zhao attacked the old man and destroyed him. He said that the old man's reflexes were not what they used to be. The man said if Elder Son didn't know about his research, he could very well help him advance it. Mrs. Yue heard this story and rushed to the rascal and shouted that he was a scoundrel. The woman shouted that the scum would pay for her master's death. Zhao released his monster, who used to be Miss Yue's teacher, towards her. The girl stopped abruptly and thought it was her master. She could not confront him. In the next moment, Lord Zhu abruptly pushed Elder Yu aside, thus preventing him from colliding with the monster. Lord Zhu said that he would fight it himself. Mu Yuan had to deactivate Liu Ming, who had become a monster. He had no other choice. A young man crouched over Liu Ming and asked how he was feeling right now. Liu Ming raised himself up on his hands and said, "It's very hard for him. Everything hurts him, and he can't take it anymore." Mu Yuan clenched his fists. He thought that Liu Ming had helped him bring Zhao Ming to the surface, and he couldn't just sit back and watch him turn into a demon. One more slightest delay, and he would be beyond saving. Liu Ming stood up and shouted that he was not a demon. The young man's tears were flowing. The boy remembered how everyone made fun of him as a kid, and he was an outcast. He always said he wasn't a demon. Mu Yuan thought, if things continue like this, everyone in the palace will be in great danger. The young man heard some whispering. He thought that this voice was familiar to him. It was the same voice he had heard in the birthing hall. The young man thought the voice wanted to tell him something. The whispering continued. Mu Yuan heard what the voice was saying. It kept repeating the word sword. A young man was standing with a demonic sword in his hands. In front of him was Liu Ming. Zhao Ming shouted that it was a useless monster, and he told him to quickly find Mu Yuan and destroy him. Liu Ming grabbed his head. It was very hard for him. He started to turn into a demon again. Zhao Ming burned the talisman and said that Liu Ming's pathetic efforts of resistance were useless. He was born a demon and must accept his true nature. Lu Ming got to his feet, raised his head, and shouted loudly. His eyes once again lit up with demonic light. Mu Yuan looked at his opponent and realized that he was losing Brother Lu. The young man pierced Lu Ming's demonic sword and didn't realize what was happening. This is impossible. Zhao Ming said that the young man trying to destroy his opponent with this sword would only fuel his demonic essence. The plaques from the family tree fell to the ground. Liu Ming came to his senses and looked forward and said that Mu Yuan was standing in front of him. Elder Zhao was astonished. How could this be possible? Mu Yuan said the demonization spell was not in the martyr himself, but on his nameplate. Demonization spell, it's the best food for a demonic sword. The young man looked forward and saw Elder Gu. Master Gu shouted that he could no longer hold them back. He needed help. Elder Yue ran up to Zhao Ming and said that she would avenge him for her master. The man said she wasn't strong enough. He's not an easy man to compete with. The students began to turn back from monsters to humans. They were exhausted, but glad to be human again. Elder Liao said that he couldn't put into words how grateful he was to Mu Yuan. The young man said that he was always happy to come to help. The young man noticed that Lady Shu was in danger and grabbed her and pulled her aside. To avoid being attacked by monsters, the fearsome beast opened its mouth and screamed loudly. The young man prepared a demon sword to defend himself. Lady Shu shouted for the young man to drop the sword. It's the demonic flame of the 9 underworlds. It can't be controlled and will consume the young man. The 9 underworld demonic flames stood behind Elder Zhao's back. The man held a demonic sword in his hand. Elder Gu shouted that the matter was bad. Zhao Min took the demonic sword away. The man said that it's not just a demon sword. It's the famous sword of the bloodthirsty feast. That's how it was described by a certain soldier. The demonic flames of the 9 underworlds intended to make a crushing strike. They were going to destroy all the opponents, the elders. Elder Gu put up a blocking motion to prevent a powerful strike. Elder Zhao raised the demonic sword upwards and reproduced the demonic surge, wanting to inflict maximum damage on his opponent. The terrifying beast continued to accumulate energy to strike again and destroy the elders. Elder Gu said to be careful. This demon is getting stronger and stronger. Zhao Ming said that this was the true power of this beautiful sword. In front of its power, its opponents are just a bunch of miserable cockroaches. The demon who used to be Master Sun entered the confrontation with Mu Yuan. The old man had an aggressive attitude. Qiaoding said that Elder Sun's demonic lightning sphere, when hitting its target, leaves nothing behind and destroys everything without a trace. Lord Zhu told Mu Yuan that he would change him, so the young man can rest. He can spend 2 minutes on the bench. Mu Yuan said that there was no need for that. He could handle it himself. Zhao Min shouted that he wanted to see why everyone called Yuan a genius. Demonic Elder Sun was prepared to give a powerful opposition to Mu Yuan. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion, and everyone who was nearby noticed the deep crater that had formed. Elder Zhao victoriously shouted that not a hair was left of this genius. The villain didn't notice Mu Yuan appeared behind him with his broken sword. The young man prepared to attack. Mu Yuan snuck up on the villain and punched him in the arm. Zhao Min dropped the demonic sword. The villain couldn't understand what was going on. Mu Yuan heard the same voice again. He asked who was speaking to him. The voice said one word, "Let go." The voice said, "He's his grandmaster. Give him the sword." The young man thought it was Duration soon. He has a plan. Mu Yuan stuck his sword into the ground and stepped aside. A voice said through the portal. Mu Yuan said that Zhao Min's days were numbered. Zhao Min asked, how was Yuan able to pass through the concentrated stream of demonic energy? The young man said his opponent's tricks were dirty after all. The villain used the ice ruler's column and sent a block of ice at the young man. Yuan put his broken sword forward and melted this ice. He didn't receive any damage. The young man noticed his opponent fleeing to his demons. He needed protection. Elder Zhao shouted for the beast to stop his opponents. Demon Elder Sun appeared. He began to concentrate demonic energy to strike. Everyone around them began to scatter. Lord Zhu looked at his opponent, smiling in anticipation of his victory. Mu Yuan thought that it was time for him to use his weapon to deal with his opponent's demonic blade. The power of the blades is here. All the disciples are safe. Imperial Warlord blades. The small meridian of red solitude has been fixed. The young man understood that red loneliness was absorbing the balls, but red solitude's very essence was born from the fusion of 100,000 swords. Right now, the demonic sword of the bloodthirsty feast had become a part of red loneliness. Zhao Min, not realizing the essence of what was happening, shouted that no one could stop him. Everyone present noticed that the demonic energy was maximally concentrated. This did not bode well. There was a powerful impact that was like a lightning strike. Zhao Men was stunned. The man was lying senseless. Everyone saw the new demon. He stood back, his face hard to see. Madame Yu thought that Mu Yuan had done it. Lord Zhou said that Elder Sun is still deep inside that monster. We should be more careful. The demon turned around and ran away. At this point, he had accomplished his task. Elder Yue called out to her master. Elder Goose said to let Lord Zhu help him deal with those demons first. Lady Yue was walking through the forest and wondered why the master had run away from her. Mu Yuan met his master and asked where Elder Sun was now. The girl said he ran off in that direction. But then he just disappeared. She was sad. The young man said that Miss Yue should rest. He would try to find her master. The young man thought that just now he had almost felt a connection with the master. Why had it stopped so suddenly? The young man saw a huge blob of demonic energy in front of him. Perhaps it was what he was looking for. The boy thought he was suddenly trapped, and there was no way to get out of it. There was a stranger in the forest who said that the sword-building trap had been activated. The young man's companion sighed in response and said nothing. She was preoccupied with herself. The young man said there was a new sword master and asked if the girl would like to look at him. The girl told him not to worry. The sword constructions she had created were not easy to break. The girl added she didn't like it when her interlocutor called her young. She would be fine if he just called her sword master. The young man thought that this girl was the youngest of the 13 swordsmen in the school, but it is forbidden for everyone to say that she is young. The girl asked, hadn't he figured out the location of the bloodthirsty feast sword? The young man apologized and said that it might take some time. He stood beside the translucent sphere that had Elder Sun's demon inside. The young man said that this old man seemed to have come to his senses a bit. He was fighting his torture spell. The girl said, this Zhao is really tired. Not only had he failed, even the holy sword had fallen into the hands of the Shanyun Palace. The young woman looked at her nails and said that there was some asymmetry again. The girl was busy with herself and didn't really get into the essence of the conversation. In the next moment, the young lady, with a few movements of her hand, collapsed the standing trees around her. While her interlocutor was dealing with the old man, suddenly Mu Yuan appeared in front of the two with a demonic sword in his hand. The girl saw and screamed, the holy sword. Who was he and why was the holy sword in his hands? Mu Yuan said, of course they will recognize this sword, because they and this Zhao Min are in the same group. The girl shouted that the young man must give her that sword immediately. It does not belong to the young man. The girl tried to attack the young man. Mu Yuan bravely put his sword forward and repelled this fierce attack. The swordmaster thought, how is this possible? This guy can use the power of this sword. The holy sword has accepted this guy as a master. Mu Yuan approached the girl and placed his sword on her shoulder while threatening her. The girl drew back. The girl's companion shouted for the young man to stop and let go of the swordmaster. Otherwise, he would kill the young man. Yin told the girl that this guy was worried about her and was very concerned about her safety. Mu Yuan added that he had 2 questions. The young man said, the first question is, who are they? The second question is, why do they call a bloodthirsty feast a holy sword? Elder Gu reported to Mr. Zhou that Zhao Ming had been detained. They searched the hidden talisman palace, but they didn't find a single clue. Elder Liao assumed that Zhao Ming was not acting on his own. There is someone behind him. The man said the elder. Everyone looked around to see who was speaking. Mu Yuan stood behind him and held Elder Sun under his arm. Lord Zhou was terribly surprised. He hadn't expected to ever see more of Elder Sun. Could it really be Zhang? The old man said, if Mu Yuan hadn't saved him, he would have already been in the hands of the villains. It was only because of the young man that they were able to discover their intentions. Mu Yuan said that he wanted to bring the teacher back sooner and didn't have time to ask who this Zhang was. And why is everyone so alarmed by this? Mrs. Yue said that Zhangje, one of the 3 major sects of the Ming dynasty, they are incredibly strong, but their head is on a completely different level. During the battle in the Sanyun Palace, their former master was killed by the sword of their head. Mu Yuan said that it was unbelievable. The head of that sect used 7 peerless swords. Rumor has it that the head of the sect is a celestial. Madame Shu said that Yang's goal was to capture Zhao Ming to use him to strengthen the sword and cause a bloody massacre. Lord Zhu said that perhaps they had gotten too close. He added that the elder was very weak and should rest. Mu Yuan decided to take a hot bath after a difficult and nervous day. The young man pondered. The celestial and that woman in black, that sword master. Could it seem like a mere coincidence? The young man turned around. He thought there was someone nearby. He looked in the direction where the sound had come from, but there was no one there. The boy thought he was imagining things. Mu Yen continued to rest in the bathroom. There was a man in black hiding behind a rock. The guards are standing guard. One of them says that they have been guarding this prison for so long, and not a single living soul has been here in so long. Who would have thought that after so many years, one of the elders of the hidden talisman palace would be here? The interlocutor said that Zhao Ming betrayed the palace and committed a terrible sin. They must be extremely careful. There can be no mistake. The prisoner heard his name being called. Someone appeared in the cell. The man looked up and recognized the visitor and asked how she got here. The girl said, the stealth technique, simple as that. The guest said she had some questions for the man. The visitor turned out to be Mrs. Xu. She hoped that Zhao Ming would be able to answer her questions. Well, friends, I don't know about you, but I like this manhwa. The plot itself is quite interesting and intriguing. So if you like the video, then subscribe to the channel and write a comment about what you liked. If new chapters of this title are released, I will definitely make a continuation. All the best. See you soon.